was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh! Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. This is episode 1279. Doing it live to 1279. And we got Jeff Holiday back again, and we have a special guest. It's James Anton Hake.
That's right.
Thank you for joining us. So we really appreciate you being here. We got a lot of feedback because we used to host a lot of debates on this channel years ago, and we haven't done it for a long time. And our viewers were like, "We missed the debates." So I was like, "Who can I find that probably would kind of argue the more like right side of the views, political views and religious views?" And you were one of the first names that I thought of, to be honest with you.
Right on, man. Yeah. What an honor.
Yeah. I saw you debate Vosh before, and yeah, it was interesting, you know.
Cool, man.
Well, yeah. I have to have full disclosure though. Like, I am not necessarily the greatest debater. Not really. The last time I was on a debate, somebody brought me on to debate a guy called Flat Earth Wizard, and I know. And what ended up happening, I was so fascinated by this guy because he was a trip, man. He was a total trip. And I didn't agree with anything he said, but I was just fascinated. I just kept asking him questions because I wanted to know what the fuck he was going to say. But I didn't debate anything because I just wanted to hear what he had to say. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not a good debater. We'll see.
You're a master debater, Jeff. You're a master debater.
That's true.
And both Jeff and Hake's info are in the description down below. You can click on it and go to their channels and everything. Just one quick reminder before we get into everything. We do have our Streamlabs link pinned in the chat. I'm going to keep the audio down for now so it doesn't interrupt these two guys if they're talking, but I will read off all of the donations later on after the fact. But that's all I really wanted to put out there. Jeff, you can get the ball rolling here if you want.
Okay. So, I guess I'll start with the first question because there is a topic that I thought would be really fascinating for us to tackle. But I want to make sure I understand. So, Hake, are you, if you're looking at 2024, is your guy Trump or is it somebody else in the primary?
It's Trump all the way. It's Trump or nobody else. I'm not even voting if it's not Trump.
Really? It's that intense for it?
Yeah.
I mean, do you before we get into, because that's what I really want to talk about is Trump, because it's fascinating to me. But before we dive into him, what do you think about the people that are challenging? We won't even talk about Christie because I mean, come on, fuck Christie. Christie has no shot. But what about Mama Haley and fucking DeSantis?
So
yeah.
Nikki Haley, she's kind of cute, but I have not liked her politically at all since the Dylan Roof situation. Remember when Dylan stormed Roof down there and shot up the black church?
Yep.
And then this black guy from the Atlantic, Ta-Nehisi Coates, wrote this article, "Take Down the Confederate Rebel Flag." And he had Amazon banning all the Confederate flag paraphernalia from there. Fortunately, I got my T-shirt before they banned it. And she took down the rebel flag from the Capitol grounds because she was the so-called governor of South Carolina.
True.
And she was kissing up to that thing, and she talked kind of negatively about Trump, calling him something. And then he named her UN ambassador and kind of got her out of the country or whatever. I don't know what the UN ambassador does. And so she hasn't annoyed me all that much, but that one really got me. And now she's just this normie, but also kind of trying too hard with the social media, identify yourself and this Israel war thing. I don't really get her take.
She feels really corporatist too, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does seem. Well, she just seems so safe and this rhino friendly thing, this establishment Republican friendly thing. I mean, the Koch people are. I guess there's one brother left, is for her, and I've kind of been disillusioned by the Koch people.
I think as you know, everybody should be, for sure. Like I honestly, almost everything you're saying, but like substantially, especially like the criticisms of Haley, I actually have to agree. She seems like more of the same old, tired, you know, I don't want to say rhino, because I think that's what Republicans are. Like,
I know,
you know,
yeah.
Like, so like we can agree on that for sure. But what about platform shoes, Ron? Like, what's wrong with Ron?
I like him, but he shouldn't have run. It wasn't his time. It's Trump's time. And the more he tries to run, the worse he looks. He just looks like this try-hard, awkward. It's like if I were try to run for president and try to act like Trump and be kind of awkward and have wild, weird faces sometimes. Right. And have my wife run me. Tell me to change how I pronounce my name, allegedly. I don't know if that's true, but
Casey is not helping his case at all.
Yeah.
No, just making him look totally fucking weak. But I have to agree with you on that, because like the thing really comes down to, if DeSantis wants to try and be the fucking presidential candidate for the Republican Party, and then he just tries to be like another Trump. The problem is he has no fucking charisma. He's nowhere near Trump's level. And so he puts up other shit like, we should just shoot fucking shoplifters in the face. I'm like, bro.
Did he say something like that?
Yeah, man. Yeah, he did. He fucking did, because he has no Trump charisma. He's got none of the charisma. Okay?
Yeah.
He's got nothing about the way to speak to get people energized. Okay? So instead, he just amps up like the bat shit, like the violence, you know, like that's crazy to me.
Interesting. You know, there are a lot of never Trumpers I heard who went Team DeSantis. There were some people on Twitter whom I normally really like and admire. Pedro Gonzalez, and some of these other guys that went really hard for DeSantis and against Trump. And I'm like, I like you guys, and I like DeSantis, but not for president. And you guys are coming off kind of odd. It's like you have made up criticisms of Trump. Like it's not genuine. It doesn't come off. Are you getting paid? What's going on?
What are the made up criticisms of Trump? Can we have a few examples?
Okay, from the DeSantis, the Team DeSantis online people. They said, I don't even really remember it, but there were things like Trump never, it wasn't this, but it was like Trump never intended to build the wall. He's playing you guys. The vax maybe was one of the things. He's just, it's just been kind of.
That's a big one though.
It is a big one, but I don't care about that.
Well, no, neither do I, man. Like, cause the thing is, I'm pro-vaccine, but I'm anti-Trump. But I put respect on Trump because Operation Warp Speed was good. It was good. Like, it was great. I mean, he put that shit out there. He's like, look, people are fucking dying. We got to get this out. We got to push it out. We got to go. And that was great. But I mean, then I think it was like, what was it? Like 2 weeks later, he comes out and he's just like, I don't need the mask anymore. Like,
nice.
I know, but like, so it's confusing signals. But what we have now, like how things have changed, especially in the Republican Party now, anti-vax sentiment and like fear of the medical industry is so rampant on the right that there will be Trump rallies where he comes out and he's like, look, I helped make the vaccine and protect people. And he's bragging, and he should. But then like a ton of people who love Trump like go apeshit and they boo him.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever heard Trump get booed by the majority of the crowd at one of his rallies.
Wow.
It's wild, man. And I think he's in a really tough predicament, right? Because if you do believe in medicine, Whether or not you like big pharma, because like, look, I trust vaccines, but fuck big pharma. Fuck it.
Yeah.
But if you're pro into that, him being like, look, I managed to do this really good thing, and people believe it. That's great. But as his base is pretty radicalized in a lot of ways, they've been led down conspiracy by people who aren't Trump, and he's not in control of that. And I think that's a problem for him. And
fortunately, the virus, at least at the present moment, and the vaccine is kind of fallen by the wayside. It's not the major issue in the country right now.
True.
So, and he has the only really defense that matters to me is that he was not for mandating it, because I don't believe that we should be mandating it in general, because people have to consider their own bodies. They can listen to their doctor's advice, but then really it's their body.
Okay. Well,
So-
look, here's a good question then, right? So, because I mean, obviously, I'm not for troops showing up and like holding you at gunpoint, so you have to get a vaccination. Like, that's fucked up. That's evil empire stuff, right?
Right.
Not cool with that. But like, what about like a specific job, like requiring a vaccine? Like if you're literally handling cancer kids, right? Like you literally are the nurse for a cancer kid. Like I kind of think that's important.
I suppose if a private employer wants to do it, I don't think that the government should be involved in it. I just don't trust I don't trust the local people in the government,
Right.
Especially because I live in LA,
Yeah.
and there's like I don't trust the state government, and I don't exactly trust what I call the commie capitalist corporations, who are Amazon, YouTube, Google, all that stuff.
Sure.
So what about the military though? The military's mandated vaccines.
That's a shame to me. Because
Really?
what they're
So
doing,
you don't want troops to get like an anthrax vaccine when they might be exposed to anthrax?
I don't know what all vaccines that they're pressed to have. Right?
All the ones we get, and then other ones like anthrax, they have to get like an anthrax vaccine.
So if that one, if they want to take that risk, they can do that. But there were, I think that they lost a lot of men with this China virus vaccine who were like the independent thinkers. These are the men whom you want to be in your military, who were like, no, not going to do it. I'm gonna step out. Thank you.
Do we want independent thinkers in the military though?
A little bit.
a little bit. Well, that's like
on some level, you want them to follow orders, right, but also have some sense.
Sure.
You don't want them to be the fall in line. Oh, the government knows best type people.
Because I come from a proud military family, right? And like,
nice.
To soldier is to teach somebody like obedience and discipline and following orders and that sort of thing. But like the really innovative thinkers are usually the people that get put through like officer school. You hope, although there's a lot of bag officers in officer school. Whatever. It's like any job.
Yeah.
But like, this is another thing that we agree on. Like you dislike the commie corporations. I dislike the capitalist corporations. I don't trust the local governments and shit like that either, man. I don't. I trust medicine. I trust science, and like I have a biology degree, so like I'm really familiar with a lot of this stuff.
Nice.
But that's like what I.
Same thing with the medical field, though. If you don't mind me cutting in.
Sure. No, please.
The independent thinkers. A lot of men left the nursing field, the medical field. I had one call into my show a year or two ago. He was like this Ukrainian young man. He was in nursing or whatever. And around 2008, 2009, I guess, around the time Obama was coming into office, they started mandating the flu shot. And he's like, I don't want to do the flu shot every year. So he left and became a trucker. So the people are already in the medical field. Correct me if I'm wrong. The nursing people, they're understaffed and they get stressed out every year with flu season. And now we have RSV and the China virus. Well, so they're really shooting themselves in the foot with these mandates, I think.
Well, I to a degree, but there's a larger systemic problem when it comes to our healthcare. We don't really have the kind of programs in place to try and get people into medical programs like they do in a lot of other countries. There's a reason why some of the best doctors that we have here in the United States right now actually immigrated from both India, Nigeria, places in Europe. I mean, because their programs are so fucking good that if you can demonstrate that you'll make a good fucking doctor, these universities are like, we will teach you how to heal. And they fucking do everything they can to make them a successful doctor. We don't do that here. Like we don't.
Our schools have really gone down the toilet. Like, it's oriented toward little girls. The boys, if they can't sit still, they're energetic. They get put on drugs.
True. I don't like that. I'll agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that. That's fucked up. We over-medicate our children a lot of times. We really do.
There's a lot of social justice, affirmative action stuff where a lot of qualified guys get they don't get promoted like they should because other people are getting in ahead of them.
So you're saying the qualified whites are getting pushed aside by unqualified people of color, is what you're saying?
Lesser qualified, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, okay. So that's been an argument for a really long time, and as a side little anecdote, I actually did get passed up by promotion at a tech company I worked at, even though I had seniority, because the only woman in the office who was hired 2 months after me was the only woman in the office. In affirmative action, I didn't get promoted. And it's
a culture. It's not just policy. It's also like ingrained in people's minds to kiss up.
I use that only as like an example to show you that like I personally have been touched by affirmative action kind of digging on me for something that wasn't my fault, just because I was born a dude. But I will say, I don't think, and I don't know if either of us can substantiate our arguments well enough on this, I don't think that affirmative action is enough of a substantive argument against the purpose of it that we can really showcase like it doesn't work in some variety. In a beautiful utopian world, maybe like this communist utopia, that we can like everybody by on their own merits gets promoted or put in the position that they want to be. And I think you would agree with me that would be a great world to live in, but we don't. And so like people make these arguments for why we feel like we should lift some people up because they're lower than another group of people. Like, that's the argument, right?
Yeah, and it's a shame because your kind of thinking and my kind of thinking is fair-minded. Like, you and I treat people as they are, and decently, even if they're not perfect with us. But now we have this mama culture where we kiss up and celebrate, oh, the first woman this, the first black female this. Biden wanted to pick a black female Supreme Court justice. And it's so shallow and makes you want to spit.
Well, but does it, I mean, okay, well, I'll sort of agree with you. Like, it may seem and feel kind of shallow to us or to some other people. But, like, to some groups of people, it might not feel that shallow. But instead, when I see things like that, I don't feel that it's necessarily consequential to me. So I just don't care. You know, I'm like, if people are like, this is the first black female something, right? And they're like in tears over it. My reaction to it isn't like, oh, who gives a fuck? It's more like, well, good for the people that makes them feel good, right? And like, because like I don't give a shit. You know, it doesn't have anything to do with me. But like, if that's making somebody happy, like, I'm pro people being happy, and if that means
I'm not, because the reason for that is because if you make them happy, they're gonna get gripey. You'll notice when a kid is happy, the next moment he's gonna be in a bad mood. You make these people happy over here, they'll tear up the city if George Floyd gets the knee on his neck or shoulder blade or whatever. These people they should not be encouraged to be emotional. They're already too encouraged to be angry, emotional, have this false pride in their blackness and their womanness.
But how do we?
Yeah, just address all of it. Jeff? Just tell us how.
There was a lot there. There was a lot there.
Okay, I'll stop.
Right.
Go ahead.
Wow. All right. Shit.
Now remind you, his mentor is Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. So
I'm a reverend too.
Oh. Okay.
I am. I'm a reverend. I've got a fucking PhD in divinity, like right over there. I've had this for like 6 years.
Nice.
So, wow, Jesus Christ, Ben, can you recount what was just said in a quick little 10-second blurb for me? I just totally got thrown off.
He made a statement at what?
We don't want them happy.
Yes.
Right. We don't want
because you get happy, you're gonna get angry.
That's perfect. Okay. Yeah. That's perfect. So, something that you said before we address anything of the rest of it is this notion that we don't want to make people who are looking for some kind of like, I don't know, we can use the word representation, but I think it's more esoteric than that. Some kind of like validation, right? You're saying that we don't want them happy because then they get emotional. Hake, how are we supposed to keep people? Hake or should I call you by your first name?
Either one is fine.
How should we keep people from being emotional?
It's not that you keep them from being emotional because people are just naturally going to be emotional.
Yeah.
But you don't want to encourage that. Right now, in America, the most encouraged to be angry, most kissed up to their emotions people.
White people.
Black Americans, women.
I don't think
white
so.
people, maybe, yeah. Because white people are starting to go down that road, and it's a shame. And that's the worst thing for them.
Do we lobotomize people so they're just not emotional?
No. You just don't kiss up to their. You don't try to appease. You just do what's right.
Right. Well, how do we know what's right?
Well, for one thing, you don't say, "Oh, I'm going to pick this SJW black female Supreme Court justice woman to be in the Supreme Court." This woman, I think she campaigned against the rebel flag, to bring up the rebel flag again.
Sure.
On her college campus. That's not a fair-minded, decent woman. That's a SJW has a bone to pick with whites in the beautiful South. She wants to divide America all over again.
I mean, isn't that flag a symbol of division in America, though?
Yeah.
In a sense, you can take it that way, but it's not always that way.
Wasn't it a rogue government that tried to overthrow the current United States government?
No, it tried to secede. I think they started fighting. I don't know who started fighting who, but they tried to secede from the Union. And Lincoln is like, no, a house divided against itself cannot stand. We're going to fight you, and we're going to kill like 600,000 Americans on both sides to stay united. It
was about fucking slavery, though.
A little bit, but I mean, who cares? That's over.
But it was like, no. But hang on. Here's the thing, though. Yeah. It was literally about slavery. Like the actions that cooked off the actual violence in the Civil War comes down to armed conflict of people trying to free slaves, like John Brown, all that kind of shit. Like the predecessors to my Antifa super. You say terrorist, I say freedom fighter, man.
I know, but he did evil. He did evil trying to fight against something that he thought was evil. You don't fight evil with more evil. You're just going to spread more evil. Didn't he murder people?
What about the Crusades, buddy?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't speak on it. that might have been evil too. I don't know, but maybe.
But were you in the Civil War?
No, but it's from what I know of John Brown, he murdered people, or he killed people. In this mission to free the slaves
with a sword. He fucking literally hacked people with a sword.
Wow, that's rough.
But look, okay. But here's the thing, though. When it comes to things like the rebel flag, the Confederate flag, and things like that. Right? So I don't understand why anybody cares about it, and I'll tell you why. So, like, how long did the Confederacy last?
It's a matter of years. 4 years.
4 years. Now, how long did X-Files last?
Too long. It should have stopped at 4.
Maybe they should have. So I'm just like when I think about it, right? You know, like I can understand people wanting to maintain a sense of history. So sure, put it in a museum. We can learn about the Confederacy and shit like that. We can have the debate about what it was about or whether it was good or whether it was bad. But like the fetishization of it is really weird to me because there's more fan fiction about the Confederacy than there is about X-Files. And X-Files lasted over twice as long as the Confederacy, right? Like there's a lot of things like that, a lot. But for some reason, people get really amped up about it. So my question is, why do you think people give a shit about the Confederacy so much? Why do they care?
Because it represents a huge turning point in the country. Like we went from states' rights and freedom to the federal government imposing on the states and the loss of freedom for at least for the white Americans. The black Americans got a so-called sense of freedom, supposedly, but
I'll agree with you on that. The 3/5 compromise, Jim Crow, all of it was fucked. It wasn't real emancipation. I'll agree with you on that. It was not true freedom.
I mean, I think they're worse off today than they were during Jim Crow because they had families, they had their morality, they weren't buying into this socialist communist into your blackness thing. They were sensible people.
Like the thing is, I can't agree with you on that because I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. But how do you comment on slavery then, since you weren't there?
I know, but how do we comment on slavery then, since we weren't?
Yeah, so why should blacks be so emotional about slavery? Like, quit your sour grapes.
Then by all means, tell all the blacks that they should stop being, just so damn emotional about slavery.
That's what we should do, rather than because at one point in this country we allowed the rebel flag, okay, and we allowed these monuments to go up, and Robert E. Lee, who was a hero. And now they're taking these things down to pander, to appease angry, violent, destructive people who don't even really want America to exist. Many of them.
I don't know about that. Well,
no borders, no walls, no USA at all. And
America's never had walls, though. So if you're putting a wall around USA for the first time, it could be argued that that's different than America as it has existed since its inception, right?
We could say
there's a whole lot that's different. Yes.
Yeah, we've always had like some degree of like cultural walls and like policy walls and things like that.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's building more wall, though.
We had order.
That's true. Joe Biden is actually building more wall than Trump ever did.
Really?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
Trust me, the border situation is insane, and it's been that way for decades.
Let's put a pin in the border. I'd love to talk to you about that one.
All right.
But like when I guess like the main thing that I'm coming back to on it, right, is like is your main contention with the South and that sort of thing? Do you feel is the main thing that bothers you is that it's erasing history?
No, it's the main thing that I have a beef with is it's smearing some of the best people in the country. The Southern Christian white men and women, old timers, and even blacks love the Confederate flag, by the way. There are many who do.
Some do. Yeah. But it's America. You can make whatever choice you want, right?
Yeah, so it's like this. We're trying to throw these people in the trash when they're here. They're our American brothers and sisters. Why don't we just keep the unity? You guys can have your rebel flag. It's no big deal. Blacks, calm down. It doesn't necessarily mean KKK. It doesn't necessarily mean Dylan Roof. It doesn't necessarily mean this or that. And KKK is kind of not even the whole truth told about that anyway.
What percentage do you
like a boogeyman?
Well, I mean, there's lots of boogeymans, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm an Antifa super soldier. There's a lot of boogeyman shit about my group.
I'm sure.
So okay, what percentage would you say people who are really into the Confederacy are like not good people, and some people who just see it as like a heritage sort of thing?
I really have no idea. If I were to guess, I would say most people think of it as a heritage thing. And others think what was the other thing?
Well, like, I mean, it's like, I guess
The South shall rise. Do you think people really want slavery back?
I don't think people are necessarily interested in wanting to reinstitute slavery. I don't think that's an attainable or a realistic
They
goal.
couldn't even do it if they wanted. The type of people who would want it back
Right.
don't have that power. I mean, yeah,
Right.
we have it in China, I guess, but
Yeah, and there's some weirdo fucking like almost American oligarch kind of people that I don't even know what the fuck they want. They'd probably be willing to like enslave us all. People like Peter Thiel kind of shit. You know?
So James, you got the Confederate flag shirt. I've seen you wear it before. How often do you wear that walking the streets of LA? Just out of curiosity.
not very often. Not very often.
Okay.
I don't take a lot of risks.
Yeah.
I don't go out after dark, especially nowadays, you know. But yeah, I mean, because I'm not looking for trouble. I'm just showing some love for my Southern brothers because they're so falsely smeared. Like you see, I remember I was in college, 2004, 2001, and they would mock the then President W's Southern accent and mock the Southern whites. And I'm like,
isn't he?
You guys are worse than
Did you vote? Did you vote for George W?
I did.
You did, because he doesn't like Trump, and he probably voted for Hillary and Biden. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. No, I my eyes have been opened about the bushes. Stay out the bushes.
See, here's the thing, though, dude. We have to be realistic. We have to be realistic, though. Like, if you're a big time Trumper, Trump's already in his 70s, approaching 80. He's not going to be around much longer. What do you think is going to happen when he's gone? The establishment Republicans are going to keep another Trump from existing ever again.
I don't think they can because they couldn't. Trump kind of rose. Trump took them by surprise. The next guy is going to take them by surprise. I mean, I don't know if
just like the Democrats made sure another Bernie could never happen. They will keep another Trump from happening eventually. They can't do it now because Trump's still around.
Right. But Trump is a man of strength, and Bernie is a kiss up, honestly. He'll pander to the establishment when he needs to. He'll pander to the social order. The black women kicked him off his own stage. And
I remember that.
So I'm like, Bernie doesn't have a chance against Trump because
but you said that like he can cater to the establishment. Like Trump is the establishment. He's not the establishment in the government, but he's the establishment in the elite of this country, isn't he?
Kind of, except that they kind of all hate him too because I mean he'll work with people. He fell right in line and accommodated people to make a deal, or he was very kind to Israel. He was very kind in appointing establishment type people in his cabinet, and it kind of hurt him in some ways. But who else are you going to get approved by the Senate?
He seemed pretty soft on people like Kim Jong-il, on Putin, that sort of stuff. Like he just seemed really soft in that regard. What do you want from him for them?
I
honestly like, and I hate to say it because look, man, I hate the Republicans and I hate the fucking Democrats. I'm a leftist. I'm a hardcore leftist, and I fucking both, right? And it pains me to say this, but I kind of feel like the status quo of the basic foreign policy of we do have to diametrically oppose these very specific peoples. Putin and Kim Jong-il are absolutely part of that parcel, you know? And it sucks to have to say that because I'd rather there was a better solution, but Trump wasn't really interested in doing either. Now, if he
had their respect, but specifically, what do you want out of him against them?
Well, like, okay, I don't want him to kiss ass. And that's kind of the thing that really bugged me because for two reasons. One, Kim Jong-il doesn't need his ass kicked.
Kim Jong-un.
Or Un, excuse me.
The son. Yeah.
Right. He doesn't need his ass kicked because he's an impotent little fuck, right? Like, fuck that guy.
Little Rocket Man.
Yeah, exactly. Little Rocket Man.
He had people killed. I don't know.
They all have people killed. They have people killed in our fucking country, man. Like, it's all over the place.
All right, finish your point. Go ahead.
But Putin, Putin represents enough power that he can destabilize things. Not enough that he can directly challenge us, but he can destabilize world economies, that sort of shit. He has to be reined in. And kissing his ass, I think, is a massive problem. It is a huge fucking problem. And I don't like that. And I feel like that showed weakness in America. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Joe Biden's strong either, but I don't think Trump was strong when it came to foreign policy. I really don't. I think he can't point somebody better to do it for him, and it might have turned out better, and I wouldn't have the complaints that I do.
What was the actual turnout with Putin during the Trump years?
Well, a lot of it.
Do you blame the current Ukraine situation on Trump?
The thing is, I feel like the current Ukraine situation was going to happen regardless. I really do.
Because it happened under Obama and Biden, but not Trump. So somehow he had his respect, or at least maybe I'm just a sucker, but he didn't do anything under Trump's years.
Do you think that Trump is the reason why he didn't do it?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't.
That would just be speculation on my part. I have no idea.
Right, and that's what I'm really getting to is like it's less because when it comes.
So you don't know either, though.
No, I don't. No, I honestly don't. I'm talking.
It's just the attitude. You just didn't like his friendly attitude.
You know,
that's what foreign relations is, though. Is it's all posturing. It's all on the world stage. It's like a fucking Shakespearean play.
I know, but these people playing tough against Putin.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know who Hillary, maybe Nikki Haley. I don't know. Biden was Biden this way. I don't think Obama was this way. But these people talk so big, and you have to see right through that. That's just phony talk.
Well, sure. But one of the things, like, okay. One of the most important things that it comes down to with Russia is we have sanctions against Russia, right? Now, I'm going to shock you with what I'm about to say. I really will. And I'll get there in just a second. But we have had sanctions on Russia for a long time, and we have fucked their economy. And
why?
Very, very successful for a lot of reasons, because we don't trust Russia. Russia doesn't fucking like us. A lot of different things. And one thing I will put on Trump as a positive is that he actually tightened sanctions against Russia while still being outwardly pally with Putin. So it was a good thing to tighten sanctions against him. But I don't like that he seemed to be visibly sucking his dick. It felt like a beta move, and I don't like it. And that's like my main thing is I got conflicting and confusing messages from Trump about that, you know?
Putin really wasn't a concern for me, and I don't know this aspect of foreign policy. Yeah. I did listen / watch this podcast of this other guy who used to be he was the head of BlackRock, and
okay,
he was on a podcast recently, and he said that it was a shame that Putin couldn't more normalize the situation that Trump couldn't normalize the situation with Putin and Russia. That we could become more like frenemies because we have more in common with Russia than we have, say, with China. Because China's really messing us up with sending fentanyl down to Mexico and buying off the leftists.
There's still no proof of that.
According to him, according to what he says.
According to what that guy's. All right, that's fair.
Yeah, he said that they're funding the leftist politicians who are just allowing the immigration thing and the cartels to go out of control and all that stuff.
It wouldn't make any sense for China to be interested in funding left-wing politicians, though. It's like diametrically opposes their financial ambitions.
But it hurts. Funding left-wing in Mexico hurts America. Maybe they're interested in hurting America.
But to what? Because I think we both can agree. The main thing that China wants is to be an economic superpower above us, right? Like that's the goal. I don't think China wants to hurt America because they're just like, we just don't straight like America. Like that sounds like a fucking cartoon, right? But,
yeah. Well, it's kind of like our establishment is all excited because we've funded Ukraine's war against Russia to weaken Russia. Like we've depleted Russia's military. I'm like, why do we care about Why do we care about weakening Russia? Why don't we just strengthen ourselves and wish them well?
I don't think we have to worry about strengthening ourselves. We're the most powerful country in the world.
I don't know. We're having problems with even military recruitment right now.
Yeah,
I heard.
but we don't need troops, man. Like, you know, we've got fucking the most advanced drones. We have the most advanced tanks. We have the most cyber warfare.
The Navy alone, we can level a city from several miles out at sea.
Yeah, I mean, like, America is number one, man. Like, we are a fucking beast.
I wouldn't rest on our laurels though, because there's these crazy things that can knock out, say, some of our craziest ships in our Navy from past the horizon. So we don't really. I wouldn't trust. And plus, oh my goodness, we're kind of becoming a hollow shell of what we once were. That's how I see it.
You sound anti-American.
No, I'm anti this establishment that is running America into the ground.
Isn't that America?
Well, you could call it that, but okay, fine. Yes, I'm anti-American if American
You're
means
anti-America if it doesn't agree with you.
Biden, yes. Biden, deep
So
state.
your love of America is conditional.
Well, I still love it, but I just don't trust it.
Okay,
And
all right.
Go ahead. It's
no,
weak.
because the thing is, I love.
I'm a Christian. I love everybody.
America. Well, good. I love everybody too. I'm not a Christian, but I do love everybody.
Nice.
And as an Antifa super soldier, I fucking love America, and I am going to support Hake in this because the most American thing anybody can do is say fuck America, because that's how a country gets better. Is it has the freedom to be able to say, this is what's wrong in my fucking country, and I fucking hate that it's there, and I think we should fix it, and let's make this country great. Or if in a MAGA, great again. Which is a weird statement, you know. but I think we agree on that. Like that's one of the most amazing things. You might think it's God-given. I think it's just divinely inspired with whatever came from that. That we have the ability to criticize our country and have these kinds of conversations. You can't have a conversation like this in China, can you?
I don't know.
I don't think
no,
so.
you can't.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't call him Winnie the Pooh. I know that.
Well, anything that involves creating a different political party is squashed out immediately. That's how Facebook got banned in China. That's how YouTube got banned in China. Anytime someone tries to create a new political party or political resistance, they just squash it out because they're a single party state.
Right.
That's my problem with these so-called American corporations. That's why I kind of like Elon Musk's what he's doing with X is he seems to want to impose the First Amendment on the rest of the world rather than cater to their ideas of hate speech and stuff and impose that on Americans. We're going kind of backwards with YouTube, Google,
it's not really
Facebook.
It's not really it's free speech, but it's not First Amendment, because First Amendment doesn't really have anything to do with free speech.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, free speech. Yeah, impose the freedom of speech, the spirit of the freedom of speech, the freedom to tell the truth, or freedom to speak your mind even if it's not quite the truth, and freedom to say stuff that may sound hateful and hash it out.
Okay, so here's a question. I've asked this from a few people. This isn't really a debate question. I'm honestly just genuinely curious, right? So, because I've always been a big free speech guy until about a year and a half ago. This one question was posed to me, and it made me think, and I still don't know where I stand. So say you have perfect freedom of speech. Anybody can say anything they fucking want. And so we think that that's valuable, right? But what happens if 60% of everything you hear is a lie? Then does free speech still have value? Because we can't tell somebody, don't say that, even though we know or can prove it's a lie. Is free speech still valuable now? Because what we hear or what we're told is just a lie. Like, how do we figure that out, man?
That's already the case, to be honest. Like this whole idea of that racism is this real thing and all that. That's like,
but it could be anything, right? So then,
right.
but that's the question is like, then how do you and I, or really anybody, measure what the value of free speech is? And does free speech still become an absolute good when it could open us up to just believing something completely wrong? You know what I mean?
We already do. We already do believe stuff completely wrong. Look at Trump. Maybe he has some sort of solution, because I'm not really for freedom of speech. I am for censorship of vulgar things, censorship of slander and libel and things like that. So I am for some level of censorship, because censorship for what's right, or freedom of speech for what's right. And what's right is allowing people to be wrong. But sometimes, like Trump wanted to bring back libel laws, right? Or strengthen that type of thing.
Yeah, he did.
So
Absolutely.
like hey, are you for like pornography being illegal? Is that something?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I haven't thought it through, but it seems vulgar, and it just opens the door to so much wrong, evil stuff to so many different people.
So, well, but like obviously part of your value system, right, is like the ability for people to freely express themselves. And I get that. And I think that's cool. But like, by what metric or what rules do you choose that this is a good thing that you can just freely express yourself, even if you're wrong? And then this is something that is objectively bad. Like what do you use that you use that tool to decide like free speech and damaging?
I'm so bad at policy, I bet. I mean, let me just say this. I haven't thought about the specific policy or principle. Sure. But let me give you maybe an example.
I struggle with it too. But yeah, please.
Yeah. An example of something that I thought was destructive. Kyle Rittenhouse. That one didn't turn out so bad, but he got smeared by a whole lot of people, and a lot of people really think that he's guilty of something other than self-defense. And you could say, oh, he did some unwise things. I don't know, maybe, probably so. Who knows?
I would agree. But in the eyes of the law, he did not commit a murder. But yeah, I don't like Kyle Rittenhouse at all. I don't. I think he's a byproduct of a terrible culture that kind of like created a child soldier, and he really shouldn't have been there. But like, I can't argue with the courts because the courts made the decision that the courts made.
But there's a whole lot of people who shouldn't have been there.
Oh yeah, oh sure. But I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda, whatever. The ones
who attacked him. Check this out. The ones who attacked him, some of them, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. I give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay. Some of them went after him because he shot that first guy who was aggressive with him. Yeah. And they're like active shooter, and so these guys are the men. They want to protect this city from this active shooter.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
But
understandable.
But how about wait and see what he does before you just attack him, because you're just going off of hearsay. What do
you think you would do? Like, if
I don't know in that situation. I do not know.
Like that, and that's kind of the thing. Like and that's why I wouldn't want to have to be in the situation to judge the case either. It comes down to like a basic thing of like, well, okay. Obviously, I don't think he should have been there. I don't like the idea of child soldiers, especially in a country as advanced and as should be enlightened. It's not as America. But also, the other thing that's interesting is if people want to call him Murder Piglet, which I do, because it's funny. Like, that's just me exercising my speech, right? That's just me, venting, blowing off.
Well, the damage is already done. Like, I don't care what people call him now.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, dude's making fucking bank on the circuit now, right? Like, it's probably before he went and he fucking popped some people. Like, he probably was just going to be some gas station attendant and died in obscurity. But now he's got a lucrative book deal. I mean, sure, he might have some damage, but that's the price to pay to be able to benefit off of your child soldier status. It's pretty.
I hope he gets past that trauma, because I don't believe in this, oh, you'll never get over your traumas stuff. And I take issue with the child.
I don't care. I don't.
Yeah, I take issue with the child soldier thing. I think that we should lower the age that people are considered adults and make people become, or allow people to become mature, to suffer so that they have to become mature fast again. Because now he called himself a 20-year-old kid on TV with Pierce Morgan. And I'm like, you're not a kid. I mean, you look kind of like a kid. You talk kind of like a kid. And I get that we young men and even some young women feel like we're still kids at older and older and older ages. But that's not how things should be. We should be men at, I don't know, don't the Jews consider them men at 12 or 13 or something like that?
I mean, that's like traditional. It's the same in Catholicism. I grew up in Catholicism, and they give you your confirmation at like 13, 14 years old, and then you're like an adult, technically.
Isn't it a shame what they've done to, this is a bad side note, but isn't it a shame what they've done to women? Like, women become of age to be able to have kids like 2 or 3 years before they're 18, and then they go to college, and then they get their career, and then they have to buy a house, and then they're almost past the time where they're all ready to have kids. And so we've kind of sabotaged men and women so that they're immature and chasing after stuff.
I have a counterpoint.
Violating their body clocks.
So the one of the main problems of it is that men don't exit puberty until we're about 27. Like it's just a biological fact. Like we are still like riddled with endocrine disruptions from puberty all the way up until we're 27. Like I mean, it's one of those things of like, how do you want to quantify what makes an adult and when somebody's ready and that sort of thing. I reject the idea that we can just use biological signifiers that somebody is just ready to be an adult. I think it's a matter of like how you're raised. I think it's a matter of like your support network. I think it's a matter of like an interpersonal choice. If you're not ready to like just jump it straight into like, you know, being a breeding factory at fucking 14, I don't think you should have to be. I think you should be able to take however much time you want. I believe in freedom, right? Like people should be able to go and pursue a life, and then, you know, in their late 20s, 30s, you know, start a family or something like that. I don't think we have to be slaves to an antiquated idea. Because the thing is, we were breeding super young because our life expectancy was so fucking low. That's also why we had so many fucking kids back in the day, because the kids died, right? We don't live in that world anymore.
And now we have the educated people are not making enough kids. White people are not making enough kids. They're getting kind of breeded out.
That's okay. Who cares?
It's not okay.
Who cares?
It matters because the white people are the most fair-minded people. Like when you look at the voting patterns, white people tend to be more conservative. Everybody else tends to be more liberal and brainwashed socialists.
But is that good though? Like, are you sure that that's a good thing? Why?
Because they made this place hospitable for all these people to be able to come in. And now it's going to become a mess because people are bribed into voting this way or bribed into coming here. They come here for like greed and easy making money rather than the land of opportunity where you make your own way. You're getting subsidized.
How did conservatism make the world better?
Well, we made America.
I don't think that's true.
It was liberals?
I don't think that's true either. I don't think that really came down to it. I think it was anti-authoritarianism is what made America.
Okay. But it was white Americans that made America.
It was it was like white Europeans and their descendants. I mean,
they
were here. They were here for hundreds of years, many of them.
Sure.
Right.
Some.
But the thing
generations.
What made America, apart from a colony, into a country was a bunch of rebellious, anti-capitalist, anti-taxation rebels fighting against authority. Like, you can't call that conservative. That's not
whatever. I mean, they were white.
Yeah,
though.
conservative.
That was the point. They were fair-minded.
The conservatives would have been like.
I don't know about anti-capitalists.
But yeah,
anyway.
But yeah, like it would have been more conservative to take the side of the British monarchy in the colonial times, right?
And
whatever. I don't even know. But they were for what's right, and they were fair-minded, and they were bold.
There were more people that were willing to stay in the monarchy during the time of the Revolutionary War than there were people willing to rebel.
Glad it wasn't a democracy then.
Well, no, it wasn't. We didn't have a democracy. We were under the crown. We were under the crown. You know?
No, I know, but when we opposed the crown, I'm glad it wasn't a democracy vote. Oh, should we oppose the crown? No, some men. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether the Revolutionary War was good or bad.
It was anarchy, man. It was total anarchy, and it was people taking power for themselves away from the powerful to institute something that they could make. And describe a land where all people could be free. Now, they didn't hold true to that.
Okay, now one thing about that. We did it in a...
Yeah.
I say we, but okay, the founders did it in a very white and orderly way. They wrote this whole document justifying their grievances and saying what they wanted to do. And maybe there was a whole lot of shenanigans, and it wasn't... These people weren't the fair-minded people that I'm imagining them as these heavenly beings as having been, because I've heard guys like, there's this guy named Legal Man who said the Constitution was not this great thing, like who knows what that was, and there were all kinds of shenanigans that happened.
Yeah,
but I'm just talking about in your everyday life, and in normal people's everyday life, the whites treat all the other races quite well. And fair-minded.
So like, why do you position it as all like the whites do something when there are plenty of whites that don't treat other people well?
There are, but it's because I mean, look at the voting patterns, look at their communities, look at it's just a higher trust society. They didn't used to have to lock their doors at night. It's changed a lot for the worst since we've opened things up.
Open things up?
Well, let me try and pivot this into a little bit of a different angle, right? So, like from your hook onto this is that there's like a racialized component to it, and I would disagree.
I don't think it's a genetic trait. No.
Well, no,
I don't necessarily think it's genetic. I have no idea.
But you say it's a white. But you say it's a white thing, and whiteness is genetic. That's why it's literally just one of our many genetic traits in our DNA.
I know, but I'm not into the genetics thing. I'm just saying what I see. What I see is whites tend to be.
What do you mean you're not into it?
I have no idea about it. I don't have a position on it, on the genes.
All right.
I'm just saying that for whatever reason, whites tend to be more peaceful, orderly, law-abiding, fair-minded to everybody. They're not into the white thing.
Have you ever lived in a trailer park?
I have to disagree. Yeah, because like
okay, but by and large, exceptions to the rule. America's not made up of trailer parks.
You live in LA boy. I'm like, what?
They're not the majority. Are they the majority of whites? Is that what you're going to tell me?
Well, when's the last time?
And trailer park. You're making a claim about trailer parks. Tell me about trailer parks.
When's the last time you were in Alabama or Louisiana?
A few years ago.
Years ago, I was there last year. Actually, no, this year. I was there this year. I'll put it this way. Okay. I don't think there's a racialized component to this. And I think I might be able to get you to agree to this, because do you think that there is a simple standard of behavior that crosses the same lines as, say, a gas station attendant in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, as there is some hedge fund manager in LA? Like, do you think those people act the same?
Not necessarily. They might, but in principle, in their set of principles, in their set of inner moral being, they might well be.
I don't think
fair-minded, treat each other as they want to be treated.
I don't think so.
And I don't know what you mean by racialized. I'm just making the comment that Whites tend to be more conservative and safer communities, and then all these other people don't have our values of freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, and all that.
I don't think whites tend to be more conservative either. I think whites tend to be more liberal.
You see how they vote, though? The voting patterns, they tend to vote more Republican. So that's a little bit more conservative, right? Supposedly.
That's not necessarily true. If you go by states, sometimes, potentially. If you go by the broader country, no, actually, no. By if you put all of the population of the United States together, including whites, they actually don't vote Republican more. They don't.
Yeah, they do.
They don't.
What do you mean?
They don't. They absolutely don't. There's a reason why Republicans never win the popular vote. It's as simple as that. Like in the voting blocks,
white Americans are more evenly split. It's like 60-40.
They are more evenly split, but they also still don't necessarily do that. But they
don't lean Democrat. Are you telling me the whites lean Democrat?
No, I'm saying that if you take away the independent voters, that there will be more that will vote for Democrats than Republicans. But once you throw the independent voters in is when everything gets kind of muddled, right?
Yeah, because whites tend to be more independent thinkers.
I think that isn't true necessarily.
Because they don't fall into they don't believe in the white thing, or they just want to treat people based on what's right.
You can't say that whites tend to be more independent thinkers when you're describing how whites all vote the same. Like that.
They don't. I never said that they all vote for the same. I said that they are lean more conservative, whereas the whole rest of the Jewish people, Hispanic people, blacks are just ridiculously 90-something% Democrat, 98, 96% Democrat. Totally blind, brainwashed.
Because the Democrats are able to craft a narrative that they care about black issues more than Republicans do, and
whites are not suckers like that yet.
No,
maybe they are. Maybe they are.
No, they're all. Everybody's a sucker.
Yeah, you got me there.
Yeah, I mean,
but
that's
what
how
I'm trying to get
that's how Trump got the voters he got.
But
true. Look at where we came from. We came from people who were not suckers for the crown, allegedly.
Well, yeah.
Was
absolutely.
your family here during the Revolutionary era? Hey,
I have maybe like one. Maybe like there's a relative.
That's not very convincing to me.
I don't know.
You can't say we. Like my whole family came here like less than 100 years ago, so I can't say we. Mine came.
Then you filthy Polak immigrant! Yeah. What the fuck? Get out of my country!
Yeah,
get out of my country.
So okay, I know that on my grandmother's side, on one side I know it's Scottish, and on my grandmother's side, on the other side I know it's Danish. My grandfathers, both of them, one of them is from long back in Virginia. I don't know how long back.
Yeah.
Like a great grandpa was almost burned at the stake by Indians, and my other grandpa, he's a total mystery because men aren't so into this stuff as women. But I think that there was somebody from the Mayflower. But
I don't know about that.
Some gal, I don't know if it counts. You got me. I might be part American Indian, by the way.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is like
every other white.
I think that there is a group hypnotism that is happening in this country. It's happened for a really fucking long time. And it's both Republicans and Democrats that manage to do this. And they get working people to believe that they give a shit. That they give a shit and they represent them. And I don't think they do. I think that Republicans and Democrats are wildly bad and ill-prepared and disinterested in helping the working class. And that doesn't have anything to do with whether they're white or they're black. It's whether or not they're able to sell a line of propaganda to those specific communities. That's what I think. I don't think the problem is really like voting patterns or patterns of belief. I think it's the people that are in charge trying to keep the rest of us trying to figure out what the fuck is going on and dazzled enough that we'll keep voting for them. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm totally with you on that. That's why I like Trump is he wants to give power back to the people. He wanted to deregulate and allow businesses to grow back.
Sure.
And that's why whites tend to be for less government, I think, whereas others are for more. And they're like calling for, the blacks want the feds involved in their local communities. They want them to charge the whites with hate crimes and all kinds of stuff. You don't want to give the feds power.
But what if they commit actual hate crimes? Like, I mean,
I think we should abolish hate crimes legislation.
We should just call them crimes.
Yeah, just call them crimes and let the local men of the town handle it.
So you were mentioning about Trump deregulating stuff, and like it did happen. He did deregulate quite a few things. I disagree with almost all of them, and there are a few that I think I can prove were bad.
Okay, so I don't know the specific policies. Go ahead.
Sure. Do you remember when we were having all those train derailments?
Yeah.
Do you know that a year before that, Trump totally deregulated a bunch of the railroad industry and their
I'd seen something to that effect on Twitter.
And I think that's
Do you think 1 year of deregulation made that happen?
I don't know.
My thing is that's affirmative action.
Most rail workers are white, buddy. Most of them are white.
Okay, all right. I'll say not affirmative action
for the deregulation.
How about this? The culture has become so spoiled and low quality. That's good enough. The government's paying. Oh, we'll stay paid anyway. Good enough for government work. Mm-hmm. Now, we have a culture that doesn't value quality and responsibility and doing the job to the fullest extent. They do a Mickey Mouse job, they do a Mexican job, they'll do a sloppy job. I'm saying Mexican, but I mean whites. Some whites are doing that too. I'm not saying that it's just Mexicans, but they do have that culture of cutting corners. It's good enough.
Dip their toes into the Mexican territory. It happens, man. It happens. Okay, here's another good one though. So you remember when the Silicon Bank and a bunch of these other huge banks they fucking went under? It was a huge story, right?
Okay. Yeah.
One of the things that happened, and I mean this is 4 months right before, there was something that was called the Dodd-Frank regulations that Obama put into place, and it was very specifically to keep banks from totally eating shit. And Trump came in and he was like, no. And he just rolled back all of those regulations. It took 4 months and those banks fucking collapsed. So my point in this is the idea of deregulation on its face if you draw it in crayons is a great idea. But when it comes down to these more complicated issues, fiscally, economically, there are real ramifications that do happen from it. And I think that if I'm going to strongman Trump's goals here and his arguments, is that he's embracing a deregulation as a novel or ethical or moral pursuit. We should deregulate things, put the power into the hands of the people. I don't know if you know a whole lot of people, Hake, but people are fucking lazy and they will cut fucking corners. It doesn't matter if they're white or they're black. They'll cut fucking corners. And that's what fucking happened. These banks collapsed. These railways fucking derailed and shit. So I guess if you want to be as charitable to Trump as possible, you could just say he was too idealistic. I think he just really fucked up. But
we don't know.
I think so. And I don't think it was him. I think somebody told him it was a good idea. And they weren't thinking it through, and he went based on some bad evidence. Because I don't think he's that clued in on a lot of this policy stuff. Do you
Sure. No, I don't know. I could believe that. Now you can nitpick and choose out different things that may have been wrong, but you don't know specifically that it was the deregulation that derailed those trains, nor do you necessarily know that it was deregulation that messed up these banks. Because
but it did happen on his watch, though.
That's fine. I don't take that away from you, but it doesn't mean that it was the deregulation or it was him. I know that there are some regulations that I grant that there are some regulations that may be good. Trump is not totally against all regulations, and no sensible person is. But there's under the Obama administration, I think they came out with something like 80,000 new pages of regulations every week or something like that, or month. I don't know what the specific number was. I heard it from the BlackRock guy again.
I have to look it up. Yeah.
And those are unelected bureaucrats who are just micromanaging and meddling.
Yeah.
And the economy under Trump was doing quite well until the China virus hit and everybody went, overreaction, scared, and catering to the afraid women and shutting everything down.
If we get into COVID, we'll be here all night. But yeah, I'm with you on this. I'm with you.
The economy was doing quite well. I mean, people were building new businesses and stuff was happening. That's my point about the deregulation thing, because there are some regulations that are just ridiculous. It's based on some false values of equity and all that other mumbo jumbo, and some of the environment stuff is overboard. It's counterproductive. So,
did any major banks go under during Obama?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just being shit. I'm sorry.
No, but I don't even believe in these big banks. And you brought up the military. Like, I don't really believe that things should be so centralized like that.
Yeah.
Because then they can screw us.
Sure. Well, I mean, and you know, when it comes down to like the whole situation with like big banks and the way our capitalism fucking works, man, like everything is built upon predatory situations. Every aspect of our lives is built on predatory capitalist situations. Not to say that capitalism is evil. I'm not a based anti-capitalist kind of guy.
Yeah.
I'm more practical about it, right? But one thing though that really kind of stuck with me is you were talking about deregulation with Trump, and I have to ask you as a lead into this, and I promise I'm not trying to trap you on anything, but I do want to know, before I mention this, how do you feel about the Second Amendment?
I am for I'm for the right to carry and own awesome guns.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I have so many guns, dude. So many. I'm a fucking gun nut. I love guns. I've been trained since I was 5 years old. My family is military. I know all about fucking guns. I have so many fucking guns. And that's one of the reasons I don't like fucking Trump. Because nobody since Reagan has imposed gun restrictions quite like fucking Trump.
With what did he do other than the bump stock ban?
He did the bump stock ban, but before his handlers and every other person in the federal government told him, no, you can't do it, he went on record as saying, why can't we just go in and get the fucking guns, get them out of there first, and then we'll figure out whether or not, like, he wanted to remove due process, like worse than a red flag law. He wanted to send the feds in to anybody who might be dangerous and literally take their gun. And I thought that was fucking insane, man.
Maybe. I don't know.
And that's wild to me. It's wild. And the only thing I can think of is that he didn't understand the situation, but he's supposed to. He's the president, right?
Now, who was he talking about? Anybody who might be dangerous. Basically a red flag law on steroids, like without a judge being involved.
Yeah, and like that like totally fucked me up. It fucked me up, and I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with this shit. Because like as somebody who,
but he's a guy who thinks outside of the box. In his defense, like I'm not for that, but
I think he's still got a turn. Yeah, of course.
He's a guy who comes up with wild things, wild ideas. Why can't we just? I don't know if he said shoot them at the border. I disavow that, of course, but I don't know what didn't he come up with wild cockamamie ideas, and some of those allegedly leaked out. I don't know if those were really him.
Yeah, there was.
So he's a guy who will throw out an extreme idea, and then they'll rein him in, and then he'll work out what should happen. I don't think that people say all kinds of things. What they actually go forward with and decide is different.
I will give you that. He didn't sign any executive orders saying we're going to go in and we're going to literally strip people's guns out of their fucking hands. He did not sign any orders like that, so I'll give you that. I really will. But as somebody who is fervently hardcore Second Amendment like I am, based on Antifa Super Soldier Jeff fucking Holiday, like that shit made me real fucking uncomfortable. Obama didn't do that shit. Biden didn't do that shit. Like George Bush didn't do that shit. Nobody since fucking Reagan has said something so abrasive against the Second Amendment. And
I didn't like what Reagan did. That thing after James Brady got shot or whatever.
Yeah, it was when he was governor, and it was It was the Mulford Act, and he disarmed a shit ton of people. And you know what's crazy about that too? Like if you're a real true Second Amendment like patriot, like I am, fuck the NRA, because the NRA does not represent the Second Amendment. They're just a lobbyist group. It's another like neo-corporatist fucking dog shit group trying to like control people's minds.
Yeah, they're rhinos.
Yeah.
How about gun owners of America?
John Brown Club's pretty good too.
Oh man, I haven't heard of them. Interesting.
Hey, do you think the election was rigged and Trump really won? Do you subscribe to that theory?
Of course not, for the sake of our channels. I will say that
smart.
Now, just to finish the Second Amendment thing.
Okay.
I think felons should, once they're out of prison, if they're safe enough to be out of prison, they should be safe enough to be able to carry a gun again, But Trump is from New York. New York, they're not used to having a Second Amendment, right? So he's like a New York liberal. Of course, he's going to think of stuff like that. He's not going to think like you. He didn't come from this military family. He had foot problems or something, so he didn't get into the military.
Yeah, sure. So
cut him. Have a little understanding. He didn't go forward with that. He just said something wild, and everybody says something wild. I think you're going to vote for Trump in 2024, but you don't have to say it.
You know what? I think you almost cracked on that one. I think you almost cracked.
Okay, so the election, I think that Facebook, SoundCloud, Instagram, which is the same thing as Facebook, Twitter, all the commie capitalist corporations were like, everybody vote. And all the local governments were like, the China virus is too crazy. We have to open it up so that people can come anywhere to vote. You don't just have one precinct. And matter of fact, we'll mail your ballots. So now we have every idiot can vote, and every idiot is brainwashed against Trump because the whole media establishment and social media establishment is anti-Trump.
But
so of course they're going to.
But everybody should be able to vote, right?
Oh,
not.
I don't know about that, man. That's it, because practically everybody's an idiot. We need people who are like high propensity voters, who are willing to make sacrifices, who care about the country. Okay. And I get that there's going to be a whole lot of blind brainwashed people who care about the country, and they're going to be suckers for the corporatists or commie capitalists or whatever.
How do you, or not, maybe not you, but somebody that you put faith in, how do you or somebody you put faith in determine who is smart enough to vote? Like that's weird for me, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, I haven't thought this all the way through, but because I have no power to impose this, so it doesn't matter. It's just a thought experiment. I liked how we had male landowners who could read and had some power
and were white
to do that. Sure. I mean,
but why?
That'd be nice.
Why?
That'd be even better.
So I don't.
No, but I mean,
I don't know. Do you own your house? Because I don't own my house.
No, I know they've sabotaged it so that, I mean, they've made people spoiled, and they've made money cheap.
Right.
So,
well, but that's what I'm getting at, man. Like, so I'm assuming you rent. I rent. Like, why should we not be able to cast a vote just because we're not landowners? Like, that seems kind of fucked up. Like,
I know now, like, Chinese people are buying our lots with cash over here.
That means we have to change. We can't do that, right? Because like I think you should be able to vote, and I think I should be able to vote. I think everybody should be able to vote. Like,
but if we had if the landowners had some sense, maybe they would be able to. Maybe they would have more sense to establish some sanity, because right now it's insane what's going on.
Why would we trust them if we don't even trust like Silicon Valley or these mega corporations and shit, right? Like I don't trust those fucking. I don't trust Facebook or whatever.
Right.
I trust like these huge corporations that own all the fucking land and rent me my fucking house and shit. Why would I trust them to vote like what I think is going to be a smart vote?
But those guys were kind of dropped into this thing where these people these businesses whom you've named are already kind of in bed with the government.
Sure.
And the
So
people
you're
who would,
saying
I
we
think
need
that
a revolution. We need
Huh?
a revolution.
no, man, I think we got to pick up where we are, do the best we can, and just forget about it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. You're starting to sound like me. I think because like that, but that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Is like this establishment idea of like how this is supposed to work. I don't think is tenable, and the only way to have a true moral.
Now hold on.
Okay.
Let's go back to my idea.
Yes.
And then you get into your point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because my idea, the landowners vote, Facebook gets one vote. The mom and pop corner shop, if they happen to own it, they get one vote. They get the same vote as Facebook. And isn't that kind of nice? I mean, it may be better than what you're thinking.
Well, I mean, like, so if we're gonna consider corporations as people and we're gonna get them,
well, I know, but
I mean,
that's what you went to.
Is that what Mitt Romney said? I think Hake is a big Mitt Romney fan.
Oh no!
Until he marched with Black Lives Matter.
I mean, yeah. Well, that's a whole. Let's not get distracted.
Because they don't matter, right? Hake?
No, I'm not talking about corporations being people. I'm just talking about the landowners, the people who own the land that Facebook owns.
But that's kind of like part and parcel of it, though. Is like if you have enough of a financial stake, you are the one who get to make the decisions. It's no longer a democracy,
right? I don't like democracy.
And the thing is, and you gotta understand this, Hake, is that if we do that, the majority of people in this country are white. We will disenfranchise white people more than we will anybody else.
Yeah, I know, but they're already that way. I mean, they're already.
That's not an answer. Come on, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to point out. Is like if we were to do that, like we're going to hurt white people more than we'll hurt anybody else.
But how is it going to hurt them if more sensible people are voting?
Because how do you trust that they're more sensible? What, do you trust Zuckerberg to vote more than you?
Maybe. I mean, think of what he has had to go through in life. He used to be such a nerd, and now he's fit. He has a family.
My head, and I would never say that Zuckerberg, the fucking lizard robot of the universe, should be able to vote more than me. Come on. I don't think you believe that. I don't think you believe that at all.
If he fights Elon Musk, I'll let him vote.
You know what? I'll put it this way: if he fights Elon Musk, I think his vote should count for 2.
Nice.
Okay. Because I'd really just want to see those two fucking battle it out. That would be so entertaining. I think, look, as a working class man, I really do truly support the idea that the upper class, because I believe in the class struggle more than any other thing. I don't believe in the racialized shit, but I believe in the class struggle. If we were to actually have some of these dudes go into gladiatorial combat, I would respect them far more.
Nice.
More. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's how it used to be. People used to really duel and kill one another, which I think that's kind of, to be honest, I think that's kind of silly because that's just an ego battle and then you die over it. I think that men should disagree and have it out more in a more civilized way, but men aren't manly anymore, and I think that's what you're getting at.
No, because like I don't think it's really about.
They're not honest. How about?
Well, I don't consider rich people men. I don't. I really don't. I don't consider rich people men. I don't think that's what a man is. I don't think that's what a man is at all. I think rich people are rich people, and like I have my it depends on what they do.
Yeah, some of them you got to respect how they got there, or how they maintain it, or what they learn through the trials that they go through. Because everybody has issues that they have to get through.
Absolutely, and the basic fact that they might be rich is not something that necessarily means I have to fucking respect them. There's a lot of people who are poor, and I respect the shit out of them. So if these people are able to influence, and this is the real linchpin on it, if they're able to influence policy, which affects all of our lives, it affects the world, then at the bare minimum, we should be able to hold them to account. And at the best case example, they should have to fight to the death for our amusement. And that's what I believe.
I would like to get to where the votes really don't affect much. The government really can't affect us much. But now it seems like more and more the government and these commie capitalist corporations are affecting us and imposing on us.
Why do you call them commie capitalists?
Yeah, how are they commie and capitalist? How does that
like
work?
These people.
Capitalism can be a stepping stone toward communism, or it can be a stepping stone toward freedom, because it's just a tool. It can be used for good or for evil. It can be used to push lies or to push, to promote mutual benefit and morality. So that's why I call it them commie capitalists. Because look at Facebook, Google, and all them.
They're kind of odds, aren't they? Though, like capitalism.
They're for the Democrats.
Well, I mean, don't get me started on the Democrats, but like what I'm talking about is like, isn't capitalism and communism diametrically opposed?
No.
One consolidates the wealth and the power into private, independent, organizations, and the other consolidates it within state power.
I listened to this man named Bill Lockwood, who is a pastor and a radio host, and he mentioned this thing called the dialectic. And in this dialectic, there's like this feudalism or whatever, and then it goes stepping stones, and the last stepping stone before communism is capitalism.
Okay,
one of those. So it's a stepping stone to communism. It's not diametrically opposed.
I mean,
it's just put that way to give the communists a boogeyman. Blame capitalism rather than the evil of people's hearts.
Well, I mean, does that mean that you're anti-capitalist?
No, I'm capitalist. I'm pro-capitalist, but I'm also kind of capitalist indifferent. Like if you hate capitalism, it's like, okay, you're just kind of brainwashed, because capitalism isn't inherently going to mess you up. It's human nature that messes things up.
Right. I will agree with that, because capitalism in and of itself is just simply it's a philosophy, right?
Yeah.
It's an economic philosophy. It's
meant to be you give me something that benefits me, and I'll give something that benefits you. It's supposed to be mutually beneficial.
Okay, but
then you get suckered into something that's not beneficial to you.
But what happens when it's no longer able to do that? Like, what happens when there's an effect through capitalism that we find abhorrent? Like, how do we respond to that?
Then we put the clamp down on the pornography or whatever it is.
What about when people are
you
like,
guys disappeared?
Well, no,
You're fine. I can do it.
I'm just off camera. But what happens when there's something that has nothing to do with that? Like what about homelessness?
You think that's a result of capitalism?
Yeah, I do. I mean, what happens if
Then how come it's in the liberal sort of commie capitalist towns that it's flourishing the most? I think that homelessness is kind of
that's actually really fascinating. That's actually a fascinating situation. I can elucidate that a little bit.
Go ahead.
If you're interested. So I do as a job during the summer. I do motorcycle tours. I take people on Harley Davidsons and I ride them through like Route 66. I go through the South, that kind of thing. And one thing that's really fascinating is if you go through like Tennessee, there are not a lot of homeless encampments in Tennessee. And do you know why?
No, I don't know why.
Because there's a policy in Tennessee that if you're homeless, they pick you up and they give you a bus ticket, and the bus ticket can go to Sacramento, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Portland, Oregon, or Seattle, Washington. They literally bus you out of the state. It's not that there is not homeless people.
Yeah.
These states. It's not that people aren't affected by like these rampant, horrible economic policies. It's that they literally get pushed to these other states. Like that's where they go. Like people lose their jobs and people lose their homes all over the fucking country, and they just get thrown into these liberal states that have money and funding set aside to try and help them. And it's because I live in Oregon.
Yeah.
And I see it all the fucking time.
The homeless.
Yeah, and like a lot of these people come from other states, like a lot of them. And it's crazy to me. And I'll tell you why, because this is a very passionate thing for me, right?
You help the homeless or what?
I do, actually. So As somebody who comes from a proud military family, and I love America, and I think we are one of the greatest countries that have ever existed on this planet. I find it shameful and disgusting that the words "a homeless veteran freezes to death" should ever be stated in this country. I mean, I think you should agree with that. Like, there's no reason why that should happen. You know, somebody goes and fights for our country, and then they find themselves, because they're riddled with fucking PTSD or because of economic changes or whatever, find themselves on the street, homeless, with no hope, and they freeze to death. How are we so powerful? How are we such a great nation that we still allow this to happen? And the answer to that is, unfortunately, and I don't like that it's this way, is capitalism. It is, because we reject the things that could actually help these people. And I think that there is a space where we can still embrace the idea of competitive economic policy, but we can literally keep our soldiers from dying and freezing in the fucking streets. Like, I think we can do that. We just have to not be afraid of saying the words like a socialist program, right? Like, I think it's more important that soldiers don't die than we are uncomfortable with the word that would describe the program that would help them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that we should bring back slavery, allow people to go into slavery or own slaves for situations like this where because slaves got room and board. They did not freeze to death, I don't think.
Okay.
I mean, that would be counterproductive,
right,
to a slave owner, and like an indentured servitude or something like that, where they can. My point with that is that they can work, because right now the homelessness in LA, at least I hear, is enabled because they get fed, they get all this free housing. But then they can be a bump on a log, and they can get on drugs, and they can go insane. And so it's really enabling it and making it worse.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So, like, this I have to ask a couple
Hold
of
on.
questions.
Did he just before you ask your question? Was his solution to homelessness bringing back slavery?
Yes. So that if you're a war veteran,
how about mandatory volunteer work? Because I don't like not having any free time. I would encourage. I want them to have some free time. And
there's a couple of things there that are fascinating. If there's a homeless veteran, he went and he dedicated his life, his service to this country, the defense of this country. He's a fucking hero. But he finds himself in a horrible situation. He's homeless. He has no money. He's cold and he's in the street. Your answer is that he needs to be economically enslaved by the state.
No, I don't think by this. I don't know if it should be the state. I think it should be, free people should be able to make a deal with him. Hey, I got a job for you. I'm going to pay you $2 an hour, or room and board, or something. That shouldn't be against the law.
They could do that right now, and there's no law against it. They could totally do that right now. Like, they could just go get a job. But like,
we have things like minimum wage, though. We got to get rid of minimum wage.
Yeah, but that's not going to change anything. Like, what I'm saying is that this person has obviously not been able to turn their lives around for whatever reason, but because they can't get a job. Because what you're describing is getting a job. You're just describing getting a job. If they can't do that, or there's no jobs available right now, we let them suffer and die. People who could be war heroes, who did everything to try and serve this country. And I'm saying that's wrong, and that we should take care of them. That if they dedicated their lives to our country, our whole country, all of us, that we should be able to chip in and make sure they at least don't freeze to death. And I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think so. And I don't think we need to, like, enslave them either to a corporation or to the state in order to protect them.
How about a person, an individual?
No, because I don't know where those people are. They could do that now.
But what's wrong? What's so bad about slavery compared to freezing to death?
Well, how do we? Okay,
is there real stories that people freeze to death? I only read CNN morning updates, so I don't know. I'm very ignorant on what they go through.
Mention this, but I used to live over in a different neighborhood here in Eugene, and I lived at this one house for about 3 years, and there was a guy named Herman, and Herman was a veteran, and he fell apart because of a huge family tragedy that had nothing to do with him. It was a car accident that claimed the lives of his wife and his children, and it destroyed him emotionally. And from his experiences in combat and from losing his family, he was homeless and he lived on the street. Herman took care of some of the local, the younger people that were on the street and was kind of a mentor to them. And he slept about 60 feet from my front door. And I would give him blankets. I'd give him food. A really nice guy. And one night, it was especially cold. I was out of town. I didn't know what was going on. And Herman froze to death. And that's one of the reasons why this really affects me quite a lot. Because it happened 60 feet from my fucking door. And the dude was a veteran.
And you could have given him your key had you known his situation, you know?
Yeah.
That's part of the problem is people don't know their neighbors. They're not in touch. There's this thing called PTSD and stuff that's allowed to kind of go out of control. Men aren't resilient like they used to be. So it's a shame.
I mean, I guess to a certain extent I'll agree with you, but like the main central thing that I'm talking about is like I would gladly see some of the tax dollars I already pay go towards helping that never happen again. I'm very cool with that. And we have enough money to do it, but we don't do it. And that is because of how we perceive our economics and how we choose not to use the money that we collect in this country to try and benefit the people. We try and benefit the bottom line or the money or the dollars, the big tech or the mega corporations or whatever. We let these giant fucking companies like Amazon pay $0 in fucking taxes. And they're like, well, we don't have enough money to keep literal veterans from freezing to death. And that's fucked up. And that, unfortunately, my friend, is capitalism. That's what it's about. Because we're afraid of this idea that we can use some of that money to try and help other people out.
But we already have so much socialism in America, and look at what the commie capitalist socialists are doing with the money. They're doing all kinds of insane things rather than sensible things. Most of the time when people help, because right now there's a whole lot of help for the homeless that's really works as enablement. They enable them and they get worse, many of them, most of them.
Yeah, I mean, there is a culture. I've been homeless myself. I was homeless for about 6 months, like when I was in my 20s, and I can tell you that does happen. It does. Right. But at the same time, if it still keeps people alive, I don't really care. And I feel like we could be smarter about how we use our money.
Yeah.
About how we choose to employ socialist policies.
Trump is kind of socialist. Trump didn't want people to die in the streets. Remember him in the debate with the over the healthcare thing? A little bit slightly different situation. He's all, I don't want people dying in the streets.
That's one of the things that actually I thought was really cool when I was watching those debates. He sold me on that. And I was like, that's great.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything with it, though.
I don't know. Oh, that was because of McCain. McCain did the thumbs down because he was sour grapes. Remember?
Man, look, fuck McCain too. That's how I'll be with you on that. Fuck McCain. But I don't know. If
McCain didn't want to repeal and replace Obamacare. I mean, I don't know if I wanted to replace Obamacare. I kind of differ with you because we have all kinds of perverse things funded by the government in the name of so-called health care. We're funding not having babies. How is that helpful?
I'm okay.
It's not helpful.
I'm okay with that.
I know you are, but I'm not.
the main thing is like it's not because I give a shit about whether people have babies or not. It's that I believe in freedom. I think people should have the freedom to be able to have babies, not have babies.
They have the freedom. They just have to pay their own way. They don't have the government. We don't have my tax dollars. If I do pay taxes,
sure,
going to fund the your birth control.
Yeah, but
you figure it out.
Wouldn't funding the birth control prevent having to have like public assistance take care of all these kids that would have otherwise not been born?
True. Not necessarily, because kids aren't necessarily a drag on society. Sometimes
usually the people don't have kids because they can't financially take care of a kid, though.
They think in their imagination. They have never tried it. They haven't tried it, you know. If you have it, then
your advice is if you don't know if you should have kids or not, you don't think you're financially ready, just go for it and try it.
No, don't be having the sex. Have some or it's a sink or swim type of situation.
Has just don't have sex ever worked to any large degree? Has that rule? Has that ever really proven to work on a large scale?
I don't know.
No, it doesn't, because humans want to have sex. So just don't have sex is not a practical solution. People have sex. Even people who took an oath not to have sex, like priests and shit. And nuns.
Love to have sex.
I know, but
have you had sex?
They would have. Me?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Really?
I was raised Christian. We don't have sex before marriage.
That is not true at all.
Yeah,
more
it's true. We're not.
More Christians have sex before marriage than not.
I believe you. I totally believe that.
Okay.
Like, I would be surprised if there were a big percentage of people like me who've stayed away from it. But anyway. But how about this? How about this sink or swim situation? Like you're forced to be responsible. And when you're forced to be responsible, that's when you grow a lot.
Forced how?
But you have to take care of the baby. Nobody else is going to take care of it.
Right, but we are already
But we have a better solution to that, where the baby.
No, we're funding we're subsidizing single motherhood. We're not.
Right,
we're not
so give them birth control, and you don't have to worry about it. That was my original argument.
How about? I say
you said
mothers.
You said just don't have sex, which is totally impractical.
I also said sink or swim, though.
Well, hold on, though. They can have the sex because we know people are going to do it anyway, and the birth control stops the kids from being born. Then we don't have to subsidize single mothers because they could have had birth control.
We don't have to subsidize them anyway. We defund them, and then they'll be forced to be more responsible themselves.
And then their kids starve, so why'd they have the kid?
Their kid's not going to starve.
How?
Because there's people around. They're going to be... You laughing, but it's true.
Because there's the old days, that's how it was. Around.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Kids not going to starve. There's no kids starving in America.
Your arguments are contradictory to one another. Do you realize?
So? Well, okay, yeah. Because people around is different from the government subsidizing it. My tax dollar is subsidizing it. Your immediate family has to. Your neighbors, if they feel sorry for you, or you yourself, get up and work.
But that's that.
And the husband has to take care of it too.
The contradiction really comes down to like a very basic thing of like, okay, so we don't want to have single mothers, right? Because it's rough and it's hard, and we'd rather have a family where there are two parents that can help raise a kid. But we're also apparently opposed to people being able to have either sex education or preventative measures so they don't end up in that situation. Like, that's what's really crazy is like, it feels like the very hard right Christian perspective is that we want people to have more babies, but we want them to only have babies the way we want them to have babies. And it feels like
no, they can have their babies out of wedlock. I'm just not going to pay for them.
Well, but you got
if those babies are going to starve, that's on them.
No, but
and then they go into slavery.
No.
Or jail.
So why do you want them to be born?
No, but seriously.
Because then the people will be. I'm guarantee you, when you're put in a crazy situation, you rise to the occasion. Isn't that true?
No.
When you had a tough time, you buckled down. You never buckled down when you had a tough time? When you had to? You didn't have a choice?
There's plenty of people where buckling down isn't good enough.
Which one are we going to pay for?
Good enough for what, though? You make sacrifices.
Oh, my God.
Ramen.
Which one are we going to pay for? Are we going to pay for sex education so people can make informed choices on when they want to be pregnant? Or
No, we defund education.
Or are we going to pay for helping to take care of the kids when they're in a situation that they weren't ready for? Like, which one?
Neither. There is a neither. There's a neither, man.
That's crazy, though.
How so?
Because it's just going to make more single mothers, and it's going to be you don't like. I mean, it's a perfect storm of like.
I'm fine. I'd be happier with more single mothers if they're forced to be responsible and I don't have to subsidize their lives.
But they can't because of capitalism. Like they're stuck.
Well,
man.
we can do a little bit of Christian socialist capitalism or something. I don't know. Okay. So Trump socialism for the win
on the collection plate so that the single mothers can pay for diapers and food.
I don't think that we should be helping them.
Do you think Trump is a good Christian?
Yes.
Didn't he pay a porn star like $100,000 to keep her mouth shut about having sex with him?
I think he did, but I don't know if he actually did that thing. If he did or not, I don't care because that was in the past. That was in 2005. And people got their issues. And also, like, she might have just been slandering him, you know? Who knows? I don't know, and I don't care. Even if he did it, that's his business. But
he's a good Christian, though.
2005.
I can't.
You ever heard of King David? David was a good Christian.
He wasn't a Christian. He was a Jew.
Whatever. He was the father of Christ. He was like the great-great-great-great-grandfather of Christ, allegedly.
He wasn't a Christian.
Well, whatever. He was God. He was a man after God's own heart, just like Trump. And he looked down on some roof and lustfully looked at Bathsheba, and then got Bathsheba's husband.
Have you read the Bible?
Pregnant. Yeah, I read it. He got her husband, or Uriah the Hittite, killed because she got pregnant, and Uriah wasn't going to sleep with her because he was a man of war and he wasn't going to sleep with her. He wanted to preserve his manly strength rather than expend his strength into her. So he had no plausible deniability for her having his baby. So he had Uriah killed. That's pretty evil, but he was still a man after God's own heart, just like President Trump.
But what would it take for somebody to not be that's strange to me. So like obviously what he did was an act of great evil, but he was still
David.
But he was still a man of God. Like,
well, he suffered for that one.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean those rules, those moral rules, those are so that your life and the lives of others around you go well. It's not so that God's going to send you to hell. You're bringing hell on yourself.
Are you okay with divorce?
No, not really.
Hasn't Trump been divorced 3 times?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
But so what? I mean,
you said he's a good Christian. I'm just trying to figure out your model for ideal Christianhood.
It's in the past. It's not something that he brags and celebrates about anymore.
Anything I do right now is now in the past, right? So I could do anything and be like, that was the past.
Right. I mean, think about Trump. He's like
Trump is your ideal Christian.
For what Trump is, yeah. Like I couldn't ask more of Trump because look at how he was. Look at how he was a New York liberal, rich, strong personality. How do you expect him not to get women?
Pretty sure Bill and Hillary were invited to his wedding.
Would you say that charity and selflessness are hallmarks of Christianity?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Trump.
So, but I mean, but we're also talking about like not helping single mothers and not like policies.
Right, but help
and things like.
Go ahead, finish your point. Finish your thing.
I'm just saying, like Jesus was pretty socialist. He was pretty like based into like helping out the meek and like trying to raise all people up and everything, right? And
not
like
necessarily. Not like that. Not financially.
Because I've read the Bible many times. I was very hardcore Christian as I was growing up, and I have never heard a passage where Christ was like, "Blessed are the meek," feed the poor, except when I think it could build character. I've never heard that. I don't think that's a thing in the Bible. Like, I don't think Jesus makes caveats. I think he's pretty clear that, like, we should take care of people, and it doesn't matter what it is. We should just take care of people.
No, he didn't say we should take care of people.
He did.
No, he didn't.
Take care of people. He literally fed starving people. Like,
no, he fed them when they were hungry because they were out looking at him. But he didn't. He fed them once.
Bankers.
Huh?
He whipped bankers. Like, he was fucking based anti-capitalist socialist Jesus. He was
because they were selling in the temple where they had no place doing that. But
yeah, no, absolutely.
He said
predatory. He was
people saying I have not read the Bible. I've read the whole Bible.
Jesus was so anti-capitalist. Like, he was
a stone cutter. He was a capitalist stone cutter, man. And he fished and they sold fish. What, you think they ate all those fish themselves or something? They sold the fish. That's capitalism, man. You could accuse him of being socialist, but he was not this mama spirit.
You can be socialist and capitalist too.
Huh?
You can be socialist and capitalist too.
Like Trump?
I mean, if Trump wants to institute some really good socialist policies to help, like, homeless veterans and shit, I'll start listening to him a lot more.
Jesus said, the poor you will always have with you. And Jesus's top man, Paul, the apostle Paul, said, if a man will not work, he shall not eat. This stuff is just common sense.
This might be.
Haven't you noticed?
This might be controversial, but fuck Paul.
What's that? Oh,
fuck Paul. I was never a big Paul guy, but I was a pretty big Ringo. Jesus. I was pretty big.
I don't think. Okay, yeah.
Have you noticed that God doesn't swoop in and take care of the people?
Well, that's because he's not real, but
But you notice that he hasn't.
Did you know? Did you know Paul didn't even Paul didn't even know Jesus? Did you know that?
I know. Until the road to Damascus, he's like, "Why do you persecute me?" What? You don't believe the road to Damascus story?
No.
I don't really.
What kind of Christian are you?
Well, I'm not a Christian.
Right. It's
so why are you trying to lecture me on how Jesus was?
I'm just trying to get your idea of what an ideal Christian is.
Well, I'll put it this way. So I'm not a Christian. I'm not an atheist. I'm an apatheist. I don't really give a shit. I don't really give a shit or whatever. Right? Like,
makes sense.
I just try and be a good moral person. But
very white of you.
Yes, very white of me. But I do think that there are good ethical and moral values that you can extrapolate from Judeo-Christian values. But I don't think you need them, but I think they can be fine. But I think if we're going to argue them, then we have to argue from that dynamic. We have to argue from, like, what we know of these words. So whether or not I identify as, I think it's a value to look into it. If we're going to base our principles on the teaching of a historical person, we have to understand who they are. And I don't think Christ would be cool with, like, these oligarchic, power brokers of capitalism controlling our lives. I don't think he'd be down with it. I think
you might be right. I don't think he cares all that much how we ruin our own lives and all that stuff and vote in our self-destruction.
I think you'd want to
think about this
each other, right?
On this helping people thing.
Yeah.
There's a great Christian man, a brother of Christ. He's very much like Jesus. His name is Vincent James, real Vincent James. It's been banned from a lot of places.
Oh, red elephants. Yeah, I'm aware of Vincent.
Yeah, I think he's the one who made this point that the sabotage of the taxpayer government funding these people is it breeds this distrust and resentment and abuse where the people of the community, the neighbors, don't know each other. They see somebody getting the welfare and some people are like you, where they're gracious toward them. Oh, good for you, you're getting help. And some people are like, who might otherwise help them themselves, are like, look at this. The government's stealing my money to take care of them in the wrong way. I could take care of them in the right way, but the government's already doing it. It's sabotaging the local people from taking care of one another in the right way, potentially.
I do actually know where that comes from, though.
Isn't that true?
Yeah, I do know where that comes from, where that distrust of neighbors comes from. I absolutely do. I know exactly where that comes from.
Go ahead.
It's a fascinating situation. So a lot of this was it's kind of like a trickle down. The only real trickle down that fucking worked. It was trickle down of fucking culture that was largely put in place in the 60s and the 70s, specifically to sow distrust among people's neighbors. There was media campaigns. There was political fucking speech talking about how, this small, sleepy town was totally fine and would leave their doors unlocked until the latest of blah, blah, blah rocked the fucking neighborhood and blah, blah, blah. And it was all very distinctly instilled within populations to sow distrust among usually their black neighbors. This happened a lot. Like a lot. It happened all over the fucking place.
You talking about propaganda?
It was propaganda, but like the term stranger danger, or here's a good one. Here's a really good one. You ever heard the thing about like somebody putting razor blades or poison in candy?
Yeah, I did hear stories like that, or allegedly.
You know how many times that's happened in history?
I have no idea.
3 times, and twice it was the parents of the kids that got it. That's it. It never fucking happened. So this is just another example of people who are.
But it is true that when blacks have moved in, whites left, and that it turned into ghettos. Like that's a reality that did happen.
But why should they move out? Because black culture is fantastic.
Not always. Not when it comes to the communities. Like most black communities, you feel safer there than in a white community.
Some of them, yeah.
You could say culture. How about their civilization? Do they act civilized with one another? Do they keep the places up? Are they trustworthy with one another? Can they keep their doors unlocked?
I lived in New Orleans for many years, and I mean, in some places, yeah, absolutely.
Some places, yes.
Here's a good and that's the point, right? Some places, like there's some places there that have white neighborhoods. I wouldn't fucking go.
I'm not taking that away from you, just because whites do it too sometimes.
But like, here's a good example. Hake, who's your favorite band?
90 Pound Wuss.
I don't know who that is. What kind of music?
Christian punk.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
From the 90s.
Okay, so it's a punk band. Do you know where punk comes from?
You're gonna trace it back to the blacks?
Yeah, black people.
Whatever. Fine.
But that's
I'm
true.
not taking away. They're very entertaining. I'm not taking that away. I'm talking about the communities that they build or destroy. I'm not taking away that there is a sowing of discord and distrust. People are more shy than ever for different reasons, and they just keep to themselves. And we have all this diversity stuff, and people, on their phones constantly. But it's also like we have this integration stuff and that's not been a positive thing for many. Beautiful white communities. It's destroyed their property values in many ways.
I don't think not wanting to lock your doors at night is a virtue. I mean, you also want people to be heavily armed.
Not having to, though.
But why? But who
have to?
I think I think you should want to lock your doors at night, because
it's not about wanting to or not wanting to. I'm talking about when there was a higher trust society. People weren't liable to break in so much or commit crimes. People could actually trust one another.
I don't think that's ever really been the case.
Yeah, it has.
Oh my God, property crime was way higher.
Yeah.
You can claim that maybe in the cities, but in the
that's where most people live.
Well, but
that's fine because that's where the degenerates were. I remember not having to lock the doors. And we didn't have to have bars on our doors. In the black communities, they have bars on the doors and the windows to keep out the fellow blacks and Hispanics and others.
Can I posit something here?
Yeah.
in these what you would call black neighborhoods or black areas in which there's like a lot of crime and that sort of thing, is there something else that's happening, some other aspect of those neighborhoods that seem to be the same?
A whole lot of single mothers that are being subsidized by the government, perhaps.
So you know what I'm getting. You know what I'm getting at.
What?
They're poor.
Why are they poor? Because they're immoral. They don't take care of themselves. They're not all that poor. Nobody's really poor in America, except for maybe that one guy that you mentioned.
I'm immoral. I'm a godless butt fucker. Like, come on, man. Like,
I know, but there's different types of immorality. You're the immoral type that doesn't make yourself poor. Yeah.
So in a couple minutes here, we're gonna cut Hake loose in a bit here. I do want to point out 90-pound wuss was from Port Angeles, Washington.
I know he's a Christian anarchist, kind of a liberal.
Well, like MXPX, you know MXPX too, right?
Yeah, they're friends with them. Yeah,
yeah, they're from Washington also.
Yep.
Hake. What's a man? What makes a man a man?
I say when he's unswayed by the world and he imposes on the world and he's for what's right and basically unshakable. Like President Trump, he's like a good example of a man where he'll say something and he won't backtrack. Very rarely will he backtrack. He'll stand on the truth that he knows.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about say you're in your family, you know, family life, that sort of thing. Like what about being in a family really makes a man?
When you're leading your wife and your children and you're looking out for your children, making sure that the wife isn't spoiling the kids or yelling at them or imposing, micromanaging and meddling in their lives. A man is more hands-off and a woman tends to meddle more, and that needs to be contained by the man.
Okay.
And he's working and providing.
Like a man's like a micromanager.
No, the woman is a micromanager. The man prevents the micromanaging.
Okay, fascinating. So, yeah. But like, do you lose man points if like you get divorced or like you're not around your kids or anything like that?
No, the reason those things happen most of the time is because you already weren't a man. Most of the time, I bet that's just the result of you having been lacking. You shouldn't be concerned about the outside things because those things are really the results of what's on the inside.
We're just part of like the fallen state and shit like that. Like you're just not into the vibe. So like outside of being part of the family unit, like what kind of ethics in specific like really makes a man? Is it strength? Is it purpose? Is it is it totally self-interested, or does it like attribute to like other people as well?
It's honest, and it's honest with everybody, and it grants opportunities to those whom the spirit leads. Offer some opportunities to help people help themselves. Give them a job or whatever.
Sure. I just like, so I find it interesting because like I am a fan, like, because as a hardcore lefty
of Trump
soldier. No, I like of you.
Oh, right on,
Jesse. You know, I mean, like we are very, very politically different, and we have very different ideas. But one of the things that I like to do is I like to consume the media of people that I disagree with so that I can understand them. Right.
Yeah.
And like I have my own feelings of like masculinity and what it takes to be a strong person, like a person of the world. And so like that's kind of one of the reasons why I was really excited to talk to you tonight, because like I want to know, you know, I want to, and we'll dick around and have a little bit of fun and everything. But I do think it's fascinating. There's a lot of things about being a man that I feel like is kind of lost in like your messaging, and I feel like they're really valuable. And
maybe it might be partly because you're jumping to conclusions about what I mean, because sometimes people will think, people will call things, like they're calling a lot of things anti-Semitic that are just whatever, either true or false or right or wrong. So
some people
you may be in your imagination about about my meaning.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm asking.
And there are times to help. Is that what you're getting at? Where I'm like, don't help anybody?
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to make my case. I wasn't trying to like catch you. I don't know.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I haven't been trying to catch you on anything. I haven't been trying to like ambush you or whatever. But like, that's kind of what I was like leaning towards is like what I think. And I think a man and masculinity, like a positive masculinity, not like the toxic, fragile kind of shit, but a real strong man. A strong man embodies the best aspects of what we've been sold masculinity is supposed to be, which I think anybody could do if they want to. I don't give a fuck. You can be woman, man, they, that, whatever. What I think really the positive aspects of masculinity is being so strong and in control of yourself that you have enough strength left over after you take care of yourself to take care of others. Maybe that's a family. Maybe that's your wife. Maybe that's your child. Maybe that's also your neighbors. Maybe that's like people who are just really laid low. Like how...
Right, rather than the government doing it, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, true. We're talking about it on a personal level, not really at a policy level, but yes, I do. I agree with that. Is that somebody, and that's really what it comes down to, isn't it?
Because then okay, this is, I'm giving too much, and this person, I'm actually hurting this person, not helping them. You can make that decision. Whereas if some government is doing it, they're not. But anyway, we're getting back into the personal thing. Yes, I'm for helping people when it's as the spirit leads, but there's a whole lot of times when you really shouldn't.
Okay, so I might not have sold you necessarily on socialism as a policy through government, but socialism as a policy for our own personal strength, right?
Selective socialism, sure.
Okay. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. And honestly, man, I really appreciate you coming on. And I had a great conversation with you. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We'll be in touch with you. Maybe we'll have you back on, and maybe we can get Jesse on again sometime too. He was on years ago.
That sounds cool, man.
Yeah.
I remember that. That's cool. All right.
Yeah. Have a good night, man. Thanks for.
Do you want to plug your show and everything like that?
Oh yeah, I'm the Hake Report, live Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 Pacific time. That's noon to 2 Eastern time. You can call into my show. I like talking with people who disagree. And there's a lot of blacks who catch my show. There's a lot of women who catch my show. There's even kids. Keep it kid friendly. Don't cuss too much if you call in. But anyway, we'll work it out. So thehakereport.com. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah. And I'm going to exit like a boomer, so you can either kick me off or I'll leave the screen and leave.
Yeah, I'll kick you right now. Have a good night.
All right, you guys too. Take care.
Thank you,
man. Take care.
All right. What
a sweetheart.
Oh, you like him? Did you make a new friend?
There was quite a few things I was like, ooh, but overall, like he engaged with everything I asked him.
Yeah.
And I really like that. I'm really, except for like when I talk to JF, I'm not really an adversarial debater. Like I want to ask questions and I want to challenge a little bit to see like where and what they believe. And it was fun, man. It was cool.
The funniest thing was when you debated Stevie Wolf and you were all drunk and you're like, keep my name out of your fucking mouth.
I don't even remember that. Oh, dude, I was so fucking trashed, man. Oh my, that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was That was fucking nuts. Yeah, me and Stevie Wolf had the fastest war of any like internet war ever. Like we immediately were like, fuck you. And 48 hours later we were on a stream together, and at the end of it we're like, I love you. Yeah, I love you too. No, it's cool. It was a misunderstanding. Yeah, no, everything was fine. And now we're totally chill. That was
All right, so now we're gonna get to our normal format. The dono thing is back on. We need to meet the goal. So if you guys didn't want to interrupt anything, now's a good time. I turned up the dono alerts again. I have a couple donations I can read through here while we're waiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a bathroom, but also you should donate and let us know if Jeff won or if Hake won. Let us know.
Let us know.
True capitalist fashion, let your dollars be your voice. I'll be right back.
Swellshank says, I am 44 years old and I am begging for a turd party vote. A turd party to vote for. I want to see change for the future. Yeah, it's rigged against third parties. It's very impractical with the way they have it set up, and it's by design. Mickey for $5. How is it that DeSantis as Jeff pronounced, is better looking than Trump, but his smile is worse than Trump? I don't know. Do people agree with that? It's weird to think of either of them as good looking, but I don't know. Slevin Colvera, Hake is cooking. What was he cooking? Do you smell what the Hake is cooking? Mickey became a member, said once again Jeff proves to be a saint, but said it as a question. Alcaraz says, great, the woken peasants race swapped JLP. Yeah, we got his friend who's a white. He even said it white, if you noticed. Seth looks, $6. Putin and Kim did not respect Trump. They used him for photo ops and walked all over him because they know after all the bluster, Trump is a worm. Yeah, but they definitely had an interest in Trump getting reelected.
The roads his opponent went down were so unexpected. My favorite part was his suggestion to solve homelessness through slavery.
It was almost G-Man level. But yeah, I remember when RT reached out to have me and Billy on one of their shows, and the show they had us on, which RT was like Russian-funded English language news. They had the woman that was like accusing Joe Biden of rape and shit like that. So they definitely sided with they definitely thought it was beneficial to have Trump in their back pocket. Because he was easier to manipulate. Majorly awesome, $5. The technological gap between us and our adversaries is shortening, but not super quickly. The U.S. still has a capital T distinct advantage is many, many matchups. Slevin Kolerva. Train derail could easily be blamed on COVID. What? You can blame a train derailing on COVID?
Yeah, why not?
Majorly awesome, $5. If they're searching dangerous people, they're going to be flabbergasted when they see KJK with no guns. He can police cop chokehold all the people within a 10-yard radius. Sorry, I read that really bad. Seth looks, $12. No wonder Hake works for Jesse Lee Peterson. No one beside Jesse Lee is dumb enough to hire a dolt like this. Aww.
Come on.
Swellshank, $10. Give me real socialism, not half socialism. Zix.
Yeah, it is crazy that I told the Herman story. I usually
Jeff won the debate. Thanks for the Saturday night stream.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're getting close. Gonna meet our goal, and we still got a lot of stuff to cover. We have JF's comments on the Hunter Avallone incident from yesterday, where a gunman tried to break into Hunter Avallone's apartment and murder him and his girlfriend. It was the ex-boyfriend of his new girlfriend that tracked her to his apartment.
Yeah, that's absolute insane.
And attempted to kill them.
Can we like view the video that Hunter posted, or is that going to be?
I don't know if I want to. I mean, we can talk about it. Does JF watch it on his stream?
I don't think he does.
Okay.
I think he just thinks about it. Well, we can describe what happened.
I'm gonna get through these donos really quick, and then we'll do that. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Can I just replay it? Yeah, there it is, right there.
Usually love Jeff Holiday, but I have to draw the line at bullying a highly regarded individual such as that. I thought I was really nice, man. Like me and Hake had
we got along. It didn't really get that heated. I kind of like forced a few moments for a minute there.
We had a heart to hate conversation.
Here's another one.
Man, it was
Jessica Ambrose, $6. I love you, dude. Will you be my husband? Your views are spot on. I want to be your trad wife and make you sandwiches and slurp and make all your babies. So that's yeah.
Is that for Hake? Me?
Yeah, for Hake.
Joe was lurking in the chat tonight.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I saw Joe. Joe's a real one. Hells Only says I was too nice.
I mean, like, if we're total assholes to them, then they won't come back. And how are we going to have more debates?
Well, and the thing is too, like, my debate style is I want to know what they think, and I want to try and challenge like what they think, and I like, that's why I was asking Hake some questions. Is like, okay, so you believe this, but what about this contradictory evidence? And you know, sometimes he'd respond to it, and sometimes he'd kind of fall back on like some catchphrases and things like that. And yeah, I let some of it slide, but that's because I want him to put it out there, because, you know, if I can show what I believe to be the truth, and if I can show a contradiction, and it doesn't really get addressed and challenged, you know, if it doesn't really get responded to, I think that's more validity from my perspective. You know, I don't feel like I need to like be a blood sports dickhead about it.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to do blood sports on here.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I want to have a conversation. And there was a lot of stuff that Hake said that I was like, I could go off about this right now, but then our conversation's fucking over, you know? Like, it's not going to go anymore.
I got to get through these. There's just a few more. There's Same Cloth gave $2. Hake, who paid for your back surgery. I think he saw that, but he did not respond. And then Jessica again, she calls him Hank. Hank, can I be your trad wife? I'll be your slave wife and make some beautiful white children. Okay. Majorly awesome. There's a difference between requirement and wisdom. It is wise to lock the doors even if the requirement does not exist. Exactly. That was my point. I don't see how that's like bragging rights. Like, oh yeah, do you remember the time we didn't have to lock our doors at night? That's the same person who wants everyone to have like an arsenal inside their house. Do you want people to be able to walk in your house and grab your guns? Like what? Or do you want? It's dumb.
Unlike the when he was talking about the pro-slavery stuff, like, you know, do you need me to explain why slavery is bad? Like, do you? It should be pretty self-explanatory. Like, slavery bad. I mean, if you didn't know that I held that position, I'll do it now. Slavery is bad, and it's not. There's not a good excuse for it ever. So now you know my perspective. You know,
I wasn't expecting him to admit to being a virgin.
He's not.
No, maybe he actually is.
No,
maybe he is. Dude.
No, that's bullshit.
I didn't want to like. I didn't want. Well, maybe he. I don't know.
I'm telling you right now, Hake has slayed so much puss.
I don't think it's true. I think he literally just admitted to being. I didn't expect him to. I thought he was going to admit to it. Like I just expected him to be like, yeah, you know.
I was gonna challenge him on that, and that he has probably slayed tons of puss.
I don't think he has.
I decided against it because I felt like that was a trap.
I don't think he has.
Nah, I think he has. I totally think he has.
I don't think so.
No.
So let's check out JF's response video to the Hunter Avallone thing. We're gonna play our intro. Here we go.
Let's move on to some happy stuff.
I'm happy that we made a new friend.
Yeah.
I should turn off the goddamn internet.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. TP, are they going to touch me?
Later. All right.
Now I need to talk to Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm super into it.
Okay, so let's talk about this person. Ole Peno is a streamer, a kind of leftist pansexual. I don't know. To me, the voice of Ole Peno sounds pretty masculine. I think Ole Peno may be a trans pansexual, so attracted to literally everything, including fucking a hole in the wall. That's what pansexual means, right?
Okay. So we need some context on this.
Okay, go ahead.
So the video that was released, what happened was Hunter Avallone's current girlfriend, she had an ex-boyfriend who hid air tags in her luggage, started sending death threats to both her and Hunter, shows up to their house, shoots through the fucking door with a shotgun. One of the pellets hits her in the fucking leg. They manage to flee onto the back porch, and then the guy gets into a shootout with the cops and then eats a fucking shotgun. The whole thing is fucking bananas. Absolutely crazy. And this is how JF is responding is, I think that maybe Hunter Avallone's girlfriend might be a trans. Like, where does that even come from, you fucking troll? What the fuck?
And this person, this pansexual trans person, Ole Peno.
Hunter Avallone's GF is hot by the body.
No, like legit. Hunter's girlfriend right now is very attractive. She's very attractive.
This is a picture of her leg right there.
Yeah.
Got shot by shotgun by her ex. Domestic violence warning. I am in the hospital. Conrad showed up to Hunter's house with a shotgun and shot me in the leg. We are safe now, and Hunter is thankfully unharmed. Conrad was shot dead, and that's by the police. Really struggling right now. What the fuck just happened? So here we have the video of them hiding from her ex-boyfriend.
Oh, is he gonna show it?
There and
I don't know.
To enter there.
You might have, if he does play, you might have to take it off screen. Just,
the apartment.
We can listen to it.
Yeah. I'll skip it if he starts
Hunter
playing.
Avallone. So Hunter Avallone is this guy. Hunter Avallone. I've never knew who he was.
He was like a conservative kid at first.
Yeah.
Ha ha! Hake just dropped a super chat.
What's up, Hake? How you doing, buddy? I'm so glad you came on, man. Appreciate you, man.
See, Conrad is proof you shouldn't have sex before marriage. It makes some guys insane.
I mean, you know, I to be fair, Hake, I think sex after marriage can make men insane as well. Why am I big?
Oh, I made you big just for a second.
Are you going potty? No, I mean, like, look. Dudes can go insane for all sorts of reasons. And hey, ladies, you can go insane for all sorts of reasons too. I'm all inclusive in this kind of shit. Everybody has equal opportunity to be fucking batshit crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Hunter Avallone
Big Daddy
is
Jeff. I like when you call me Big Daddy Jeff.
Used to present himself as a conservative commentator but eventually switched to left-wing LGBT supporter, and now defines himself as a centrist Twitch streamer. Hunter Avallone scored by getting Hole Peno recently. And recently, Hole Peno, who is this streamer right here, and this is where I'm like, okay, is this a trans person?
Why? Why do you think?
Why?
I don't understand. Like,
why?
Well, extremely stretched ear.
That's not what, stretched earlobes. That means she's trans because she has stretched earlobes.
He is. It does sound like he's calling her last name Jalapeno.
Jalapeno, because her name's Holly. Yeah.
Penault or something like that. Yeah.
Jalapeno.
Yeah.
So certainly someone deranged mentally, but that doesn't make them trans. Now they have some kind of boob.
They have some kind of boob.
She has some kind of boob. Maybe a little bit of the boob.
But at the same time, they look like extremely fatty boob.
That's what boobs are made out of. What does he think? What does he think boobs are made out of?
You need the muscular boob. I don't know.
Fatty boob.
What the fuck is even going on right now? I'm so fucking confused.
The fatty boob.
Man, she's a dish though. Whatever, she's pretty.
The kind of
Good for
boob that
her.
you know when you're a man trying to look like a woman, you can kind of create boobs like this if you're kind of fat.
Can you? Can you really? Do you practice in the mirror, JF? What the fuck?
The fatty boob.
You have to squeeze your chest together to make the boob. You want the boob right there? I'm like, what the fuck, man?
So I don't know. And I don't know what these streamers are about. But in any case, so there she is. This girl is with Hunter Avallone in his apartment while they are celebrating their new couple, which is born from her separation from the guy with the shotgun. And here they seek protection on the balcony on the outside.
So I
and
won't
they call
play the
for help
video
because they are.
Should I just skip the video or do you want to listen?
Just play the audio. Play the
It's
audio. 'Cause I remember
crazy.
exactly what happened.
Stuck
Yeah,
there
it's really
because
crazy.
this balcony is not, you can't jump.
Oh, maybe he's not gonna play
There are too
it.
many floors apparently, and so they start
Oh, no,
calling
here we
for
go.
help while the shotgun man is trying to enter
The
the
shotgun,
apartment.
the man. Oh, Hake is still here.
Are you recording? Conrad has shot Holly in the leg.
Yep, she was. Yep.
So Conrad is the ex-boyfriend.
Excuse me? We don't know. All I know is I got a call from my landlord that said he was trying to get into the building. The suspect, sorry. The suspect.
So he has a call from the suspect, so the guy with a shotgun.
Was trying to get into the building, and then there was something shady about it. We didn't know.
Yeah, he had a gun under his coat.
And he had a gun
He had a gun under his coat.
under his coat when he came out, and then when we walked up, he's at the door. He's at the door.
Please come in. Please come in.
Please hurry.
So here he seems to be trying to bang with.
Let me pause it for a second. So when he's filming this, just in case anybody hasn't seen this, Hunter
found out by
and
now.
Holly. Hey, thank you very much, Puka Dog, Swashank. At the time that this video is recorded, Hunter and Holly are on the back porch. The dude hasn't breached their apartment, but he's already shot through the fucking door. He's already hit her. He's been texting her, being like, "I'm so sorry I shot you. I should have killed Hunter." And she's like, "Dude, just surrender." And he's like, "You should be with me." And she's like, "I'll be with you if you just fucking surrender to the fucking cops." Just trying to get him to not shoot anybody else. And he's like, "Oh, I'm fucking so sorry, blah, blah, blah." Everything is bananas. Everybody's tension is totally fucking wild. And then this shit continues to happen.
the shotgun or something to open the door.
He's pounding really hard at the door. I hear shouting.
Yeah, now the cops come up and they're like, "Show me your hands," type shit.
Yeah.
I think I hear them.
So here the police sees him, and we don't see them on camera, but presumably the police is telling them to stand down. Show me your fucking hands. Oh, and suicide by police. The ex-boyfriend would be dead after being pierced like a Swiss cheese by the police.
Yeah, Swiss cheese
and
by the
Holy Peno is crying. Her ex-boyfriend is dead. She is with her new...
The way he describes this, the ex-boyfriend is dead.
It's so gross, dude. It's so fucking crazy.
She has some kind of boob made of fat boob.
Fat boob. She is obviously the trans and traumatic. We need to put a hold on the French Canadians until we can figure out what the fuck is going on.
Male centrist alpha who stole her from him, and he was apparently desperate, and so chose to die. I believe I tried to find a picture of this Conrad. I believe this is Conrad, because she cites him as Rad Condad.
Yeah.
And Rad Condad has a picture of himself standing beside Holy Peno, not so long
Jalapeno.
ago.
Jalapeno.
So, but Rad Condad has closed his Twitter account, so I don't know. Is that Conrad? It seems like it might be the only photo of the two together on the internet. So there she is, a relatively young person, whether she's a girl or a boy, I don't know. But a young person who says she has been 11 years with Conrad.
There was a fucking shooting and a fucking suicide that happened. But the real thing that's important is whether or not Jalapeno was a man or a woman.
Jalapeno.
You fucking weird ass little troll.
Jalapeno.
Jesus Christ. What a fucking dipshit this guy is. What the fuck?
And Conrad showed up with a shotgun a few hours ago at the house of Hunter Avallone. And we should say, even before Hunter Avallone took this girl from Conrad, she had kind of given signs. So she has announced about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I don't know exactly when, she has announced at some point that she was in an abusive relationship with Conrad and that she was leaving him. But a few days before she made this announcement, she was starting to flirt with Hunter Avallone, and we have traces of her tweets here. At the end of October, she starts tweeting that Hunter Avallone is super nice, that she is discovering in another person who has a badass exterior, but he is actually super nice. So there he was already oiling the artificial pussy.
Wait. Pause this. Uzi, Hunter Avallone was oiling the pussy. No, that is how it works. Like, I am seeing so much into probably what happened with Mama JF. I think Mama JF was looking into another YouTuber, right? And she was oiling the pussy, and that's why JF killed her with a fucking pickaxe and buried her in the garden. That's what I think.
I am here to expose Hunter Avallone. Despite the badass exterior, he is actually super nice. And not so long after this super nice discovery, she announces, I am going through a lot right now. I haven't been saying anything, but I feel like I need in order to heal. Conrad and I are splitting up after 11 years. I hid a lot of abuse throughout that time. and made excuses for him, but I feel strong enough now to break free from that cycle. I love all of you, and I'm excited to continue to stream in a place where I feel safe and comfy. And so that place was the safe and comfy nest of Hunter Avallone. Now, I'm trying to do some research on these people to understand what they're about. Jalapeno has appeared
Jalapeno
on Twitter back in...
Why is he investigating into any of this? It has nothing to do with him.
It involves white people?
Because he's bored.
2022 appears to have serious mental health problems. She has all sorts of tweets that keep saying, "You are beautiful and amazing. I love you so much. You are enough. You are enough."
Yeah. When it's fan service, that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
When you have people constantly repeating this, you can know that they are in serious mental health issues. She constantly publishes photos of her looks. Can't wait to stream again back in 2022. And she mentions taking medication. And she mentions being enthusiastic about her new medication program. So someone who also says that her experience of depression as a young person has helped them acquire a kind of PhD in depression.
Focusing on how much time that I lost to depression, how much I lost. Like, sure, I didn't go to college. I didn't graduate high school because I was like going through a lot of stuff. I literally was isolated in my own room for like long periods of time where I wouldn't leave the house. And like I used to think like, damn, I miss a lot of opportunities. I didn't go to prom. I didn't get to do this. I didn't get to do that.
And I find the voice relatively masculine. So this is where
Really? I don't hear it. What is it? No. What is this weird fascination that he has?
Because he can't conceive that Hunter Avallone like landed a hot woman, which like his ex-wife was a very, very pretty woman too. Like I don't know, because I think he's jelly.
I'm wondering, is this a trans person? Does anyone know on the regular chat, is Jalapeno a trans streamer? Because I couldn't find references to this.
Then maybe it's not the case, do you think? If you can't find anything on it, probably not.
Can you imagine like your response to a fucking crazy ass situation of a dude and his girlfriend getting stalked by her ex-boyfriend, shooting through the door, nailing her in the leg, and then dying by cop fucking suicide? And the first thing you're like, I have to immediately do a stream about how she is maybe a man. like, what kind of a fucking moron are you? What the fuck, dude?
And like, suppose she's a girl. Suppose she's a woman. How old is she? And if she had the Conrad boyfriend for 11 years, when did she start going out with this?
It could have been like in middle school or something. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a long time to be the trans.
Conrad.
I don't know their history. They could have been a couple since they were teenagers. Who knows?
7 years old when she started going out with Conrad. Did Conrad get to know this person as a girl or as a boy?
But then I started realizing that like that's an experience that I went through, and it's basically like a college of understanding depression. Like, the longer we go through something, the more we understand it, and we just got our, instead of going to college, did
Conrad decide to try and kill her because she had the fatty boob, and he wished she had the man boob? Like, what the? I don't know what the fuck the point of this is.
And empathy, and I think that's beautiful. So yeah, now I intend to use this PhD that I didn't want to my full extent by helping other people. All right. We have our doctorates in depression. All right, and I'll be damned if I don't use this, because this is what I have. All right, this is what I have, and it's what I'm gonna work with. All right.
People are pointing to her. I don't think she's trans, just a spurgy online culture tomboy. Okay, it's totally possible. But I was like, what about
even his audience, even his fucking audience are like, JF, she's not trans. Like, what are you even fucking
I don't
doing?
see tomboyish either. I just don't see it.
No, she seems like an internet woman.
Yeah.
Like a regular ass fucking
Like a Twitch
woman.
streamer.
Yeah, like if you've never had to deal with a crazy fucking ex, you are in the minority. Then again, like to have an ex that's so crazy that they'll do what this fucking dude does, that also is a minority, but it does fucking happen. It does. It absolutely does. Like people are crazy. They lose their fucking minds.
This whole grave voice, and what about this whole "you are enough, we love you, and I'm pansexual"? That is typically things that I hear from trans people. James says, just going by looks, I'm 85% sure she's a girl. Okay, it's possible, but yeah.
Okay, like he's all butthurt that his audience disagrees with him.
I mean, I was trying to research this because I would have liked to know to properly report, because then I see videos like this and I'm like, this is some grave male voice.
Hi gamers, so I just wanted to say something that I found very annoying and also like just I don't know, like I feel like it needed to be said. So yeah, I was streaming the other day, I was playing Diablo, and I was wearing a dress to my throne that is like much like this, just, you know, it's giving. And yeah, somebody came into my stream that's a regular, and they were like, do you really think that is appropriate, basically? And I was like, damn. Like that's really rude.
So in any case, we have someone who was an object of desire for Conrad, and
yeah, it seemed like Conrad came over there to kill Hunter and then accidentally shot her, and that made him decide to end it all at that point. Based on the text message that's out there.
Right. Do you have that available?
Yeah, I can grab it really quick here.
Yeah. Like I think it's pretty fascinating. That's I mean, if we're gonna cover the story, we might as
It's
well.
really sad.
It is sad, and like the thing is too, I feel a little uncomfortable covering the story, but at the same time, I think it's important. She says, "Please surrender. I'm losing a lot of blood." He says, "I never meant for that." No. God damn it, leave him, please. She says, only if you surrender. I will. Just live your life for yourself. I should have killed the coward. Literally the last thing the guy says before he fucking dies in a confrontation with the cop is, I should have killed the coward.
Yeah. That's what he was there for.
That's fucking crazy, dude. That's wild.
Yeah, someone stole his woman in his mind anyway, and
I'm gonna put out a public service
insane. He was unable to.
I want people to really hear this. This is really important. A public service announcement. Nobody, and I mean fucking nobody, is worth fucking yeeting yourself over. Okay?
No.
Nobody.
Or yeeting someone else over.
Right. No. Absolutely. No.
If they want to leave, just let them go.
It sucks and it hurts and it's the worst thing in the world, and it will feel the most god awful you've ever felt in your fucking life. It is terrible. It is traumatic, but nobody is worth going to prison over or dying over. Nobody. Flat the fuck out. All right. Jesus Christ.
Got targeted, who has been, and Conrad, we can see the text discussion between Conrad as he prepares to die, basically, after he has shot her leg, and while they are hiding on the balcony, we have this text conversation. Conrad says,
here it is.
She says, please surrender, I'm losing a lot of blood. So that's her commenting on the fact that she just received some bullets from the shotgun shot.
They're called pellets, you fucking dipshit.
And Conrad says, I never meant for that. No. God damn it. Leave him, please. And the Jalapeno says, only if you surrender. So here she's trying to get him not to kill himself in front of the police, but to choose the path of surrendering. And he promises to her, I will. So he decides, I will, in the sense that I will surrender to the police. But he says, just live your life for yourself. I should have killed the coward. So Conrad believes at the moment he gets shot by the police. He
JF
regrets
can
not...
only get off on he bloody leg pick if she's trans. That's why he need to know so bad.
I guess so. Maybe. But like, and this is the thing that's so fucking wild, right? Like, we all want to find that somebody. We all want to find that somebody who's going to be that person for us no matter what. And we live in a fucking diseased society where we don't have a cognizant idea of who is going to be our best pair bond. We can get sold on this idea that you're going to find the right person, you're going to get married, everything's going to be great. Real life does not always fall into the same like categories that we think it's going to. And some people, probably this Conrad guy, got bought into this idea that this was going to be his only one. Maybe there was some shit going on early in his life. Maybe he was a really lonely fucking guy. Maybe there was just not somebody else there, and this is the first person that really threw him a bone. But it was enough, and he didn't have enough of a support structure that he went from, if I lose this person, it's not just I lose this person, they're not in my life anymore, and I have to reevaluate where I'm going to go. It's I've lost this person, and I've lost my life. And that's a disease. That's awful. That's terrible. And that can lead people to do really fucking crazy shit. I think that there's a conversation that we can have beyond like sex education, but even into like emotional and relationship, education, where we can find value and self-worth within ourselves, our communities, our friends, whatever, so that we don't like lynch everything into another person. I think this guy didn't really have anything else going on in his life. And when she's no longer there, he felt like there was nothing left for him. Like his life was over. Otherwise, he wouldn't show up to somebody's house with a fucking gun, And yeah, I think this is way too common. I really do. I think this is way fucking too common. Because we don't pay attention to, and it's not really like just a male thing or like a female thing. It's just a person thing. I think that loneliness and connection and interpersonal connection is a thing that we don't really address because we feel like it's a weakness, and it's not really a weakness. It's a fact of life. People are lonely. People feel alienated or weird. They feel like they're a part of society. They have trouble like finding the right kind of person for them. And that can lead people, and some people call it a weakness, but the problem with all of this is that when we look at somebody who goes to a far, far extreme, we are very comfortable with pointing to all of these different aspects that happen in their lives, and we find a way to justify how that happens, how somebody who seems to be just a regular person suddenly becomes extreme, and they do something fucked up. They shoot people. They fucking go on a rampage. They murder their fucking family. And it's very comforting for us as human beings to point to all the things that make them seem like it was going to happen, but we don't understand that these are a series of things that could happen to a lot of people. Maybe not you, maybe not me, but maybe like our friend or our relative or whatever. Maybe not us, but somebody we care about. That if they were in the right circumstances of a very fragile situation, they might make a very bad fucking choice. So we can look at these people who did a terrible thing and we can be like, well, fuck those people. But I think it's more important to look at the ramifications of society and how somebody who otherwise would not be a crazy, murderous piece of shit and how they could become a murderous, crazy piece of shit. Like, we should pay attention to that. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that far off. Brian says Conrad wasn't sick or a coward. He wasn't weak or a coward. He was very sick. I don't condone what he did. Well, yeah, nobody condones what he did. Nobody condones what he did. But there is such a thing of being in a situation that you're ill prepared for and you're primed for these things to take over your life and suddenly you make the wrong choice. Hake says, JLP says, every human being, 2 whoops and a holler from being Jeffrey Dahmer. You know what? Honestly, Hake, Jesse's not that far off. He's not that far off. There's a leftist response to that, which is you're 2 months away, 2 bad paychecks away from being homeless and desperate, which is kind of the same thing. You know, we're very comfortable with where we're at and who we are and how we conduct ourselves. But it could be like your wife leaves you, you lose your fucking job, and all of a sudden either you're a murderer or you're on the streets or whatever. Good, regular, random people find themselves because of circumstances, and suddenly they do things they would never do before. And then we like to comfort ourselves and be like, well, I would never do that. But do you know? Like, if you really thought about it, what would be the combinations of things in your life that could happen, and suddenly maybe you would? I don't know. I think it's interesting. Anyway, now that I've been a total downer in the fucking chat while you went and took a piss.
Back to JF.
Let's go!
There we go. Stop defending Sturgis. Hey, you know what? I found out Sturgis is an affiliate for that same publishing company that the Quartering was.
No,
yeah.
Sturgis. Oh, really?
Yeah. That's what I had heard.
Antelope Hill.
Yeah, I believe so. I think he's also doing the coffee brand coffee stuff too.
That's fucking nuts. What a bunch of fucking nerds.
Having shot directly toward Hunter Avallone. Hunter Avallone was within his reach, but he may have missed the shot, and that's perhaps why she's bleeding, why she has some fragments in her legs. So his target, his goal was to free Jalapeno from the grasp of her new...
I can't stop hearing jalapeno.
New boyfriend, Hunter Avallone, the centrist, ex-conservative. You can't make up stories like this.
It's so funny, JF.
It is what
hilarious.
Life is at the bottom of society among the liberal apartment dwellers. DK Shadow says, only in the 21st century do we get this. This is your 21st.
Wait. Hang on. This is important because our buddy Hake is in the chat. I need to know, can we revoke JF's white card? Can we do that? Because right now, me and Ben, you're white. I mean, you're Polish, but that's close enough. You're white. And I am fucking turbo white. So as the Council of Whites, can we, with Hake, we need Hake to be on board with this. Can we revoke JF's white card? Because he is an embarrassment to the white race. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, can we?
Yeah.
Because obviously, like, he's not doing a good job. He is not a good father. He is not involved in any of his children's lives. He's like fathered children across like what 3 different fucking women. He has groomed mentally deficient people twice. You know, he lives in a fucking shack. He does nothing to advance his own harass or whatever. So I want to know if between the 2 of us on this show and Hake, we can just revoke JF's white card. I think this is important.
Century privilege. The mess up of everyone's life through low morals, degeneracy, and levels of emotional attachment that are coming from our genes from a lot further back into the past. So just 5 days ago, and this is where, you know, these women, whether that's a true woman or not, these people who are
He's so stuck on that.
He really fucking is, dude. Absolutely.
Making allegations about their exes. Hole Peno may very well have caused some of this violence here. If you are truly the victim of abuse by your ex, it's not necessarily something you want to provoke further by exposing him publicly, and yet that's what she's done. To justify her switch from... First, people were calling out her switch. They were like, okay, you're saying that you are leaving him because of abuse, but we can see that you switched within a few days. You were not with him, and now you're with Hunter Avallone. And we can see your old tweets that you were getting in love with Hunter Avallone. So why make it about the abuse? Why try to ruin the reputation of your ex in the process when, in fact, what happened to you is that you fell in love with someone else?
Looks like Hake responded to you in the chat.
Oh yeah. Well, let's wait for it to pop up, and I'll read it. This is gold, actually. This is great.
On top of it, so she made these tweets saying he was abusive. And here I just found out that Conrad put air.
Oh, it won't come up because it's $4.99, so you might as well just read it because only 5 alerts, okay. I believe.
Hake says JF may or may not.
Oh, it did come up.
Hake may or may not be white on the inside. For real on the S word, sex before marriage. Had they not done it, the breakup wouldn't be as devastating. Maybe. So the main thing that you got to keep in mind, Hake, when we're talking about JF, is that JF has only been married once.
That we know of.
That we know. But he has children from 3 different ladies, and only one of them he was married to. He is definitely not committed to either. He doesn't take care of any of these children. He is a deadbeat fucking dad. I feel like his white card should be revoked just on that case. But at the same time, if we're talking about the breakup between Holly and Conrad, you're saying had they not done it, the breakup wouldn't be as devastating. Do you think sex has that much voodoo? I mean, maybe. It must be really good fucking sex if that was the case. Like if you're not gonna be able to have sex with that somebody and it's so good that you're gonna want to like do a suicide murder pact, that must have been the best pussy you'd ever had. And I don't know if that's real. Is that real, Ben? Have you ever had murder suicide pussy, like good pussy? Me neither. I've had a lot of sex, and I've never had sex like good enough to the point that if I was gonna miss it, I would like do a murder suicide. Jeff is not an atheist. No, he's not.
He was at one time, though. I think he was at one time.
Now he's all in the Christendom.
Yeah. This is not okay. I'm feeling violated. Abuse always escalates once you leave. Well, yeah, and so since it escalates, why don't you shut the fuck up? Why do you make it a tweet to show the air tags?
Well, I mean, now we have documentation that tells us exactly what happened in this crime that was committed. leading, like, we know how he figured out where they were and that he was stalking them and what he planned to do.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. So if she would have stayed quiet about it, it probably wouldn't be so easy to put the pieces together.
That is some like really purposeful kind of shit. Like I'm going to Apple AirTag your luggage just so I can fucking stalk you across the country. Like that's wild. That is really wild. I need to clear up someone's misinformation in the chat. Oh fucks. They said Ben unleashed JF on the internet in an atheist debate with Brett. Now, first of all, JF never debated Brett, so you're wrong about that. JF debated G-Man, and then we had like another creationist on. JF was a $100 patron of Drunken Peasants, and that's why. So to say I unleashed him on the internet, myself and my former co-hosts allowed a $100 patron to be on our show. Yeah, he paid in. That's how that whole fucking
thing and at the time. Hold on, let me finish. And at the time, he was like, hey, I'm a scientist from Duke University. And he was. So
True.
That's what it was. So you say, man, I don't know what it is when fingers touch keyboards, brain neurons stop firing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's fair.
Go ahead.
We don't know. I don't think it's been confirmed whether or not Conrad got shot by the cops or whether or not he did himself in. I don't know if we know for sure which one. It's been conflicting reports, but it doesn't really matter, really. It's just that he went there with a murderous purpose, out of like some weirdo desperation, and it's just sad. The whole thing is really fucked up.
He was angry that someone else was with his woman. You know what I mean? He believed she was his property. That's why he put tracking devices on her, and he was personally insulted by the man who was just having his way with who he believed was his woman, so he came to kill him. He didn't want to hurt her. He wanted to kill him, and he thought, I don't know, he thought he could still, after doing that, he thought he could still talk her into like coming back to him. I don't know.
But this is the thing that's so fucking crazy is like, if you're willing to go into a murderous, suicidal rampage, like you considered your relationship with that person more important than your own life. That's what's fucking crazy. That's what's wild. And that is a thing that I think really does need to be paid attention to, is like if you not having this person in your life is worth you just not existing anymore, because you don't go to shoot somebody up thinking that you're just going to walk away scot-free, because that's not the world we live in anymore. So like you have to have such a devaluation of your own self. You're willing to do that kind of shit. That's crazy. That says a lot.
Conrad,
yeah.
You should love yourself more than you love your relationship. You should. You absolutely should. Like that's normal. You absolutely should.
Hold on you. If someone is trying to track you with AirTags, your life is at risk. Do not be at the known location of your new streamer boyfriend. First rule, if you are in actual danger and someone wants to hurt you and he has a shotgun and he air tags you, that is someone who wants to locate you to hurt you. So you don't tweet about it. You mention this to the police, you report to the police, and you go into a hiding location. But no Hole Peno tweets about it and tries to frame herself as a Me Too type of victim of abuse. So they could have been smart.
He literally showed up to her house with a shotgun and shot her in the fucking leg, you idiot. What do you... Oh my fucking God.
In handling all of this. This is my point. But at this point, everyone is safe other than Conrad, who has been eliminated by the police. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why marriage exists. So that we don't have males trying to bump onto each other like deers or like moose.
It still happens even with marriage in the way.
He got married to Mama JF and then he murdered her. Like, what is he even talking about?
She did it for the views.
He's trying to make this like this TradCon thing, which like, I mean, that would make sense if he wants to make the TradCon argument, but he literally killed his wife, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Jeff.
Oh, you said literally allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
No doubt.
Look,
she did.
I'm all about protecting the podcast, okay?
But I mean, but now you got your someone died because of your histrionics. Okay, someone died because of your histrionics.
The person who died because of their own choices.
Yeah.
They made their own choices.
Whereas Mama JF died because you killed her.
In Minecraft.
Take that,
in Minecraft.
Holy Peno. And what the fuck is this name? Holy Peno. DK
a name that you're not saying correctly.
Shadow says, don't tweet about it for clout. Exactly. Met Gypsy says, Conrad is back.
But he did. He fucking tweeted this video out for fucking clout, which is why, like, I called him out on Twitter, and I was like, dude, what are you even fucking doing? You're a failure as a husband, a scientist, and a fucking father. Why are you talking about this situation? That's why he blocked me.
Inceldom. Conrad is entering the heaven of incels. Oh my god.
I don't fucking get it, man. Like I always like bump heads with dudes like JF, and it drives me fucking crazy because like I've been married for 12 years. I've been married for 12 years. We have a fucking son that we got married, then intentionally had a child. I have the most trad fucking life. Granted, you know, yeah, I'm kind of a freak and everything, but like I have the most trad fucking life, and I always have to bump heads with these fucking weirdos, these fucking weird freaks like JF Gariepi, who cannot seem to get their shit straight. He can't be a decent father. He can't be a decent fucking husband. And I always get like a bunch of shit from him and his weirdo fucking incel fucking fan base being like, and I'm like, bitch, I literally live the life that you are like talking about. I do the thing that you want people to do, and your hero can't fucking do. It's so fucked up. It's so weird to me. Man, fuck JF. Whatever.
Since Hake is still around, we can play the intro that Hannibal made.
Yes, Hake. So we have a couple of friends of ours. They're big fans of Jesse Lee Peterson, and they made their version of JLP's intro, and it's so fucking fire. It's so good. I think you'll like it a lot.
Here it is.
So let's...
Somewhere in the world today, men have got to stand up strong, face the truth about themselves, to understand what went wrong. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. Stand up.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Stand up.
Beta baby. Amazing. So good.
Yeah.
So good.
Here's because apparently word is getting out that Destiny and Melina are getting divorced, which I don't really care, but people are acting like it's a win for them, and Nick Fuentes is one of those people.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, not Nikki.
Yep.
Not Nikki the wife.
Yep. Here he is.
And I woke up to the news today. I couldn't believe it. I mean, we all knew it was going to happen, but today was finally the day. So apparently he's been having major problems in his open marriage, the marriage whereby him and his partner are able to have sex with other people, however they want and whomever they want. And as we all, I think, knew from the beginning, that was never going to work out. And finally, the facade of a marriage came crumbling down, and he announced the dissolution of their marriage after paying for one of the guys that she was seeing to live with her and paying for all her taxes, among other things. So it's an incredible victory to cap off an amazing year for the Groypers.
Why? Why?
I don't know. They were like personally bothered by Destiny choosing to be in a relationship like that.
Okay, like what the fuck? Okay. If you're measuring value, yeah, like Catboy Nick was friends with Destiny. That is a thing. But if you're measuring like your value as far as how much like sex and pussy that you're getting, I'm sure they both got their fill. They totally got their fill. Then fine. I mean, I guess if you're measuring it by some weirdo like, you know, a marriage that lasts forever, then yeah, I guess you could chalk it up as a fail. But I don't get this. I don't get this at all. It's weird.
Destiny is getting divorced, and now a lot of people may say, hey, he's going through a tough time and whatever. Hey, I don't care. I think this guy goes around promoting degeneracy, pornography, this deviant lifestyle, atheism. He deserves ruination in his life as an example. Also,
his thumbs bend backward. His fingers are all weird. They bend weird opposite ways. I can't stand it. It creeps me out.
He rejected my friendship, which I offered up. Tried to be friends.
No, you guys were buddies. You guys are little buddies, little buddies.
Not really. They collabed a little bit.
It's really weird for an incel to think someone who could get a woman being divorced is somehow a win for your lonely ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like, it's very strange. I think Nikki here is mad because he never got to get in on this sticky icky threesome.
Had we been friends, we would still be friends today. Instead, he chose this other life, this other sordid lifestyle of degeneracy and drugs and transgenderism and all the rest.
How did he's not trans. What do you mean he chose it?
Yeah, that's really weird. That's
what?
So I feel very good about it. It feels like a great day. I know that I had a great day and Stephen Manell had a bad day. And tomorrow I want to cover all of it. We'll go through all the news and we'll get in. He did a debate actually today. Maybe we'll watch that. So I'll be doing a stream on Rumble in the afternoon tomorrow to cover all the latest, give you my thoughts.
So did Cozy go under or something? He's streaming on Rumble now.
I think I don't. Is Cozy.tv still a thing? Let me look. I'm kind of curious about this. Cozy.tv. It's still up.
Huh.
You know?
Okay.
The crumbling marriage. Let's go.
Wait. Hang on. I got to point this out, though. There are only 3 channels that are live right now, and they have less than 200 viewers. That's not great.
W's in the chat. The final. So first, I defeated him in a debate a year ago. Then I came back this summer. He tried to spoil all the fun at Fresh and Fit. Me and all my black friends were going to deny the Holocaust and say how much we love Hitler. And he crashed the party to remind us that Jews rock.
Hake says that Cozy's still up. JLP still streams there on the multi-stream. I thought Fuentes got banned from Rumble. I agree, dude. Like I thought Fuentes also got booted from Rumble, but I guess he's still on there, which is interesting.
And
I guess what I'm really confused about with this whole thing is like, how do you claim victory over this situation? Like, yeah, okay. You know, somebody that you're ideologically opposed to is getting divorced, but if your idea is that people shouldn't get divorced, how is somebody getting divorced a good thing? You shouldn't revel in that, first and foremost. And another, if you're Nick Fuentes, the most unfuckable man on the universe, who just simply cannot find a piece to bust off, like, how do you brag about this? That's weird.
And I ruined his career with a devastating victory over him in front of 100,000 viewers. Then I exposed him as an intellectual fraud by forwarding all these videos to Autumn Groiper, where he doesn't know American geography or world geography or anything like that. And now his marriage is over. And so this is just one of these...
What?
I don't know. His whole look here, the mustache, he looks like the cowboy from the Village People.
Yeah.
I think they're actually the same person.
Yeah, true.
I think Nick Fuentes is a time traveler. The cowboy from the Village People.
Stab says, Jeffrey forgetting that Nick is a Catholic, so he's a hypocrite. Well, I mean, maybe he should fuck some little boys then.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
But yeah, right here, you see?
Whatever happened to that chick Yins knew who was an adult star who got locked up? Egghead, you suck.
Mercedes
Jeff,
Carrera.
Would you be down to do a spin till you spew with eggnog with rum and Jagger Mister and Four Loco? For the holiday theme.
Okay. So we are going to be doing a spin till you spew next week. Is it next week, Ben?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's next week. I would challenge Egghead to a spin till you spew, but Egghead doesn't drink anymore. So we're still looking for competitors to try and do the epic drinking game, either versus me or Ben.
But we can't really change the type of alcohol in it because it's very specific. That's part of the problem.
This is just a classic victory. It's not even close. It's not ambiguous. This is a victory for the Groipers. You got divorced. Your wife dumped you for some other guy, and your marriage crumbled because you suck. And the Groipers won, and the liberals lost. If liberalism's such a good system, why'd your marriage fall apart? If being in an open relationship is such a great thing, why didn't your marriage work out?
Nick, like there are people who are conservative and they have like multiple partners, and it has nothing to do with your political ideology. Like would you claim like the bigamist fucking Mormons to be liberal? I wouldn't.
And I think the wife is in love with me. Then that's the other thing, is not only are they divorced, but I think his wife is actually in love with me.
Yeah, he thinks Melina has a thing for him.
He can keep thinking that.
Because she keeps talking about me in a heavily sexualized way, and that would reveal that she's having sexual thoughts about me. And so he's married to and is now divorced by the woman who had sexual thoughts for me, the man who single-handedly ruined his career and destroyed his credibility. I took him and I broke him.
Hang on. Hake says Fuentes is funny, though. I'd vote a Nick Fuentes / Jeff Holiday ticket for 2036 if they let me vote.
No, you wouldn't.
I mean, you know what? I appreciate your vote of confidence, Hake. I really appreciate that, man. As vice president, underneath President Fuentes. I promise to make fun of the commander-in-chief mercilessly. Holy shit. But yeah, no, it would be top keck.
And his wife is in love with me. And his wife is sort of in love with me. And looking at me like she wants to have sex with me. And I think that means that the Groyper...
Every time she looks at me, I think she wants to touch my pecker. Oh, boy.
Anti-Semitism, fascism, Christian nationalism, it all won. You can have your studies, you can have your data, but your wife wants to have sex with me. Not only this, I wrecked your career and destroyed you in front of 100,000 people.
Did you though?
So that's the Groyper curse. Groypers are going to pen.
Like Destiny has it way better than Nick Fuentes ever could imagine.
I don't even like Destiny, but like I have to defend him against this because this is
Of course.
This is so stupid, dude. It's so dumb.
Downtown on your newly single ex-wife. The Groypers, first they lined up for the Q&A at Ohio State during the Groyper War, and now they're lining up for something else. I don't know. I mean, they're lining up and they're, hey, we're hanging out, and something tells me she's all about it. The way she was glancing at me, I think, maybe she's all about this life. So, and we're going to go hide someplace so you don't even know where. We're all going to go do it in Wisconsin. You'll never be able to find us. Groypers are having sex with Destiny's wife, and there's nothing he could do about it because it's happening in Virginia. He'll never find us because he can't locate this place on a map.
Wow.
What in the fuck fan fiction is this shit?
I don't know. It's taking a turn. Like, is he trying to say there's like a Groyper gangbang of Destiny's wife?
I fucking guess so, but isn't he supposed to be like spouting off like Christian ideals, and now he's like, we're gonna have a gangbang in Wisconsin. I mean Virginia with Destiny's wife. Blah blah blah. What? What? And first of all, because I know none of you dudes believe in like established science, how are you gonna get the DNA test to find out which one of you is the actual fucking daddy? and then who's gonna have to like mediate the argument where you all did a big ass fucking cream pie and try and figure out who's gonna have to pay child support? That is the true falling apart of America First.
So we'll get away with it, and we'll never even be seen by him. He'll be driving around in circles, looking around, confusing Guyana with Guinea, and confusing Virginia with Wisconsin, and Germany with Denmark. And this is going to be a great thing. So anyway, so we'll get into all that tomorrow. But what a great day! This is why we play the game, folks. This is why we do it. It's why I wake up every day to spew ideological hatred. It's for the life ruination of the enemies of God.
The enemies of God.
I mean, and that's one of the things that really drives me nuts about that sort of thing. Like, if you do want to like have an ideological bent that's based on like God morality, Christian morality, fine, totally fine. But you can't seriously be a Christian-minded person and pay attention to literally one Nick Fuentes stream and think that he represents anything about Christian morality. He doesn't. He's a hateful little fucking shitty twerp. Like, there's nothing about him that's Christian at all. He just weaponizes it to be like this weirdo fucking club.
He can claim moral superiority over any argument because of it.
Right, because God. And that's really lame and shitty. Like, I don't know. Anybody who has like any self-awareness would think this douchebag is a grifter. So I don't know, man. It's fucked up.
Just a quick reminder, everyone, please like the stream, and we're trying to meet tonight's donation goal before the end of the episode. It's only the Streamlabs donations that go towards the goal, so do us a favor, click the link up at the top of the chat there, send us a couple dollars, $5 TTS. Please do so. And
I'm just saying, like Jesus, when we walk in the path of Jesus, the thing that Jesus most was known for was making fun of our enemies for their marriages falling apart. Remember Luke 2, section 45, where he laughed in the face of the man who was going through a divorce. Bleh. Fuck off, dickhead.
We have to look at this Cobra. Some of what happened with Cobra.
Oh yeah, dude. Yes. I'm so interested.
So the first video was sent to me, and then the other stuff is some shit I recorded before I started the stream. Let's check it out.
Clee disappear. Clee disappear. Clee disappear. Clee disappear.
This is very. If you don't donate to the show, then Nick Fuentes will tell you who you get to fuck.
Yeah.
And that's not.
Yes, you have. Come on. No one wants that. Here's the state Cobra was in earlier tonight.
Oh no. Oh boy. Our boy is fucking falling apart. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh, Cobes! Oh, buddy! Oh shit! Oh no! Come on, man!
75% Jeff, I'll beat you in a spin till ya spew the same way I beat Ben and Madden.
You didn't beat me, you got destroyed.
Just corm out the closet already. I want to see a Rip Reverse type comic book for Gale's universe. I want the new cake in graphic novel format.
Can we do that? Okay, first
new cake. It said new cake instead of new cocky.
It's a new cake. But who wanted to challenge me to a spin till you spew?
That's Negan.
Oh, Negan. Oh, dude, any fucking time, man. I will absolutely do a spin till you spew with Negan. That'd be great.
So
I'm super into.
You want to take them on at this next one? Maybe it should be all three of us. Maybe that would add something new.
Can we do a three-way? Can we do like a slightly sexual but also booze-laden tryst?
I was just thinking about doing spin till you spew with 3 players.
Okay, I guess I'm overthinking it, but yeah,
yes.
Sure. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a threesome. I'm very comfortable with threesomes, by the way, ladies. What was the other thing we were talking about? Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, no! No! Cobra down. Guys, we have a Cobra. Cobra down. We have a Cobra down.
So this is what happened next. I didn't catch the whole thing because it was made private eventually while I was watching it. And I was watching it on a slight delay.
Yeah.
But here it is.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
I think first someone sends him like a pizza or something.
Okay. My boy's feeling rough. I've been there.
This is one of the very best Cobra videos of all time, and I caught it live today thanks to the guys in the Discord server. Join the server if you haven't yet, you scumbags, and also, Jeff, Wendy's JVC bitches.
Oh, I love JVCBs. I just wish they weren't bourgeoisie.
Oh, dude, I could pick up a bag of dicks tonight.
I love you, Teddy Rebskin. And also, fuck you, Ben, because I wish there was fucking Dick's Drive-In somewhere near me.
Could eat a big bag of dicks.
Oh, so good. So good.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, so at this point I think he walks in with pizzas or something. And I think it says So they said like Sam Hyde sent it to him or something.
Oh God, of course. It's always legendary Sam.
He had like 4,000 live viewers when this happened.
Dude, my boys put fucking numbers up. God. Oh no.
So
what it is.
He's still having trouble walking. It is what it is. I have not eaten off a paper plate in a long time. They just create. Well, I mean, they just create more garbage. I just have like regular plates that I wash instead of ones I throw away.
But it's less dishes.
Yeah, but it creates more waste, so I try not to. There's no reason for me to use like. Oh shit! This is where the cops show up.
1 second.
Oh no.
You okay? Yeah, I'm doing good. Anything? They said you were bleeding. No, I wasn't, dude. I'm doing just fine. Good. Did you order a pizza or anything? No, I did not. I haven't ordered anything all day since the trolls have been there last night. So you don't got any drinks? They said you were bleeding.
The cops show up and he's like, "The trolls have been harassing me."
Oh, the trolls. Well known, versed in the language of the internet, the police. Oh, the trolls. Yeah,
the trolls.
No, I don't. Oh, careful. Shit. Yep. No, but drinking alcohol all day. Yep. You're good. I don't see any blood. You're good. You're swimmer.
Yeah, they called and said he was bleeding. That's how they got the cops to come this time.
Viewers were worried about you. They said you fell down.
Oh my god, dude! I fell down.
Hey, I'm just.
You did fall down, liar. You did fall down.
We Thursday, all right?
No, you're good. Dude, yeah, I suggest just drinking some water, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe drink some water, buddy.
It's not a social worker. It's the cops. It's the cops. It's them every time.
Yeah.
Do you know what day it is today?
There's not a lot of social welfare in Casper, Wyoming.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday or Thursday. Okay. And then
There's probably a file on Josh over at the Casper Police Department.
Anybody else stay here with you or anything? No, sir. Okay. So you don't need us for anything? No, I don't. Okay, cool. I'm sorry that my YouTube shows up bothering you and well, thank you for answering the door. I appreciate you letting us check on you and just helping us. That way we don't kind of like bang forever and be worried about you. So thank you. Appreciate it.
That is neighbors just barking, losing its shit.
I'm guessing so.
Okay, we'll get out of here. Eat something too.
Easy.
Have a good one. Have a good night. That was a good one. Oh my fucking god, my YouTube trolls are miserable.
By the way, if ever there was somebody who is part of the fallen state, it's definitely Josh.
He's still having a lot of trouble walking.
Yeah, he's smashed. I mean, like I've had a rough night. I've been that fucking drunk.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I've been that drunk on stream before. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too. Oh boy.
I don't normally fall though. I usually just end up laying down and falling asleep.
I have passed out on stream and had to have people like calling me to wake me up so I could turn the stream off. That was pretty bad. You were doing those sleep streams for a while. Those are
a long time ago. Yeah, that was funny.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, because I crank up the volume on the speakers here in the studio, and it wakes me up every time. But now we have the Jared he.
Yep. That'll fuck dreams up. Speaking of donos.
Yes. Yeah, I mean we're doing good. We're trucking along here, and I think a couple more tip trains will get there. We're less than 200 away.
True. Very true.
Yeah. But yes, please, guys. Those of you out there, if you want to help us meet this goal.
Okay.
Here it comes.
Now YouTube trolls are fucking assholes.
Fucker. Come on, Bubba. Just tottering around in his fucking kitchen. The absolute fucking nightmares that have happened in that kitchen are
Oh my
incredible.
God. Abominations.
Mm-hmm. I've made a good chunk of change reproducing some of his recipes that he's made in that kitchen.
Culinary abominations. He's going to start really freaking out in a second here.
Fantastic.
I could go for some garlic bread right now.
Man, I don't want to fucking talk about garlic bread right now,
Like
Benjamin.
Cobra can't afford.
For those who were not here on the Thursday show, we had a running theme that I was going to get a garlic bread delivery, but unfortunately, Memory and producer Matt walked away from the table, and my delicious garlic bread was consumed by my golden retriever.
Yeah,
I did not get my garlic bread. Some bullshit. I'm still mad about that. So fucked up.
Like, oh, hey, Cobra hasn't answered all fucking day. So, you know what? I'm going to fucking harass Cobra some more.
Oh, no.
Here it comes.
Boy. Here we go.
It's slowly
Oh,
building.
No. Oh,
he's processing the events.
No. He's about to go emo fucking Howling Wolf on us.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
dude. You're like, hey, Cobra, are you okay? I'm like, I'm fucking fantastic.
You live in an apartment. Calm down.
You know, I'm tired of my fucking YouTube trolls sitting there fucking calling.
Certainly.
Fucking calling false bullshit fucking calls on me. And being like, oh, well, it gets the fucking Casper police involved. So it's fucking hilarious to sit there and be like, oh, hey, Cobra, you fucking miserable faggot.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, I'm not gay, I'm straight.
I'm not gay, I'm straight.
Oh, we don't care. We don't care. We're like, we've received fucking bullshit fucking calls
Oh, no.
from your fans sick of this shit.
These are really good sound bites. Yeah, I agree.
Sick of this shit.
They're like, oh wow,
Oh, wow.
we can't handle Cobra being cooler than us, so we're gonna have to fucking upload.
Uh-huh.
Bog Disc is writing.
Yeah, man. Oh, buddy, come on.
Did you notice how swollen his face
I
is
told
looking?
my YouTube trolls.
Yeah,
I said your hatred of Cobra is gonna be your downfall.
His head is shaped like a peanut now.
So what,
Like a butternut squash.
Yeah.
what do they
Yeah.
do? As soon as Cobra has his downfall, you know, they fucking sit there and
Sitting there.
don't fucking attack me like I'm the fucking piece of shit. Because it's like, oh well, we would never do anything like that, blah blah blah. And I'm like,
Blah,
the companies who are doing this crap and making me my food would never do this crap. I get that. But the fucking asshole YouTube trolls don't give a shit. They sit there and they're like, okay, I haven't gone live in fucking several fucking hours.
Better not go live,
Like,
boy.
oh my god.
He had trouble ending the stream too, but I didn't get that part recorded. I'm guessing Boglum Chronicles probably got it all.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Their video just isn't up yet. But yeah, there's a little bit more of
But
this.
what am I supposed to fucking do? Where I'm like, I tell YouTube, I don't need any food. I don't need any food. I'm gonna do a fucking
I wonder how much food he would have if people didn't send him the free food.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
buffalo chicken food hack. And it's like, oh well, fuck you, Cobra.
Do you think there's ever going to be a point in time where Cobes realizes that, like, he won't have to deal with any of this if he literally just doesn't go online?
Yeah, but I think the money is too appealing, and he like, what would he have left without it?
A quiet life in Casper?
But where would he live?
I mean, doesn't his dad already pay his rent?
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of money because he's always in the red. So I don't know.
I don't know. It's just such a weird fucking thing. Like, his internet fame is entirely based upon people wanting to watch him fall apart. So he gets like the benefit of that, and he gets like to be able to eat and have experiences, but it's nothing but trauma for him. Like, I don't know. How do you gauge that? That's fucking
hard.
wild. Yeah, it's crazy.
If he made more wands, he'd have a lot more money. They sell faster than he can make them. He could step up production and see, like...
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not even... Like, he charges $45 a fucking wand. I have one. I have a fucking Cobra wand right right here. It's an original King Cobra.
Chris Chan is mass producing the
My
Sonichu
YouTube
medallions.
trolls will sit there. Fuck my YouTube troll.
What happened in
They'll-
Epic City?
Yes!
JK, do you like sushi?
Yes! Oh, I like sushi a lot.
I love sushi.
There's this great place in my city, in Bellevue. It's called Kura Sushi, and it is awesome. It's like... It has the conveyor belt with the pre-made stuff on it, but then there's a touch screen in your booth where you can order fresh stuff. They'll make it in the back, and it like comes on a different conveyor belt that's above the regular one, and that's where all the fresh stuff comes from. And then if you eat, there are slots you put your plate in, and if you put enough in, you get a prize. And a robot serves you your drinks too. It's pretty cool.
Amazing.
They'll sit there and fucking order a bunch of bullshit just to fuck with me. And then the second I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to stoop to their level. Somehow I'm the piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. Fuck that shit.
Fuck that
Y'all
shit.
fucking
Fuck
sit there. I'm like, dude, my fucking YouTube trolls are like, hey, we're gonna fucking have the police over as much as we can. And I'm over here like, leave me the fuck alone!
Wow!
Oh no! Oh, buddy. Oh, my friend. Oh, man.
Like, if I need the cops for a fucking emergency, I'll call them! You know? I'm sick of it!
His neighbors have to be
Like,
so
if I
pissed
need the
off.
cops for a fucking emergency, I'll call them!
I can't even get over this. Like, if I lived next to this guy, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I guess the only good part about this is it was probably only like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. I guess he's like a time zone ahead of us, so it was probably like 4 p.m. I mean, it would be annoying still, but at least it wasn't at like 4
happening in
a.m.
the fucking afternoon?
Yes. This was while I was setting up the stream.
Oh my God, man. How'd he get so fucked up?
I don't know.
These fucking assholes who think it's funny to fuck with me! I'm tired of it! Fuck!
With all the butter he consumes, he's gonna have a heart attack at like fucking 44.
I don't know how he does that. It's not even real butter. It's like margarine. He'll use like a whole tub of, I can't believe it's not butter or Country Crock. It's Country Crock. That's what it is.
Yeah, Country Crock original.
The whole tub for one meal.
Lucraine cheese.
Lucraine. You know the Lucerne Dairy is in Bellevue.
I do. I know exactly where it is.
Yep.
But pardon me, Ben. CERN, it's Lucraine.
Oh, shit.
I try to sit here and do my own thing. That's what pisses me off about it. Is I sit here and I try to do my own fucking thing and just mind my own business, and that's not good enough.
It's just not good enough. I know, buddy. I'm so sorry.
I gotta get
So sad.
fucking harassed by the fucking assholes. I'm sick of it, dude. I'm sick of being fucking harassed by my YouTube trolls.
Golly.
Oh my fucking god.
Fucking God.
Oh, someone's at his door now.
Oh no.
I'm fucking fantastic.
Okay, so that's where it ended for me. I guess
Fuck off.
What was this?
So the part I missed was the part someone came to the door and he's like, "I'm fucking fantastic" or something like that.
Oh wow.
Here's the end.
I didn't even realize I was still going live.
He didn't know.
Well, Mr. Peanut, you were fantastic. They're saying that Seth has a rest.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Aw, one sweet boy and Daddy Jeff. Thank you. By the way, just to let you know, I am, in fact, your daddy. And I'm everyone's daddy. I have embraced full communism. I am our daddy. I will be all of your daddy. So you can take heart that at least one daddy still is in your life.
Fucking piece of shit, fucking mouse. Oh. Like, you know what? People can sit here and see the fucking crap that I go through because I'm King Cobra JFS. You can sit here and see. It's like, you know what? I don't ask for, like, the bullshit that I go through, but I go through it because my fans love my videos. And I can't fucking immediately fucking, like, okay, I'm trying to fucking go through this the best I can.
What?
Sure.
And, you know what I'm saying? It's not letting me fucking end it in the most... Because I make a video thinking to myself, you know what? Fuck my YouTube trolls.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them.
I'm gonna fucking make a video and be like, this is what I go through.
Sitting there situation.
Yeah, certain there. Yeah. All right, we're at 670. We're doing really good now. We're almost at 85%.
We're so close.
And, you know...
I will be in Casper, Wyoming next year in August, and I will be hanging out with Cobra.
Wow, amazing!
Yeah, during Sturgis, I'm gonna swing through Casper.
Oh yeah. Have you been to Sturgis before?
No, I didn't do it this year, but this next year will be my first Sturgis.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
And it won't let me fucking... Oh my god, dude. There it goes. Alright, we're cool.
Yeah.
Fuck my YouTube trolls.
Huh?
Fuck them.
There it is.
Damn. Amazing. Amazing. What an odyssey he just took us on. What an incredible journey.
It was something. He was having a meltdown. Now here's a palate cleanser. It's KJK.
Let's fly, Superwoman.
Y'all see?
There you go.
I love Kevin Joseph King.
He's great.
He's the best. He's amazing. Y'all see?
I have
Although,
go ahead.
Every time I see him, I can't not think of his Pornhub account, which is long gone now. But
he's making pee porn.
Well, I definitely saw his chocolate starfish.
Ah.
Y'all see my asshole? Y'all see? This is my asshole. Y'all see? fucking amazing.
Y'all see. Here's a Christmas message from Trumpster Bob.
Merry Christmas. I hope you have a very heartful feeling kind of Christmas.
Yeah,
Get a little joy in your life.
Yeah, Trumpster Bob, a fella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Add the joy. Happiness.
Happiness.
I think the Muslims don't like it because they got to be happy to accept Christmas.
That's why the Muslims don't like it, according to Bob.
Yeah, I've actually known some Muslims who are down with Christmas.
Sure.
Time for us to rejoice. It ain't the wrong country to think we're gonna be bowing down to them. Cause this ain't Middle East.
Is Pop Up here actually having a good Christmas? He looks infirm. It looks like he was like he ate too many edibles and he can't move, and somebody wrapped him in a bunch of like Christmas sweaters and Christmas lights and put a bedpan under him. And they're like, "It's cool, dude. Do you want to record a Christmas video?"
Hake was trying to send us Streamlabs, but he says he can't for some reason. I have no idea why.
Hake, like all my love to Hake. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Yeah, and thanks for the support, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah.
And we're not third world stupid. You come here because you want to be
Bob has an awesome Christmas.
Part of a superior lifestyle. This is something Middle Easterns don't give you. You don't know what it's like, maybe you ain't really got the taste of freedom.
What is going on with him? Is he laying down? I don't know what this is. I don't know how much longer he'll be around.
I think he's on. I don't think he's infirm. I think he ate an edible. I think that's why he's so fucked up.
He almost died. I think it was 2 years ago when his face broke out and all those sores. I don't know what happened to him.
That's really weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want nothing for health. Nothing but health for Trumpster Bob.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. My first interaction with Trumpster Bob is when we called him and I pretended to be a Muslim.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. That was pretty great.
I wonder if he still has a phone number. I don't think he does. I don't think he has the phone number anymore. That was so much fun. We just call him randomly and talk to him. He's a lunatic.
How do we get a hold of Trumpster Bob? Can we call him?
I think he has a server or something. I don't know.
And I want to wish him a Merry Christmas.
Might give it a try. You might like it. But, they come in here trying to infiltrate.
Poot poot.
What's that? What's that?
Poot poot.
Reggae music being sung by the Muslim boys. If you look, it's two white Christian guys from the UK. But if you go compare their photos from when they started up the band until now, it ain't the same two people. Oh, they got some lookalikes. I think they had them two killed. And then assume their identities. What I think they need to do a damn fingerprint test on. You know how to do when you're born. You get your fingerprints taken. They got them. I guarantee you they got them. Once you get when you get your ID, yeah, they got them.
This man is so high. He is so fucking high.
And all that damn song is about is we come to pay you our respects, and then they start talking about how you can't stop them from traveling through your country, which is code to the Muslim Brotherhood. You can't stop us from moving and taking over here.
Right.
We move as many people over here as we want to. And half the Mexicans down here on the border aren't really Mexican.
I love this theory that he has that the Mexicans, they're actually like secret Arabs pretending to be Mexican. And the way you can tell is you make them eat a jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
And if they can't handle the jalapeno, then they're a secret motherfucking Arab, is how he would say it.
My God.
He'd do the motherfucking Arab like that.
They can't handle a jalapeno.
Nope.
Not in Spanish, but very few of them are, but they're Muslim.
See?
Pretending to be Mexican.
They're Muslims.
So y'all think you got your fill of them up there in Michigan? Oh, we got them down here. They just think they're slick, supporting the Democrats. Mexicans don't support the Democrats.
No.
Not if they're from here. Most of them, anyway. There's a lot of them that pretend to be Mexican and about their age, though. That's not really the case. Yeah. So, you gotta be aware. You're in America. And you're going to pay us our respect.
You're in America.
You're going to shut up about Christmas and let us enjoy our tradition.
The jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
Oh God. How long can we take Kendall? Let's see how long
we could take Kendall. We could take Kendall for a while.
You think so?
Yeah. I've got something pretty fucking ridiculous at some point if you're interested. But like, let's do some Kendall. I'll send this to you. Or if we're gonna run long.
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to meet the goal. I mean, we're getting there. It's not too far away, but it might take maybe another hour. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Let's put on some Kendall, and if Kendall doesn't pan out good, I've got a fucking banger, like a fucking banger, and I just sent it to you.
I see it. I'm not familiar with this channel. The title is intriguing.
Okay, I played this on the Roundup, but I because the Roundup because I do my monthly show, the Roundup,
Yeah.
I can only watch like 3 minutes of something, and this whole thing is fucking bananas. Like the whole thing is fucking bananas, and it is worth appreciating. But we can do Kendall first. Let's do Kendall.
All right, I'm obtaining that video right now. All right,
Cool.
Kendo. Here.
Holler if you hear me, and welcome to this edition of Luke Targets, because we've got some preemptive candidacies for Oscars this year. Yes, there's a Variety article right now showing the 20 candidates for the Best Special Effects Oscar nominations for this year. And, well, of course, in the way that the Academy Awards has always been an even-handed affair, an award show that's not a popularity contest, such acclaimed films with elaborate special effects like Oppenheimer are not on the list. Yes, but you know what is on the list? Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. And The Marvels. Yes, the film that failed to convince us that a woman was floating around in a spacesuit, or a teenage girl hovering around in a spacesuit, that failed to convince us, is getting the potential Oscar nomination for effects, and not a film that went out of its way to make sure the one real major effects scene, the one major spectacular bit of spectacle in the film, was all done in the most unique ways possible. And in this day and age of everything being done by lazy idiots who need computers to do everything for them, from writing to drawing.
You're using a computer right now to make your videos on the internet.
Right. And the other thing that like is really inseparable about this whole thing is like, who gives a fuck about the Academy Awards? Like, I know we all got kind of like hypnotized by this in the 90s and the late 2000s, but now, like, way post all of that, we all know that, like, if you want to get an Academy Award, you have to pay. None of this has anything to do with, like, making a movie on its merits. None of it does. Nobody gives a fuck. Unless you pay money, your movie will never be, like, even considered for the Academy Awards. All the indie films, like, because, like, legit, if the Academy Awards were based upon, like, the best movie at the time, The Witch would have won at least 5 Academy Awards. That movie was fucking amazing, but they didn't pay the money and they didn't get it up onto, like, the committee or anything like that. That's not what it's for. This is just a bunch of shit. And the only people who care about it are dumb fucks like Kendall. Like, why would anybody care? It's so dumb.
Fashioning up anything to even now generating their own ideas with Chat GPT crap. Now, a film that made sure that you actually had some real honest-to-God effects that were done with people who honest-to-God know how to make special effects with their hands, that doesn't get on there. Yeah, so maybe it's just a little bit of jealousy and spite, because remember, for the longest time now, the Oscars have been broadcast by our friends over at ABC. ABC, that is a subsidiary of Disney. And guess what? Who else owns those Marvel Studios that have been making those big-time bombs this year? You know, the likes of our little Ant-Man and the Wasp and the Marvels. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait.
I didn't mind Ant-Man and the Wasp. I watched that. I
liked it.
Yeah.
I legitimately liked Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I've watched the whole series. There's 3 of them, right?
Yeah, there's 3 of them. I liked all 3 of them, and I the last one I liked a lot. I know a lot of people had a bunch of big problems with it, but I thought it was good. I liked it. I liked it a lot. The Marvels really wasn't a great movie.
Somebody screen cap this for me. Screen cap this for me.
yeah. Although the girl that played Miss Marvel, the Pakistani girl, she was fucking great in that movie. She was really fucking good.
The movies are making less money. Now, are movies in general making less money? Is this a post-COVID kind of thing now? I definitely see a lot less movies than I used to.
Well, there's a really weird dynamic that's been happening for a while, and there's a couple of different factors. Number one, and this is the most salient thing in movie making as far as like big blockbusters, is since I want to say maybe 2013 or something like that, when China really opened up the international market for Western films.
Yeah.
A lot of the blockbusters will design what their movie audiences will experience based upon what China will be cool with or will be into. So that's why you'll have a movie that will bomb here in the States, but in China, they're like, fuck yeah, we like that. And the movie is considered profitable. So that's one part. Another part is whether or not it can overcome like the COVID situation. And like a lot of stuff just gets kind of tossed onto streaming because they have their own like weird way to like crunch finances and numbers. And I don't know what things are going to look like when the dust clears, because right now we're in this chaotic fucking
What?
We're in this like chaotic fucking cloud. We don't know what movies are going to look like in the next 10 years, but I guess we'll find out by then.
I think I'm finally about to see a movie in the theater because I'm excited for Iron Claw, the Iron Claw movie that's coming out?
I've never heard of that.
Okay, it's a based on a true story movie, which obviously some of the things in the movie are disputed, but it's the story of the Von Erich family, the professional wrestling family that controlled the Texas wrestling territory in the 1970s and before that.
Right.
And
Fair.
there's like a tragic story, or like many of the Von Erich sons passed away. Only one of them is still alive. So the movie's.
I learned quite a bit about that from
right here.
The
Zac Efron got insanely jacked for this movie. It's funny because their dad, Fritz, their last name, it wasn't really Von Erich, by the way, but they went by Von Erich. Their dad, Fritz Von Erich, in the 50s played the Nazi character to be a heel. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I learned a lot about this from Robert Evans' Behind the Bastards episode, dealing with a lot of wrestling stuff.
Yes, I'm really excited about it. It's like
one
movie that I found out about it because I saw the picture of Zac Efron looking like he was on roids. And I was like, what the fuck? And he's going to play Kevin Von Erich, which is the only Von Erich brother that's still alive. He wrestled without any shoes on. He wrestled barefoot, which is kind of rare. Like not too many people have done that. Only a couple, like Jimmy Snuka and a couple other people.
I can't say that I'm excited for any movie that's coming
I'm excited
out.
for this movie just because it looks pretty insane.
I should be excited for Dune Part 2, and I just don't care.
Yeah, I saw the last Dune movie like over a year after it came out, but it was okay. I'll watch the next one. I'm glad they made it into 2 movies instead of just one, like the David Lynch one. I do like the David Lynch Dune too, though.
If you took at the halfway mark on the David Lynch movie and you compare it to the movie that we got a couple of years back, the David Lynch movie still has more information and than this one. I don't like the new Dune movie. I think it's shit.
Back to Kendall.
So they got to do something, since we, long before every award speech became nothing more than one giant obnoxious chance to virtue signal to the point where an award show host telling them to shut up about being woke and just accept your award, thank you, agent, thank your family, whatever, and go home because you're in no position to lecture the public. Well, in this day and age, I'm guessing that now with the likes of Ant-Man and the Wasp, it's a matter of they need to do something to try and get payback. Now it shows you all the award speeches have been one big insufferable political tirade. Well, now the award nominations are now just another way to get back at this, to get back at Middle America, to lecture Middle America.
To get back at Middle America?
That's one thing.
What's he talking about?
I don't know. It's about him being part of a group that's oppressed in America. Because of the political agenda, it's very odd.
Now of trying to openly defy Middle America of people don't love what Hollywood tells them to love anymore, and Hollywood doesn't like that. So now films that were outright mocked, that were outright box office failures, that were such massive damn failures that I'm guessing they're going to be lined up behind Megan Rapinoe and Mindy Kaling when it comes to getting a presidential medal for the arts from the Biden White House, since they seem to live to celebrate failure. I'm pretty sure whoever was the VFX superhero behind Ant-Man and the Wasp and the Marvels will both be getting them any day now.
Bruce Pritchard saw Iron Claw and said don't go into it expecting it to be the real story of Von Erichs and enjoy it as the story of a family who has to deal with tragedy with some wrestling bits. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I listened to Bruce Pritchard's podcast, so I heard him say that exact same thing.
Because those movies didn't make any money and because they were preemptively getting belittled, the fact that the MODOK face reveal was the most talked about thing in the whole movie, to laugh in its face or to scream in agony or maybe just pretend to scream in fear and agony for comedic effect.
Cute.
Because
it was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. It was funny. The whole thing with like MODOK, that movie was fun. It was a fun movie. You have to be the most joyless fuck to be like, that was a bad fucking movie. If you don't think it was a great movie, that's fine. But it was fun. It was fun. It was cool.
8 days ago, Kendall made a video where he put the girls from Cuties in the thumbnail.
No.
Yes, he did.
Why?
If you go to his channel and you go back 8 days ago, I don't know. I'm trying to like
why would he
fully understand.
Yeah. What the fuck?
It's let me see here. Give me just a
there's got to be some kind of entertainment to be found from this garbage. And once again, these movies now proving the only entertainment quality that Marvel or anybody in Marvel Hollywood can consistently muster anymore is the material that we use from their films to ridicule them, criticize them, belittle them, and laugh in their face. That is all they're good for. And the fact that you've got channels like mine or Nerdrotic or RK Outpost or Geeks and Gamers or as whomever.
Just compare yourself to like other actual successful channels, you know, where despite the fact that they are just as fucking boring and shitheaded as you, they at least are entertaining.
Right. Here's this is his thumbnail with the hold on, where did it go? Right here. You see it?
Why? Why do you have
with a green check mark?
With a green check mark. You're like, yay, cuties. Why are you pro cuties? What the fuck, dude? I mean, he's a Christian.
Or Endymion, if I'm saying his name right. All of them, they make more of a profit and garner more of an audience and get more acclaim that actually matters than what you idiots are getting. I mean, we already knew about award shows being vain, unwatchable popularity contests, but this is now becoming to the place where they are so obsessed with trying to punish Middle America for not watching these movies and laughing at them that they're now making sure that they can find whatever kind of loopholes,
like,
whatever kind of
we're
way.
punishing you, America.
We don't care what you think. We are so openly defiant of how you do not like what we tell you to anymore that we're going to go and actively try to find ways to reward that failure as if we are doing our best impersonation of the Biden White House. And now films that were routinely belittled and mocked for how terrible the special effects are, for how the VFX world of today has become increasingly lazy and increasingly stupid, and specifically the VFX industry itself now, the people to whom those red letter media style frustrated Gen X and millennial film school failures who can't stop talking about how great practical effects work and how they treat digital effects like a slur, except when it comes to the Marvel movies that they get secretly paid under the table to praise on YouTube.
What?
They'll suddenly ignore all those effects problems and try to cheer them on. Oh yeah, you know, those type of people, well, the people in the VFX industry...
And you ignore all the shit mistakes in Eric July's comic books.
Yeah, he definitely... like, not the least of which is the fact that all of his comic books are extremely boring.
Yes.
Like, they don't go anywhere. The dude has no narrative context. He doesn't know how to write a fucking comic book
Alpha Core, man. Alpha Core.
I haven't read it yet. So you sent... Well, okay. I probably shouldn't. But I have a copy of Core. Is it entertaining?
Not really.
Really? How many pages is it?
I don't know. I haven't read the whole thing.
Because like I remember I was looking at the first issue of Isom, and it's like 70 pages. And I still have no idea what the fucking story was about. And then I remembered looking back on like the beginning of Image Comics, right?
Yes. Spawn.
And Spawn, Youngbloods, Darkhawk, and
Savage Dragon.
Savage Dragon. And I think Supreme was one of them as well.
Prime.
And oh no, it was Prime. Yeah, it was Prime.
And Hardcase.
Was Hardcase in the first? Yeah, I think you were right. You're right. And every single one of them, regardless of the fact that like a lot of them just didn't go anywhere and they weren't that great. Shadowhawk, right? Thank you, Teddy. It wasn't Darkhawk. It was Shadowhawk. Thank you. And the what I thought was really fascinating is like these comics have maybe a fourth, even a fifth of the page length that Isom did, and you could at least get in that first issue an idea of who these characters were and what they were supposed to be about. And some of them, like even and I fucking hate Rob Liefeld, but like even Rob Liefeld's Wildcats, like you could pick out who the fuck these characters were.
Prime was Malibu Comics. I was wrong.
Right. That's right. And Prime and Hardcase or Malibu's Ultraverse line. That's right.
Okay.
I think maybe it was Supreme or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Anyway.
But the main point is that in like a fifth of the runtime of Isom, all of these comic books would tell you who the characters are and what they're doing. And with like 5 times the amount, Eric July has not been able to explain who his fucking character is and why we should care. He does not know how to write comic books. He's a bad comic book writer.
That's just your opinion, bud.
No, that's true. It's true. He's a bad comic writer.
So people with
I don't care if he's making anti-woke comics. He's a shit writer. So sorry.
Yeah.
That's just your opinion, bud.
Lives to lead and jobs to do. And now even those companies are now victims of how modern Hollywood is so fucking morally as well as financially bankrupt.
But that's true. Wildcats was Jim Lee. I was thinking Young Bloods by Liefeld. That's right. My bad. Thank you very much.
They can't afford to actually have these houses be gainfully employed anymore. Then they are so now power-drunk and arbitrary and following the logic of a combination of Caligula and the Red Queen from Alice in Wonderland doing the fusion dance that now they will arbitrarily switch up and change around whatever it is you're supposed to do. The problem with any kind of film production is having the right time to properly prepare what you do. Make sure you have a script that is actually, put together and focused and built. Iron Man started out with filming with an unfinished script, and now it seems Marvel Studios makes sure every film they do reeks of an unfinished script going into principal photography. But that also is not a way to actually consistently work. That's not a proper business model. That's the business model of, especially it doesn't work when you're dealing with VFX, where you need any type of proper effects work like that. Whether it's practically done like Oppenheimer, which I like to remind you, Oppenheimer was not nominated, despite being one of the handful of films that actually made money this year, and all the acclaim going to how spectacularly they stage that big kaboom with actual honest-to-God effects. And what did Red Letter Media do to say about it? Oh, they mostly focused on making fun of Christopher Nolan for being so self-serious. Well, sorry that there are sincere, direct, adult, mature-thinking filmmakers that actually found success in Hollywood, and you guys who vicariously live through James Gunn are still just reinforcing popular opinion on YouTube for a living. But somebody's got to go and succeed. And, well, Nolan, he succeeds in all the places where it matters of actually getting a film made by somebody who actually has, artistic inclinations, who isn't just a shrieking ideologue, who isn't just living to whatever it is the soul dead corporate slop is supposed to. This is a guy who actually has some kind of vision behind his films and gets them actually properly executed. And Oppenheimer is an extension of that, okay? Of course, you can go and criticize the film for details like how it does everything it can to dance around Robert Oppenheimer and his irrefutable connections to communism. But remember, this is modern Hollywood. That's why when it came to another singular artistic genius in filmmaking, like
he just keeps going. I don't even know. He always kind of throws me to a degree where I'm just like, I don't even know. It just keeps going. He just keeps going. He exhausts me to a degree.
I have pizza.
Delicious.
Scorsese putting in one scene of The Aviator where Howard Hughes mocks Katharine Hepburn's pro-socialist rich people family to their face, openly telling them, yeah, you don't believe in money because you already have it. Yeah, that probably was the most giant flex of his artistic autonomy he could probably ever have. That is the equivalent of the Grinch lifting up the sleigh with all the Whoville presents on it, and then immediately collapsed and fell to his death, getting crushed under the pressure. But compare that to garbage like Marvel, where they are so in the Disneyland world and in the Hollywood world in general that have such naked avarice, such naked contempt for the world and for all logic that does not tell them what they want to hear. That a movie that is nothing more than an internet meme in most of the time that people think or talk about it for how terrible and lazy special effects are getting, with how VFX people are now living in a world where Marvel Studios especially is like the Red Queen, where they won't have a finished script and their idea of scripting out action scenes is maybe 3 sentences, and then it's up to the VFX department to do this. And then they'll start developing whatever they can, just making up on themselves, and then suddenly in comes Kevin Feige with now 13 different changes, and now there's going to be 178 more effect shots. Oh wait, now that's going to be 500 more effect shots, and now...
Okay, but like, okay, hang on. The one thing that I do want to say about this is, like, he's right in that a lot of these movies are largely dictated by the CGI scenes and what they want to see, what they want to see in the movie, and so they have to make that sort of thing fucking happen. But that's like all movies. Any blockbusters are going to be like that. Like, what is he arguing against in this? So this isn't in condemnation of his political aspirations. He's just describing a problem with like mainstream movies these days. What's the problem?
He wants to be a creator for this genre of content because he idolizes Nerdrotic and all of those people, so he has to bitch about
none of these people are going to make a movie. None of these people. Nerdrotic, Yellow Flash guy, fucking any of these fucking dickheads, none of them are going to make a movie. None of them are going to make a movie.
The funny thing is that he's been banned from some of their communities because he's always trying to sell his shitty art to people. Because he makes really bad, like, middle school level artwork.
So he can't even get his foot in the door in the dickheads who will never make a movie. So, like, he's like bottom of the barrel.
Yes.
Like boot scum kind of shit.
You've got half of the production time to go and finish these effect shots. And then you'll wonder why these people now, the VFX world, much like with the SAG-AFTRA and with the WGA, are proving that Hollywood is one giant house of cards that's collapsing in on itself, and all the decades of treating all the people that are in the cast or crew as nothing more than expendable garbage. Well, maybe now that's why the VFX people are going out of their way to develop their own little union, to try to find some way to unionize, to have some kind of structure to go and fight up against you. And that also means that the best that the studios can do to muster to fight back at them is now that means a union. So that means something else that a bunch of brain-dead people who pretend She-Hulk was a brilliant show to come and infiltrate and make it all about DEI and BlackRock-funded crap. So then all of what those unions are supposed to represent to the people will be eroded and collapsed so that the perverts at top of all these...
Puma Fist, I do not agree that he's smart, and his name is Kendall.
Yeah, his name is Kendall. I want to know, if I could ask like Kendall one question, it would be, what kind of show do you want to see? That's what I want to know. Because like he tells us all day long. Every time we see a Kendall video, and you force me to watch this shit.
Yes, we're getting there.
Every time you make me watch one of these fucking videos, he just talks about what he hates and what he doesn't want to see. I want to hear what he wants to see. I want to hear his pitch for a movie.
So the dono that we just got said that Critical Drinker is trying to make a movie. It's some kind of like 007 style spy movie. Hello? Yay! All right. Now
Thank
we're
you
in the
so
home
much.
stretch. Home stretch now.
Almost there, guys.
Yes. And you know what? I'm going to do a bathroom run and fill up my water glass, and then we'll watch that other thing you sent to me.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm eating some pizza. Motherfucker. But that's what I'm always really interested in. So the internet culture that we have and we watch all the fucking time, there is always tons and tons of people telling you what they hate, right? Tim Pool, The Quartering, a bunch of fucking random ass dickheads, Yellow Flash, Critical Drinker, Air July, blah, 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 blah. I don't like this and I don't like that, and it offends my sensibilities because I'm a fragile fucking snowflake, and blah, 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 blah. And they tell you all these things they don't like. I don't like Brie Larson. I don't like girl power. I don't like this and I don't like that. And like, fine, cool. I'm not saying that what you don't like isn't valid. You can dislike whatever the fuck you want. But what I want to hear and what I'm interested in is when somebody is so aggressively against something being in the movies or the media that they are imbibing, I want to know what you want instead. That's what I want to know. I want to know. Like, if you're like, I don't want no more girl power. I want more slaying puss. Well, then at least you'd be telling me something. I mean, odd choice. Okay. If you're like, I don't want any more like woke interpersonal relationships. I want to see, those who come from behind the stars to rend apart the souls of humanity. I'd be like, based, cool, awesome, into it. Maybe we need to see some soul shredding. I'm down with that. That's totally fine. I'm okay with signing off on erasing some woke agenda if I can get more like soul rending. I'm cool with that. But if your idea of replacing a lot of these things, like, a blossoming coming-of-age drama where a young lesbian's trying to find her way in the world. Well, I don't have a problem with that. But if that pisses you off and you want to replace it with, I don't know, a hitman who gets his dick sucked, well, that's just lazy. And I think that's lame, That's kind of shit. The anti-fandom never talks about what they like. There's no money in that. Hate gets clicks. You know this. Well, I know that I know this, and I know that you know this, and we all know this. Like, none of this has to do with any consistency or intellectual integrity. It's just a bunch of fucking weirdo nerds who can never get laid whining about stupid shit. I'm just saying what I want. I'm just saying what I want. I should make that a standard. Have you made a movie better than CRISPR? Oh, Pulveros. So my buddy Pulveros is in the chat, and he edited a movie called CRISPR. And you've never seen it. Nobody in this chat has seen it. You should count yourself lucky that you haven't seen it. I got to see it before it was released, and then I saw it again after it was released, and holy fuck my balls ass shit. That is a bad movie. It's fantastic.
All right.
I miss when something is done for fun. I mean, it's still done for fun. You just have to not take it so serious. You just don't have to be an asshole about it. Like, we can poop all over anything. It's just if somebody, like, takes it too serious, just tell them to shut up and don't care. Just don't care.
So everyone should mark their calendars. January 5th will be the 10th anniversary episode of Drunken Peasants, and it's actually going to be about, we're planning for it to be about 10 hours long.
If anybody's ever wanted to have sex with me, you need to come to Seattle on the 5th of January.
Oh my God.
We'll fuck live on the show.
No, but...
And I'm getting a tattoo of Dinor.
Yeah, he said he would do that. He said he would get a tattoo of Dinor.
If we get a tattoo artist to come into the studio, I will get a live tattoo of Dinor during the 10th anniversary, for sure.
Yeah. And I've got a lot of guests lined up. If you look at the DP calendar, you can kind of see a working list of everybody. Still adding more probably too, because it's gonna be 10 hours. 10 hours. So we're gonna start, I think, at like 2 p.m. Pacific. Or no. When did I? Yeah, 2 p.m. So like 2 p.m. to midnight probably is what we'll do.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah. And if there, obviously, if there's enough people. I mean, there's going to be people that are here, and then there's going to be some I bring in remotely.
If you've ever wanted to see me and Vosh do foot stuff, that'll be the show to tune into.
Yeah.
Did you hiccup?
Yeah. All right, let's check out this video that you sent me.
Yeah, man, do it.
What is this?
It's
Super Soldier?
Yeah. This is a podcast all about super soldiers for the alien agenda. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. I promise you.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Super Soldier Talk. For those of you who do not know, my name is James Rink, and I will be the host here today and also co-host with Jessica Jones, the Cryptid Huntress. The
Cryptid Huntress?
Yep. She hunts cryptids. She hunts shit like Bigfoot and shit.
The Cryptid Huntress.
Wow.
Okay.
This is gold.
I need to put your content. What's your website? I'll update the description while you.
It's easy. Thanks for having me here with you tonight, James. My website is thecryptidhuntress.com. And my YouTube channel is The Cryptid Huntress. So you guys can find me over there.
Awesome. Okay, and we also have the amazing Jimmy Payne, part of the Men in Black, and he was on the positive side. There we go. We got
he was one of the Men in Black, but the positive side.
Positive side of Men in Black, yeah. Not the negative Men in Black, but one of the positive Men in Black.
These Men in Black read the book The Secret and realized the power of positivity.
That's right.
Yep.
Our picks showing up here. So today we're going to talk about his experience.
I just went to her website. Here's like her and her little cryptid hunting buddies hanging out. Look at them.
They look like they have a lot of fun, man. It's great. It's so great.
It must be sad that they never find one, though.
I mean, but they're still hunting. Everybody needs a hobby, buddy.
Okay.
And on the Enterprise. So according to Jimmy Payne, the Enterprise is real. Star Trek was based off of it.
Star Trek?
Yep, Star Trek.
Did they call it Star Trek?
Star Trek was real, and the Enterprise is real.
The movie, Star Trek 4.
Star Trek. I'm sorry, I can't.
Where Spock and Captain Kirk go back in time and to rescue the whales is partly based
from Dark Vader.
On a true story. So Jimmy's going to explain a little bit about how this all came into being
on the spaceship Enterprise,
and maybe he can explain how did Gene Roddenberry manage to get this idea. Maybe he knows something about that too. And also was a Desilu production with Lucille Ball, who was involved with setting up the whole Star Trek franchise back. I think it was in 60.
I die inside every time he says Star Trek.
Star Trek, and Star Wars.
Star Wars.
57. I'm not mistaken on that. But Jimmy,
use your lifesaver, Lawrence.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how are you doing today?
Very good. James, doing very good.
Awesome.
Hold on, that's the Men in Black.
Listen here, man. I'm doing very good. I'm doing just fine, okay? I'll tell you about Star Trek.
Awesome. All right, so other thing, yeah. So for those of you who do not know, other things about Jimmy, he worked. He was Captain Dallas in the movie Aliens.
What?
Yep.
No, this guy was?
Oh yeah.
No, he wasn't.
Sure. Why not? Are you Googling it?
He also piloted a shuttlecraft for the Tall White Warriors at Area 51. He participated in time travel missions with the Montauk Boys at Camp Hero, and we're actually I'm putting together.
So this is Captain Dallas from the movie Alien.
Right. It was based on Jimmy Payne.
Oh.
It was based on Jimmy Payne. Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea that movie was based on a true story.
It was.
Okay.
A trip to go out to Camp Heroes. So if you're interested in that, send me an email at supersoldiertalk@gmail.com. And he also recalls working for the Weyland Corporation. That's where we talked about the xenomorphs when he was Captain Dallas. He saw a giant statue of a face, a humanoid on Mars, 1974, along with Duncan O'Finian. He remembers seeing Tommy knockers, which is a muscular type of tall grays.
Tommy knockers? It's a muscular type of tall grays, like the gray aliens?
Yes. They're just jacked grays. They're just like fucking roided out. Like
Tommy knockers?
We're going to probe you. We're going to pump you up. Yeah.
And actually, we have so many more shows planned, and he knows about the Skinwalker Ranch and all that, but we'll have to say that for another time. On the moon of Titan, he worked on a massive underground base where he was fighting a monster called It, and that they made.
No, come on.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. So like, I didn't know about the Tommy knockers. It was a novel by Stephen King in the 80s. I didn't know about that, so I had to look that up. I was like, what the fuck is
it's
that?
Based on Jimmy Payne's life, okay? Thank you very much.
Oh, God.
A movie about that. Also, it looked like the Junior Montauk Monster, a Bigfoot-type creature, which would gain strength by attacking it. He also worked on a secret mission from Vandenberg Air Force Base for the Lunar Apollo 20 mission with William Rutledge, where they discovered the Oriental-looking EBE Mona Lisa. And according to him, the Apollo 20 footage on YouTube is real. So, we have so many things else we could. He met Jefferson Davis. He went back in time in the Civil War.
Just buckle up. Just absorb
he was
this
in the
shit.
future. So you went 800 years in the future, met the Colonial Marines, and we talked about the Philadelphia. So anyway, Jimmy, I can just keep going on, but why don't you just go ahead and start talking? So we want to hear you, not me, probably.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to go back and
is it Trumpster Bob?
People about as far back as the mid '60s when actress Lucille Ball bought the movie rights for the Star Trek.
Ah, he says it too.
For the Star Trek.
So for several decades, everything that you've seen on TV has been carefully crafted about the Enterprise, and that's all you know. But I want to talk about how I interacted with this crew.
This guy sounds like he's choking on his own throat too. Like,
no, dude.
Star Trek.
It's so intense. Lucille Ball.
I picture him like 700 pounds, like laying in bed doing this interview right now. I can't see him.
He's manateeing it up.
Yeah.
Like a motherfucker.
First of all, when you want to make a disclosure of information, you request a Freedom of Information Act, and it comes to you, and there's parts of it that you can read and other parts that's just blacked out. But what happens is when they want to do soft disclosure, they'll take these classified documents and they'll write a story about it. And what's blacked out, they
did a Google image search for Lucille Ball Star Trek, and now they're just scrolling through like random images. There's like a bad Photoshop of her sitting on the bridge of the original Enterprise.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Kind of.
He takes us on a journey, man. It's wild.
Add to the story. So just because you see a Captain Kirk doesn't mean that there is a Captain Kirk. There is a captain's chair on the Enterprise, and
he can't say on either. He says own.
Own.
There's a captain's chair on the Enterprise.
But there is no person.
There's no
named,
person.
Captain Kirk.
It's actually Captain Kurt from Star Trek.
Star Trek.
If you're good at what you do, you can be the officer in charge of the Enterprise. Now, I have flown the Enterprise in the captain's chair, but I'm not the officer. Okay. There's several men in black.
I thought you were the officer. Wow, I was so confused. I was certain you were the officer.
He wasn't. There were several men in black
that gets to sit in the chair from time to time, and it goes out on short voyages, and they try us out. So
try you out how?
Sexually.
Right, that's what I was. We go out on different voyages and they try us out. Starfleet had their way with me on the Enterprise, Captain Kurt.
I want you to kind of just take the Captain Kirk issue and put it on ice. There is no such officer named Captain Kirk. Now there is a Vulcan, a Spark.
Spark.
Just wait. Here it comes, baby. Here it comes.
Is on there.
And
there is a guy from Scotland that's on there. You may know him as Scotty, but that's not his real name. That's his, the name that they give him in the movie is Scotty. So I'm familiar with the engineer, and I'm familiar with the Vulcan. Now, the crew of the Enterprise is mostly humanoids.
Those are all humanoids. Vulcans are humanoids too.
There are some humans on the craft, but they're more like they're just brought on from time to time to give the crew a rest. Okay.
Can we get this guy on the show? I want to talk to him.
No, dude, absolutely.
Now, let me explain how I got involved with the Enterprise.
Okay.
Many years ago, when I was stationed out at Area 51, I worked along with the Tall White Warriors. One in particular was Range 4 Harry. And when I first got introduced to him as a child, he gave me some chores to do, like go feed his horse, Star. He had a horse named Star. And I would feed the horse. The horse wasn't a four-legged horse, but a six-legged horse.
All right. Do you, if you want to crank this up, Move the video ahead to the 11-minute mark. And this shit goes fucking bananas.
Some Loch Ness monster shit.
No, that he ends with that, but we go a fucking weird
And I
place
had to
from
grow
here.
up.
Go.
And so it was in those holding tanks for a number of years. And I believe why it was taken out of the lake in Scotland is because you had people trying to hunt down and kill these creatures.
Right.
And,
In Star Trek 4, they were
know,
actually trying to get plesiosaurs, aka Nessie, not actually whales. That's the main thing he's getting at here.
So it was an endangered species is what it was. Okay, well, I'm going to forward up and go forward a number of years here. And when I first met a Vulcan,
Here we go.
I met Spock's niece. And I had never...
Spock's niece.
I had never dated a Vulcan, you know.
Oh, God.
And, but anyway, she seemed like a nice, friendly person. And,
Is she laughing? She's laughing. I just heard her laugh.
Yeah, dude.
Gave her, I had a Hershey chocolate bar. And I said, would you like a candy bar? And she ate the candy bar. Well, Vulcans have they're high, you know, they need certain types of food. They crave high calorie foods. And she was going through her 7 years of heat where her blood boils. And in other words, she's a
her blood boils.
And
she was going through the pan far.
You know, that started up a romance.
She's going through the Brett Favre
romance between me and her.
Yeah, man.
And I liked her, you know. I didn't care that she was a Vulcan. I liked her as an individual.
Inclusive lover.
I liked her as an individual.
Inclusive lover, Jimmy Payne, you know.
Never met Spock, you know, at that point. But anyway, I got in good with her, and the next thing I know, I met Spock, and he was a science officer, and I went on a couple of missions with him, but the first one that I'm going to talk about tonight is the one where 2 whales were transported off Earth. Now, that is what the movie says, is that the Vulcan goes back in time and they get these 2 whales and they transport them off Earth because Earth is in danger. Okay, well, in reality, Earth was not in danger. All it was that these 2 creatures were endangered. So the problem that we ran into is that the Enterprise is not made to lift anything that heavy. You have to have these creatures in a tank, and you know, 1 gallon of water weighs 8.3 pounds. So you're talking about an Olympic swimming pool.
Olympic swimming pool.
Olympic swimming pool.
Couldn't they just like beam the whale up into space? Like they don't, like weight doesn't really matter when you're in space.
Now, Benjamin, that's fake news.
Size tanks for these for these Polarisauruses here, okay?
Yeah, okay.
So the Enterprise was not designed for that. So what we did, we had to get some. I had to get with the engineer, which is Scotty, and we had to bolt on 8 thrusters onto the back of the spacecraft. Now we have 2 massive thrusters on the back of the
That's
Enterprise.
why they used the Klingon ship and not the Enterprise.
True. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. God, we're so close to the goal.
We're getting there. We're getting there. You guys, if you could be so kind as to start another tip train to bring us home here. We're still going. We're getting through this video, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the to the part where he starts actually like dating Spock's niece, and it's fucking bananas.
But we had to bolt on 4 that picture to the left to
This guy is batshit crazy. I want what he's smoking. He's crazier than the guy who you had on saying he was Jesus that wouldn't vote for Trump.
Left. Look to your left. Yeah, that one right there, James. You see those 2 big thrusters on the back? Well, there's a beam that comes up from the fuselage.
Yeah.
And that beam that comes up, we had to put on 4 boosters there on the left side and another 4 on the right side, just to give it the power to lift up these marine mammals, because the water in the tanks was pushing the craft to its limits.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Whales
Now,
are heavy.
The crew of the Enterprise was let off. And it was only deemed that it was, other words, because it was such a heavy lift, we need to get all the weight we could off of the Enterprise. So all the crew was let off. It was just a skeleton crew that was on the craft. Me, the Vulcan, Scotty, and just a few other guys, a few other MIBs.
It's such a weird crossover, the Men in Black on the Starship Enterprise.
Agent K, Agent J, you know, whatever. Scotty, Jimmy Payne.
And we put these marine creatures in a tank. And as we were trying to break out of Earth's gravity, we had an I-beam that snapped. And we had partial flooding. We had one of the tanks ruptured, partially ruptured, and we had flooding in the Bay Area, and at least waist deep.
So the ship looked like this.
Yes.
So the bay was at the bottom here, where this.
Yes. Okay. Now I want to say something. When the Phoenix Lights occurred in 1997, that was the Enterprise. Phoenix there is what they were looking at. So a lot of people, you know, they want to know what the Phoenix Lights were. Well, that was the Enterprise. Okay. But anyway, getting back to my story.
Okay.
Can somebody like buy the cryptid huntress a drink for just being a real OG and just having to sit through this shit?
She hasn't really said anything yet.
Well, no, she's just like, that's all her and James Rink are doing. They're just like sitting there listening to this kind of shit. But James Rink was off camera for a while, and I think he was losing his shit.
We were taking off. One of the I-beams snapped in the holding area, and
that's not the Enterprise. What the fuck?
But we were able to get up into space, and we had a special hatch door on these tanks. We could connect it to the tank outside and open it up and let these creatures into the other spacecraft. So just because you see a movie about whales isn't necessarily true. There's some truth to it. Yeah, there were 2 marine animals, all right, but it was a Loch Ness monster and the little baby creature.
Oh, fair.
All right.
That's fair.
So lots of really good
Retarded
questions
pink
asked
polar
you. So,
bears are definitely in the
someone wants
Enterprise.
to know.
Yeah.
So how tall are the
I think so.
Actually, Spark is not tall. Spark is about 5 foot.
It sounds like he's saying spork.
4.
5'4".
Or 5'2".
5'4", 5'2".
Wow, it took 2 inches away.
Oh wow. Do they have special abilities like to mind meld? You know, when they can connect to minds.
Yes, they have those abilities.
Do they have the ability where they can touch somebody in the back and they can collapse?
Yeah, they have the ability, but I have not seen it. But they do have that ability.
Okay. Well, what about their? Are they unemotional like Spock is? Does that? Do you know anything about their emotions?
Here we go.
Yes, they don't. They're void of emotions. They're. It's kind of like if you're walking across the street, and there's a car that's going to run a red light and run over you. Okay, well, Spark may call out to you and say, "Hey, jump out of the way," but he's not going to jump into the path of the car to pull you out because it's a danger to him. What he does is logic. They look at things in an abstract manner.
It's Captain Quark. It was Captain Quark this whole time.
Captain Quark and Spork.
Yeah.
Ability is that you can be saved without one of them being injured or killed. Yeah, they'll do it, but they're not going to go and risk their own life over you because you have no bearing on their mission here.
Yeah.
Did Spock's or Sparks? I guess it's Spock.
Is he making fun of him?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Hold on. I need to hear that again.
One of them being injured or killed, yeah, they'll do it, but they're not going to go and risk their own life over you because you have no bearing on their mission here.
Did Spock's or Sparks? I guess it's Spock. Sparks. Yeah.
Spock.
Did his niece ever mind meld with you, and what was it like?
Here we go.
Well, I mean, it was sexual in nature. Everything was sexual with her. She liked to touch my ears and rub my ears, and it was kind of like an opposites attract each other. Okay. She's very curious about me.
Okay. Jessica, you got some questions you want to throw?
Jessica, all right, here we go.
But specifically about my penis. She's curious about my human penis.
Throw at our special guest here.
I mean, did she have pointy ears? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know if you answered that already.
Her ears were somewhat pointed, but I wouldn't say it was like that in the movie. They're kind of a little larger than normal, and they do kind of go back and backwards into the back of the skull.
Do they find the odor of humans to be detestable?
I I never had that problem with her.
He used tactical soap.
He did. I think I don't know if she'd ever been with a human before. But it wasn't a matter of her being a Vulcan or me being a human. It's just that sometimes opposites attract, and that was what it was with her. And and like I said, I had a Hershey chocolate bar, and they just crave chocolate.
I was hanging out near a playground, and she was there, and I was like, "Do you want some candy?"
Now,
he lured her in with candy.
First peanut butter.
Okay,
They
Groomer.
have to have a real high calorie to function. Okay, other words, they eat a lot of junk food. What we consider
Junk food
is they have to have it. For the
Consumers of McDonald's. What the fuck?
They get weak if they don't have a high calorie food. Not necessarily healthy, but a high calorie food.
Did they have food replicators on the Enterprise where you could get those food products?
James, when I was there, you have to remember, they eat that food all the time, and when they come to Earth, I mean, it's like a paradise to them. You know, why would you want to eat the food on the Enterprise while you can, get some peanut butter or a Hershey bar? You know what I mean?
Okay.
It'd be just like
This guy definitely is laying in bed, and he's definitely like 700-800 pounds.
Oh yeah. Listen, this time I fucked a Vulcan. It's fucking hot. I gave her a candy bar. And she shocked my fucking dick.
you going to school, and you know what's in your cafeteria. You'll eat it, but let's face it, it's not like you going out to a fancy restaurant.
Does he not know anything about Star Trek? Is he like simultaneously claiming to have been a real life person on in the Star Trek world, but doesn't know much about the actual
Live long
show?
and prosper. Y'all. I want a Reese's peanut butter cup.
The maximum shocker to you, my dude. Maximum
The
shocker.
Spocker.
The Spocker. All the Spocker to you, my dude. Only real bitches know how to deal with the shock.
Ever eat the food from the replicator?
Fuck.
God
damn it.
No. I ate rations.
Cancel me. I don't care.
What I ate was what the military, what we carried on. I can't eat all the junk food that the Vulcans eat. Okay.
What?
Okay.
The Vulcans in the Star Trek show were like vegans, and ate like a lot of like greens and shit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I think they were mostly like kind of vegan,
Especially on Enterprise, because they didn't have the food replicators there.
T'Pol ate very vegan kind of stuff. Yeah.
They're definitely
Except for Trips. Trips cum. She ate a lot of Trips cum.
Wow.
Junk food. Like you go to a store, and there's a nab machine, okay, and it's got peanut butter in nabs in there.
What?
And just basically junk food.
Vulcans are just space elves and Klingons are just orcs.
Oh man, 58 bucks to go, man.
Getting there. Yes, we're almost there. We're almost there.
They crave it.
They crave.
They wouldn't want to sit down and eat a nice steak, or
They don't eat
a nice
like they were
bowl of
grossed
soup.
out by the fact
What
that
they
humans
want
ate meat.
is high calorie junk food.
Junk food. They love Fritos.
Oh wow! Did they ever talk about their home world, planet Vulcan? Do you
Yeah.
know anything about it? What can you tell us about planet Vulcan?
Well, there's a Mount Sinai there that.
Mount Cyanide? Did he say Mount Cyanide?
There's a Mount Cyanide on Vulcan. Well, you know what? I could go for a Mount Cyanide right now.
Did they ever talk about their home world, planet Vulcan? Do you know anything about it? What can you tell us about planet Vulcan?
Well, there's a Mount Sinai there that.
Which starship captain would you make
I
become
went to-
emperor/empress of mankind?
I know, man.
Cisco.
Yeah, Cisco, hardcore. If like ever
He
there
was a god.
Yeah, he was a god, and like he was the most moral out of all of the fucking captains.
He's like
hands down.
Spoiler alert. He's like the Jesus of the Bajorans. He's like a living. He's like a demigod to them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sure. That is a spoiler alert for sure.
Yeah.
But look, even Mount Cyanide couldn't keep down Cisco.
Mount Cyanide?
That's what he says, Mount Cyanide. Did you not hear it?
One time.
But
and I
like wind it back one more time. He says Mount Cyanide. I swear to God.
Cyanide.
Yeah, Mount Cyanide.
They're definitely love junk food. Like you go to a a store.
Piggly Wiggly.
And there's a nab machine,
Wiggly,
okay,
yeah.
and it's got peanut butter in nabs in
Damn it,
there,
I went back.
calorie junk food.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Did you
wow.
did they ever talk about their home world?
All right, here it comes.
Planet Vulcan. Do you know anything about it? What can you tell us about planet Vulcan?
Well, there's a Mount Sinai there that I went to it
Mount Sinai!
one time, and I looked at it, and it's a very high mountain. I will compare it to Mount Everest here on Earth.
Everest? Mount Everest.
Mount Cyanide.
Mount Everest.
Every time I listen to Super Soldier talk, I think I want to try and take some Mount Cyanide.
And part of their ritual is that they have to climb the mountain, okay? And that's just something that they go through. Now, the females are a little different. The females, okay, like Spock's mother, when Spock's father died, Spock didn't send his didn't send his mother any flowers, and this enraged all the female Vulcans, and they wouldn't cook for him. So I was like,
Barbarian Jesus or Ba Jesus, if you will. Never cross Emperor Benjamin, nor you feel the power of Pimp Hand. He'll nuke your planet.
That's right. That's right, Dragon. God damn it, dude.
to go around and break into these nab machines. I didn't have no money, but I would have to break in these nab machines and take a duffel bag and get all these crackers and peanut butter nabs out of it.
Peanut butter nabs?
Yeah, yeah.
And bring
You never had a
bring
peanut butter nap?
No, I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
to him because
Yeah, all the women were enraged and they wouldn't cook for Spock, but I thought that they were devoid of emotion, like you said earlier. How'd they get enraged?
Yeah, yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
angered the females in his clan. Okay, but he wasn't being ugly to his mother. They just what it is. They don't show emotion. Okay, they're void of emotions. And
Uh-huh.
But I thought they got enraged earlier. I believe that's an emotion.
And
Well, quietly enraged.
but every once in a while, a female Vulcan will put her foot down, and this time they did on him.
Wow. Is planet Vulcan volcanic?
James,
Mount Cyanide and Happiness, the newest Daily Wire cartoon for Bent Key.
I was just watching that fucking Jose video about Ben Key. That's fucking wild, man. That's good.
I
Good
did
comment.
not get a chance to explore the planet, but it definitely
No,
had
that's a good point. Spec brings this up. This is a good point. Spock's mother is actually human. In the show.
Yep.
Like James doesn't know. Apparently, James doesn't know Star Trek well.
That's
enough
what
to be
I was
like-
just saying earlier. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't know anything about Star Trek. I don't think it's funny. I don't know if he's just crazy or if he's lying. But you think he'd research Star Trek a little bit? I don't know.
I don't think they mind either way. For this
No.
YouTube channel, I don't think they care if he's on the level or if he's just like making shit up, you know.
Yeah, that's how Coast to Coast AM was too. They'd have
Oh,
people
yeah.
on that were clearly full of shit, but they wouldn't question them.
This is like the spiritual successor to Coast AM for sure.
mountains on it. So if you have mountains, it's probably was volcanic, at some point.
Do you know anything about the? I think it's called the Palm Far, if I'm not mistaken. Their mating ritual. What happens? I guess once every 7 years.
Yeah, that's
God.
what happened when I
Spock's
met.
mom's got it going on. Spock's mom.
Spock's mom has got it going.
Oh my God,
on.
we're at 95%.
Mom has got it going on.
All right, we need one last tip train to bring it in. We're
Spock
so
doesn't
close.
know. Spocky doesn't know. Spocky doesn't know. He doesn't know.
His niece, she was going through that where blood catches on fire. I didn't know
Oh.
anything about that when I met her.
know when to find.
And but she,
I don't
like
know.
said,
She was in hate.
it was love at first sight when I gave her the Hershey bar.
Jessica, you have some questions. What do you think? What should we ask him next?
I just want to put this out there. Like every time I run into a female in heat, and I give her a chocolate bar, I mean, it's just fucking on. That's like 90% of every time I've gotten laid. Just waiting until they're like having their heat. They're in the Ponfar. I give them chocolate.
Of course,
Foolproof plan.
Well, my questions would generally be more about the Loch Ness monster type of dinosaur. Now, was this? It's like the Loch Ness monster. Did it come out of Loch Ness? And was it what we would consider to be Nessie?
Yes, it was Nessie. And now let me say this. Back in 1940, during World War II, the early days of World War II, an Italian pilot was doing a reconnaissance mission over in Scotland. And he was flying across the lake, and he saw the Loch Ness monster, and he went ahead
You
and
know
dropped
they're
a
all lying
bomb.
when every UFO nut has the exact same story, including the sexual encounter. These are incredibly sad people with incredibly boring lives who just want to feel like the main character.
And you know what? Like, I agree with you, but at the same time, we can celebrate these people because they provide us with such amazing entertainment.
Remember,
like,
we have to
fuck
keep
it, dude.
humpback whales around for 300 years so we don't get destroyed by a giant space log.
True. Very true. Very true. Well, like, it should be every species' main goal is to not be destroyed by a giant space turd. I think that's fair.
On the lake.
On the lake.
And one of the monsters floated back up.
A week ago, someone caught a humpback whale just randomly jumping out of the water right near downtown Seattle. Like there was a ferry nearby and everything. It's pretty cool because you don't. Yeah, look at it. Woo! That's the arena right there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
man.
a big
awesome.
whale. Because normally there's just orcas in the sound there. Look at how much.
Yeah, he's just fucking wilding out, man.
There's a ferry
great.
right there. Man, the people on that ferry got to see a big ass whale.
Yeah, he's just fucking living it up. Pow! Who gives a fuck?
Yep.
I'm a whale. Fuck you. That's dope.
That's
dope
like
as fuck.
that's like basically downtown. Normally down there you wouldn't expect to see that.
What happened was he went back and he filed it with the Italian Air Force. Mussolini picked up on it, and Mussolini took it seriously.
Oh,
so
seriously?
Anyway, the Italian army contacted the German army, and propaganda minister Goebbels got the report, and he thought it was just a bogus, that the British had made all this up, and he dismissed it, but that was the first report that there was a creature in the lake, and it came from an Italian pilot.
Italian pilot.
Italian pilot.
Military.com. Do you have any idea how long that
And
Loch Ness,
Mussolini was
the
like, damn it,
plesiosaurus creature
Loch
was in
Ness
that lake?
monster, give me back my tree fitty.
Tree fitty. Can I get my tree fitty?
Can I get some tree fitting?
So close. Little more than $20 away.
No, I know. Let's see. Maybe I can find something fucking wacky.
Well, they supposedly went extinct 65 million years ago. Now, what we know is that fossil records dates back over 300 million years. So it's as old as 300. The fossils, they lived as far back as 300 million years ago, but they seem to have died out around 65 million years ago.
Oh.
But it came up from the sea, and it got into the lake.
From the sea.
And apparently maybe it was just trying to give birth in calm waters, away from the sharks. That might be why it went up into the lake, because of the sharks
Okay.
out in the sea there.
So one theory is that there's more water underground than there are on the surface. So there's giant oceans that flow deep within the earth, and that these creatures can go down there, and that there's an entrance that they can go all the way up into Loch Ness. So what do you think of that theory? That there's probably more of them on this planet deep in the earth?
Well, James, the part about underwater caves, that's probably true. I believe if there were more of them, we'd have seen it by now. I believe that
It's the Streamlabs link. Use the Streamlabs link if you would like to send us a couple bucks to help us reach our goal. It's pinned in the chat, the Streamlabs link. That's the one you want. That's the ticket.
That's the ticket. Let me tell you.
Nessie was the last of her kind. Now, what happened to the male that got her pregnant, I don't know. Maybe it died, or somebody shot it. Maybe, pollution or whatever.
So this article here states that in 1965, 2 men aboard the Alvin submarine spotted an animal at 5,300 feet deep
Why
within
was
the
Billy
Atlantic
swimming
Ocean.
in
One
the
of the men
Sound?
stated that it looked exactly like a please.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on.
That's Matt Jarbo? Is that actually him?
Brutal.
I know he's in the chat, so maybe...
Matt. absolutely inappropriate.
Just described it as over 40 feet long. So I think, Jimmy, there's a lot more of these creatures still within the earth. But yeah, I guess you say they're really shy creatures, maybe.
Oh,
Well,
it was Matt Jarbo.
It definitely was friendly.
Friendly.
She would flip her fins and splash
Flippers.
water on me like a dolphin would. I guess she did that to me.
Nessie was like a dolphin.
Like a dolphin.
Because like I said, in a desert, it gets pretty hot.
Matt Jarbo's on the road south of Seattle.
I believe that, had I got into the tank, I might could have rode her like you would a dolphin or whatever. I didn't do that. Like I said, I mean, I do believe
How cute, splashing you, Jimmy.
that it had to be transported off world because it would have
Man,
been shot.
JBP has really been smoking something lately.
Whoa! Go! 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 Go!
Oh, dude. Yeah, I was about to like whip out some fucking Alex Chew. It's good. It's good that we're not doing the Alex Chew. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, dude. Destiny's divorce made the Sun.
What do you mean?
Like, it's literally like a tabloid news story.
Oh no. Really?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so this is the thing that like is very, very frustrating about this kind of thing, right? So they had an open relationship and they were very, very public about it. And I don't care. I don't care that they had an open relationship because, like, I've had an open relationship before in the past. Like, I've had an alternative lifestyle and like that sort of thing. But I hated that people would then look at Destiny and this girl and they're like, if it fails, it's proof that you can't have hot threesomes with your wife. And I think that's fucked up. I think it's really fucked up because like most polyamorous relationships don't work. They just don't. Statistically speaking, they don't fucking work. And it didn't. And nobody should be like surprised about that. But it doesn't mean like it can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand why so many people give a shit. Like
because they're probably jealous.
I have no idea. Yeah.
I guess.
Good
I
guess.
don't know. I mean, like there was a certain point in time where I was like dealing with a bunch of like weird drama, and it kind of got leaked out that I had like threesomes in the past, and like people thought it was going to be like this big fucking thing, and it wasn't. It was very boring, and nothing interesting came of it. So I guess I think it's a lot of people are looking for seeing something happening that's outside of the norm that seems exciting or alien to them, and it's going to make them feel more comfortable when it doesn't work. And I think that might be what it is. But like I feel like I don't like Destiny. I'm not a fan of Steven, but you know, I feel bad for the guy, you know? Like a divorce sucks. That's terrible. I don't know.
Yeah.
People are fucking dumb.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. You know what? And statistically, like I say that most polyamorous relationships don't work, but like you guys are right in the chat. You're right. It's not just most polyamorous relationships don't work. Most relationships, period, don't fucking work. That's true.
For various reasons.
Yeah, for any number of reasons, you know. And like, I don't think we should be celebrating or mocking or being cheeky about any relationship that fails. Like it just sucks.
I think a lot of people fascinated on her because she's like very good looking.
She was okay.
I think.
I guess.
Nah, I think she's quite good looking. Like, and most people wouldn't look at Destiny and like assume a guy like Destiny could have like, you know, someone that looks like that. But I think it was jealousy.
I think a lot of it was jealousy.
Yeah.
A lot of it. Well, and that's the thing though, is like you'll find a dude who's like jacked up, like very, very muscular, and the dude has a personality of fucking dog shit and can't get laid. And just can't fucking get laid, but he's a hot dude. And then you got Destiny, who just doesn't give a shit and he knows how to talk to people, and he gets laid all over the fucking place. Like that should tell you something.
Yeah, I mean, like, money has partially. I like, you know,
it's money, but it's also attitude.
Sure. He's a very confident guy. He can talk very fast. That's definitely something. That's like he's one of the fastest talkers I've ever heard.
If you can demonstrate that your tongue can move pretty fast, some women might be very attracted to that. Yeah, it's very true.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever. It's fine. Would not smash. I'm with you on that. I wouldn't smash Destiny either. I'm not really into it. I didn't think Destiny nor his ex-wife now were especially fuckable. Yeah. Not my vibe. Not my vibe, man.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So in a moment here, we're gonna wrap up the stream.
Oh, I see. You get your nut, and then we just have to.
Do you want to keep going? We can.
I'm so tired.
That's why.
No, I did. I wanted to find one more wacky ass fucking thing, but I was coming up pretty dry when I was going through my stuff.
See, but this is Destiny's ex-wife. You don't think she's good looking? Like,
yeah, she's pretty. Yeah. Wait, why are James Rink and the Cryptid Huntress looking at?
Yeah. They have it on their. They have it pulled up on their. See, even they're talking about Destiny.
This one time with Spock's cousin,
I was in a threesome.
She was married to a guy named Destiny.
It looks like...
So good.
Yeah.
Oh man. Too good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do?
Man, here, hang on. I'm gonna check one last thing. One last fucking thing. Hang on. I got an idea. Let's see if he's actually produced a video the past couple of weeks. What did he do? Let's see. Come on.
Who?
Oh.
Is it one of your like exorcism people?
No, he was one of the pee drinkers. He hasn't drank and pee in the past like 2 weeks. So no, I'm out. I'm tapped out.
We are we are done, and we will see all of you back again.
I tried. I was trying to get you guys some piss videos, but
piss
I'm all
videos.
out of PP. Yeah,
you're tapped out of piss videos. You watched them all.
I'm all out of the PP. But hey, if anybody wants to get into a very complicated and very messy polyamorous relationship with me, just hit me up later.
We'll be back on Monday, everybody. Monday is our next show, so keep an eye out for us. Monday the 11th.
We'll have a very public breakup, and it'll raise your social media scores. It'll be fucking fantastic. It'll be great. Only requirement is I get to drill you in the
pooper.
Consensually, the pooper.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thanks to Hake. Thank you, Hake.
Thank you, Hake.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken peasants. Drunken peasants. Drunken peasants. Drunken peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your drunken peasants. Drunken peasants. Drunken peasants. Drunken peasants.